10 Fury soldiers charged headlong into the remaining militia ranks. Even though the militia force had been reduced to its elite Class 0 fighters and barely 10 bronze rankers Class 1, all under the command of their silver-ranked deputy commander, they still couldn't bring down a single Fury soldier. Each Fury soldier was an intermediate-rank soldier, armed and armored with equipment far superior to anything in Barnsel. Their technique, footwork, and discipline also outstripped the militia by leagues. Though they cut down only a few militia members in the opening exchange, they achieved their true goal, drawing attention and buying precious seconds for the spellcasters behind them. Pull back now. Alex's voice echoed crisply through their comms earpiece artifacts. Without hesitation, the Fury soldiers disengaged. Slow, weak joints, blindness. Mordor's trio of hexes descended like a curse-laden fog, causing sluggishness and disorientation to grip the militia. The sudden disruption opened a clean gap for the Fury soldiers to withdraw safely. The moment distance was secured, the spellcaster struck. Mana Ball, Icicle Barrage, Ice Breath. Zora's Icicle Barrage arrived first, dozens of ice projectiles whistling through the night. The silver-ranked deputy commander surged forward, bronze rankers clustering behind him as they intercepted the barrage with coordinated strikes. The icicles shattered, spraying razor-sharp frost and a chilling mist across the battlefield. Fun's Ice Breath followed immediately, the wolf's frosty breath curling around the scattered chill. In an instant, the frost coalesced, freezing the feet and lower legs of scores of militia in place. Then Alex's spell landed. A compact orb of violent mana exploded in the midst of the immobilized soldiers. Alex had intentionally abandoned the fiery fireball variant. The flash of a fire explosion could catch the eye of sentries atop the fortress walls. Even heavily overcharged, Mana Ball was still a Grade 1 spell. It tore through the weaker militia members, shredding their formation, but lacked the sheer destructive force to outright kill the silver-ranked deputy commander nor his bronze-ranked subordinates. His elite militia, however, were another story entirely. While the professional bronze and silver ranks managed to shield themselves with their defensive aura coatings, the elite militia, though stronger than ordinary humans but still fundamentally unawakened, stood no chance. Between Zora's Barrage and Fun's Frost, they were already faltering. Alex's Mana Ball simply tore through what remained of their resistance, ripping bodies apart with a blast violent mana. Yet the deputy commander and his remaining subordinates had no time to mourn their fallen. As the dust of Alex's spell dispersed, the Fury soldiers were already upon them. Now it was their turn to dominate. 10 intermediate-rank Fury soldiers descended on the silver-ranked deputy commander and his 8 bronze-ranked officers. There was no suspense. The Furies cut them down with clinical precision, focusing first on the deputy commander, overwhelming him with coordinated attacks before turning as one to finish the remaining bronze ranks in swift, brutal succession. Stay still, you rats. At that exact moment, Alex's other team arrived, dragging Captain Canute and his 4 remaining silver-ranked officers into the clearing. The 5 Verdantian officers watched, helpless, as the last of their elite militia and bronze ranks were slaughtered before their eyes. Then, as though on cue, Alex's followers halted their retreat and turned crisply to face the final 5 militia leaders. Captain Canute shifted his gaze towards Alex. Behind Alex, Eleanor's hands glowed softly as she cycled healing and recovery spells, restoring every expedition member to peak condition. The gold-ranked captain's expression darkened. Realization, grim and bitter, dawned over him. "You're sorcerers," he spat, teeth grinding. "Sorcerers? Is that what mages are called here?" Alex wondered, mildly amused. "You're a sorcerer, and this is the coward's game you play? Where is your pride?" Captain Canute raged, voice sharp with indignation. "Are mages in this world prideful fools?" Alex mused again. He shook his head, eyes focusing on the captain. Even cornered, bloodied, and outmatched, the man clearly had no intention of surrendering. So, Alex gave the order. "Finish him. SWSSSH." Silver, who had been waiting patiently within the shadows, released her arrow. It streaked through the darkness like a silver comet, flying straight for Captain Canute. The gold-rank captain instinctively roused his aura and swung to parry, a fatal mistake. The force behind Silver's shot punched straight through his defense, pierced cleanly into his chest, and buried itself in his heart. Captain Canute, the militia's pillar, collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, dead before he hit the ground. Not to be outdone, Cavakin, Mogul, and Havel moved the very next heartbeat. Cavakin roared, hurling one of his twin axes. The weapon spun wildly through the air, struck a silver rank square in the skull, splitting his head cleanly in half, before embedding itself deep into the ground behind him. Mogul's fists blurred. Rapid-fire air punches slammed into another silver ranker, pulverizing bone and flesh with each compressed strike. Click! A gentle sound, almost delicate. Havel's sword vanished from its sheath. A breath later, the head of a third silver rank rolled across the dirt. The last remaining silver rank dropped onto his backside as the broken corpses of his comrades toppled around him. He pissed himself. Please, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me, he begged, addressing Alex with frantic desperation. But Alex only shook his head. I already gave you a chance, he replied calmly, and you spat on it. The man had been the loudest to reject Alex's offer, and the loudest to curse him. Perhaps, if he had held his tongue, Captain Canute might have read the situation better. But it was too late for what-ifs. Kill him. Alex delivered his final verdict. Cavakin's grin widened. His remaining axe rose skyward, then came down in a brutal arc, ending the man's life in one clean, ruthless stroke. With that, the militia camp was completely wiped out. But the night was far from over. The expedition slowly turned their eyes toward the looming shadow of the fortress, their true target. Whistle. Alex whistled sharply. Dread, leading the expedition group's horses, thundered into the camp. One by one, the group mounted up. Galloping through the outskirts of Lower Barnsel, they rode under the cover of darkness towards the fortress. Thanks to their horses, the expedition group covered the distance quickly, skirting around Lower Barnsel before angling toward the fortress so as not to alert the town. They reached their staging position in less than half an hour. Although Barnsel Fortress was described as a hilltop fortress, the hill was so modest that none of the Pangeans would ever consider calling it one. It was most likely a flattering exaggeration meant to elevate the prestige of the fortress rather than describe its geography. The fortress itself sat a few hundred meters west of the southern main road leading out of the duchy. No force could enter or leave Luxon Duchy's southern border without being vulnerable to a flanking strike from this position. Alex would have preferred to simply sneak past without provoking anything, but caution and cold logic dictated otherwise. If they ignored the fortress and were spotted even once, it would become exponentially more difficult to deal with the garrison in the open fields surrounding the road. A direct confrontation under such conditions would be dangerous for their small force. Furthermore, Alex fully expected the duchy to deduce their general location sooner or later. When that happened, Baron Leland Helton's troops, especially the fortress garrison, would join the manhunt. Eliminating them now would significantly reduce the manpower the duchy could bring to bear. Not to mention, no other force under the duchy was likely as familiar with the terrain around this border as the Barnsel soldiers. And then, of course, there was loot. Barnsel Fortress doubled as Baron Helton's personal castle. No matter how low-ranking, poor, or politically insignificant the Baron was, he was still nobility. Nobility always possessed coin, books, equipment, armaments, and any number of valuables that could prove extremely useful to the expedition party. In short, there were far more benefits than drawbacks to taking the fortress. They dismounted a few meters short of the fortress. Any closer, and the watchtowers would almost certainly spot movement in the moonlight. Up close, Barnsel Fortress was an imposing structure, far larger than the Fury family's northern Dankrot fort. This was no mere roadside military outpost. From its height, width, and layered defenses, Alex suspected it was intended to oversee the entire region and, in times of war, act as a major stronghold safeguarding the Luxon Duchy's southern border. Forget a modest garrison of 300. Alex wouldn't be surprised if over 1,000 soldiers could be housed here comfortably. This couldn't have been built by a mere baron, Alex deduced. Something about this fortress, Baron Helton, and the duchy's intentions didn't quite add up. But even if his suspicions proved true, they wouldn't alter his plan. Alex signaled to 5 Fury soldiers. They retrieved bags from the horses, each bag containing a special contraption, and strapped them onto their backs. Then Alex stepped aside, gesturing for Zora to take the lead. Zora moved to the front of the group, raising both hands. Her soft, melodic chanting filled the air for half a minute. Then, illusionary mist. With Alex currently handicapped magically, Zora had taken over as the expedition's primary combat spellcaster. Water mana surged outward, forming a mist that refracted light around the party, an illusionary veil that concealed their presence from sight. "Advance," Alex ordered. Enshrouded in the camouflage mist, the group crept toward the fortress's western wall, completely unnoticed by the watchtower sentries above. Upon reaching the base of the wall, the 5 Fury soldiers unstrapped their bags, revealing the contraptions. They assembled them relatively swiftly with only slightly faint familiarity. The devices looked odd to the Pangians. Their compact, reinforced frames resembled a miniature ballista, though unlike any Pangean siege tool. Anyone from Alex's previous life, however, would recognize them instantly. A crossbow. With the power of money, Alex had commissioned master tier craftsmen of the Dragonhold Enclave to research and produce a functional prototype of his crossbow concept before the expedition. He couldn't predict the technological level of whatever plane he might end up on, so he secured the prototype in Pangaea while he still could. With a working model existing, the hardest hurdle, bringing the concept to life, was already cleared. Future iterations could be made anywhere, on any plane, as long as they had this baseline to work from. And that was before he acquired Sugud. With Sugud now on the team, Alex had no doubt that between the two of them, they would solve the prototype's shortcomings and eventually create something far more destructive. Perhaps even begin developing the quintessential weapons platform that had defined warfare in Alex's previous world across the last 100 to 200 years of its history. The presence of a power nucleus capable of adjusting limb tension hinted at something far more dangerous, the possibility of firing bolts far stronger than the wielder's natural power level, as long as they could withstand a recoil and feed it the required energy. She suspected the nucleus was powered by a mana stone. For a wealthy noble like Alex, getting low-grade mana stones wouldn't be difficult, especially if it meant enabling lower-ranked soldiers to kill higher-ranked professionals. Alex caught the spark in her eyes as she watched the Tactical Modular Crossbow, TMC, work. Her reaction told him everything. If an experienced archer like Silver found it promising, then his crossbow ambitions were very much viable. The Fury soldiers turned crossbowmen quickly loaded their TMCs, only slightly slower than competent archers, slung them over their shoulders, and began climbing the ropes. 2 soldiers reached the top first and instantly shot down the guards patrolling that section of the wall. While those 2 reloaded, the remaining 3 spread out to provide area control and kill any response patrol. After securing the wall top, the first pair tugged on the ropes, signaling those below to ascend. The rest of the expedition party climbed up, including Sugud, whose unexpectedly nimble ascent reminded Alex that the man did, in fact, have elven blood in his veins. Once atop the wall, Alex noted how the Fury soldiers secured the area with clean, efficient precision. He allowed himself a faint nod of pride. Even without the close-quarters tactics training of his previous life, his soldiers had adapted with nothing more than a few explanations from him. It was proof that knowledge, even fragmentary knowledge, could be transplanted into this world just as easily as he had done with Pinchcoin, Haggleworth, and Alpha. He shook off the thought. Now wasn't the time to indulge in strategic satisfaction. The easy part was over. The real assault on the fortress began now. Alex turned to his team. "All right, Keep to the plan. And remember, follow my instructions to the letter once they come in." He paused, red eyes narrowing with controlled intent. "Move out." The next few minutes were almost an exact repeat of what the party had done at the militia camp. Splitting into 4 teams, they spread out along the fortress wall, moving like drifting shadows as they quietly eliminated every guard stationed there. They made certain no lookout remained alive, no stray pair of eyes to alert the fortress, no lingering obstacle to complicate matters once they descended to deal with the ground forces. For a moment, Alex considered leaving the crossbowmen atop the wall to snipe priority targets as the battle escalated. But after a brief contemplation, he shook his head. The crossbow's effective range was still limited, and the wielders lacked the proficiency required for consistent accuracy and precision at long distances. He regretted, for the first time, not pushing harder to produce more units. But time had been against him, and without a proper assembly line or specialized workforce, mass-producing such a proprietary weapon on short notice had been unrealistic. He exhaled softly, shaking off the creeping frustration, and refocused. Through their comms, he directed the crossbowmen to move freely below the walls and priorities, shooting down any tough-looking hostile once the fighting began in earnest. As with the militia camp, stealth wouldn't last long. The advantage of surprise would eventually evaporate, and the operation would devolve into open battle. When that happened, the crossbowmen would be essential. After their earlier difficulties at the militia camp, Mogul and Kavikin, despite preferring their bare hands or broad axes respectively, picked up daggers for the stealth kills. Daggers were faster, not to mention cleaner and quieter, definitely far easier than snapping necks or trying to quietly hack someone down with an axe. Backstabs, group ambushes, whether the targets were sleeping, patrolling, or standing around chatting, the expedition party used quick assassinations and tight, close-quarters tactics to silently thin the fortress guards. They cleared the lower troop encampment and were cutting across the main courtyard toward the fortress's facilities when Alex suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Zora whispered over comms. Alex's voice was sharp, almost a hiss. "A Navi temple. We need to take it out immediately before a priest or paladin gets their Navi involved." Alex wanted to cuss. The scout team hadn't reported a temple inside the fortress, but he couldn't blame them. Neither the Pangean scouts nor Crone Bellic had known that such a thing was even something to look for. A Navi temple wasn't just a simple religious structure. It was a local conduit of faith, a node where a deity's influence pooled. Its clergy, priests, and paladins served as the watchmen of that conduit. If the number of active followers within the fortress suddenly dropped below a certain threshold, the watcher of that temple would notice. And if a priest was present and had enough time to call down a miracle, the situation would spiral instantly. Alex's feet back at the northern Dankrot fort, where he used a faux grand array to heal, rejuvenate, and buff the Fury soldiers, would seem like child's play in comparison to a real Navi miracle. And this was in a fortress where they were already outnumbered. The temple's existence also confirmed Alex's earlier suspicion. This fortress was not something a supposedly insignificant baron like Leland Helton could have built alone. Navi temples weren't constructed on a whim. They were erected only in places of strategic importance to a deity or its cult, locations with a strong worship base, or strategic areas where the cult wanted one. Barnsel was neither. It was just a small town built around a border fortress, which meant the temple's purpose here had little to do with worship and more to do with security. A noble with enough wealth and ambition could request one, if they were powerful or influential enough to be granted that privilege. A minor barony couldn't request one, but a duchy could. The temple's presence was a major snag in Alex's assault plan. "Everyone, change of plans. We're going loud," Alex said over comms, voice sharp. "We need to destroy that temple. Kavikin, Mogul, on me. The rest of you hold back the fortress troops." Alex immediately began chanting. It started like a standard fireball incantation, but soon shifted, his personal modifications layered into the spell structure. He hadn't focused on traditional spellcasting thanks to Rune-Tech, but that didn't mean Alex hadn't studied spells at all back at the Enclave. Among all his spell studies, this one stood above the rest. Fireball, the quintessential spell that every commoner assumed all mages mastered. Alex's mastery wasn't enough to insta-cast it, but it was more than enough for more layered casting techniques. Meanwhile, Mobile charged the temple's large gate. Beast Totem, his right arm ballooned with condensed strength as the barbarian's energy flooded into it. Bang! Shockingly, the reinforced temple gate resisted the blow, though a massive dent warped its center. Kavakin arrived a heartbeat later, twin axes raised. Call the Wild. Violent reddish mana wrapped his arms and weapons. Boom! His axes crashed into the exact center of Mobile's dent, ripping the thick double doors apart. The moment the breach opened, both men dove aside. Delayed spells, triple cast, fireball. 3 fireballs formed above Alex's head in a fiery triangular array. The instant the doorway cleared, they launched. Boom! A thunderous explosion tore through the temple, shaking the entire fortress. If Mobile and Kavakin's assault hadn't alerted the stronghold, Alex's strike certainly did. Rush in. He didn't bother catching his breath. Pushing through the heat and residual shockwaves, Alex sprinted into the burning temple with his 2 hulking followers at his heels. Hum! A pulse of divine energy vibrated through the air. Tisk! Alex clicked his tongue. Just as he feared, the temple wasn't fully destroyed. Constant faith energy had seeped into its structure for years, refining and strengthening it beyond mundane materials. A gold-white wave rippled outward from the innermost chamber, extinguishing the flames almost instantly. The blaze died, revealing several silhouettes still standing. Alex's frown deepened. He had expected one survivor, the priest. But along with the priest, 3 paladins had survived as well. Worse, the priest and paladins all radiated energy equal to gold rank by Verdana's standards. From Senu's vantage in the sky, Alex sensed the fortress troops mobilizing as well. 40 bronze, 15 silver, and 4 more gold ranks. He recalled the scout team's earlier report. If those troops converged with the priest and paladins, this might get annoying, Alex thought grimly. A few minutes earlier, when Alex and his expeditionary party eliminated the guards atop the fortress walls and stepped foot onto the grounds, they inadvertently triggered the fortress's spiritual warning system. The presence of the temple within the fortress rendered the entire stronghold consecrated ground of Jur, the Verdantis Navi of light and justice. Eleanor's Navi blinding spell could no longer veil them. The moment they trespassed into Jur's territory, the protection thinned away like ice before heat. Inside the temple, the Juror priest, peacefully slumbering within the fabricated heavenly kingdom of his lord's indoctrination, was violently jolted awake as a divine premonition crashed into his mind. The beasts from the other plane have invaded. Raise the alarm, the priest roared, hurling himself out of bed. His 3 paladins burst into the chamber moments later. Priest, they called, scanning frantically for intruders. Don't waste time. Wake the other paladins and clergy. Alert the fortress immediately. The priest snapped, his face twisted in righteous fury. He didn't even bother dressing properly. In nothing more than his ceremonial sleepwear, he hurried out. The orders of Lord Jur took precedence over dignity. 2 paladins formed a guard on either side, guiding him swiftly toward the temple's deepest chamber, where the primary altar to Jur resided. The 3rd paladin sprinted away to rouse the remaining clergy. Reaching the altar, the priest dropped to his knees and began his invocation, an urgent plea for a miracle that would empower the fortress to smite these heathens from a godforsaken external plane. But the invaders acted faster than he anticipated. Bang! Boom! Boom! 3 consecutive impacts tore through the temple, shaking the holy structure to its foundations. If not for the divine grace infused into its walls over years of worship, the temple of mighty Lord Jur might have collapsed entirely. A shudder ran down the priest's spine. A large portion of Jur's sources of faith had just been extinguished. There was only one explanation. The invaders' attack had slaughtered the clergy in their beds. The priest trembled, not with fear, but with incandescent fury. The building had endured, but the temple, its faithful clergy, had suffered grievous losses. Perhaps only he and the 3 guardian paladins still lived, as these cowardly, dishonorable invaders had attacked while the other clergy slept and were unable to defend themselves. Worse still, most of the accumulated faith energy, the so-called divine energy, had been exhausted to shield the temple from destruction. The temple no longer possessed the reserves necessary for the priest to complete the miracle in the short window remaining. Knowing the invaders would not give him the time needed to slowly regather scattered faith energy, the priest decisively abandoned the ritual. Instead, he chose to aid the fortress directly. I will make them die the worst death imaginable. Only by making them suffer and offering their lives and souls to Lord Jur can they atone for the heresy they've committed. The priest fumed with sacred fury as he led his paladins out. Meanwhile, inside the fortress's main castle, bang, boom, boom. The successive explosions ripped Baron Helton from the warm embrace of his 2 concubines. Stark naked, he rushed to the window, and his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. The temple was ablaze. Fortunately, a breath later, divine light flared from within, quenching the flames and preventing further damage to the sacred edifice. Relief came, but only slightly. The Baron spun around and hastily donned his clothing and armor from his dresser, bolting from the chamber without sparing a single word for the anxious women left behind. His thoughts churned violently. It wasn't difficult to piece together the situation. The attackers were likely the invaders from the Dark Realms, creatures unenlightened by the grace of the divines. There were countless stories of such incursions. Invaders from unenlightened worlds, beings of malice who sought to drag Verdantis into darkness. Until now, every invader who had breached the realm had been an unintelligent beast. Baron Helton's hand drifted unconsciously to his chest. Even beneath metal armor, he could still feel the phantom heat of the scar that ran over his heart. He remembered, far too vividly, the terror of a decade past, when he joined the crusade to slay one such outer-world beast that had torn into their plane. He had been lucky to survive. In that brutal 3-day battle, the Lemuria Empire lost a combat sage, and alongside him, 5 3-star and 16 2-star combat saints. A wound so severe that even after more than a decade, the Empire had yet to fully recover. And now, these new invaders were human, or at least humanoid. Worse still, among them stood a sorcerer. Judging by the damage inflicted upon the temple, evidenced by its drastically weakened divine ambience, this sorcerer was anything but ordinary. A gold-ranked sorcerer, perhaps, Baron Helton thought grimly. In this region of Verdantis, this backwater corner of the world, sorcerers were almost mythical. A gold-ranked sorcerer? Unheard of. Any such individual would command prestige surpassing even Baron Helton himself. His own title was acknowledged only within the Luxon Duchy. A sorcerer, however, would be honored anywhere within the Holy Lemuria Empire. This prestige came not merely from rarity, but from capability. Only sorcerers could wield, and maybe craft, the mystical artifacts, ancient relics from the prosperous age of antiquity, when the deities first shone their light upon the world. Each such artifact was unimaginably valuable. The ability to use one made a man influential. The ability to create anything comparable made him a prestigious. It was often said that this prestige, power, and wealth were why sorcerers kept their numbers intentionally low. Each sorcerer was allowed only a limited number of disciples, a number that increased only as their own rank advanced. This restricted supply, in turn, kept their value and fame exceptionally high. Aristocratic families would pay any price, call in any favor, to have even a single scion accepted by a sorcerer. The prestige attached to raising one within the family was immeasurable. But behind all the admiration and reverence laid, as well, another undeniable fact. Sorcerers held destructive power, far surpassing priests and warriors alike. Their very title carried an undertone of fear. And now, heathens from another world had such a person among them. Baron Helton clenched his jaw. He could only hope the clergy within the temple, the same temple the Luxon Duchy had spent a fortune to commission, possessed the means to hold that sorcerer at bay. If not, then their only remaining option would be to force the sorcerer to exhaust his energy, even if the cost was the lives of the fortress's troops, the Baron's own men, for the light of Lord Juror, for the Empire. This might get annoying. Alex's expression tightened as he sensed this surging divine energy, not only from the priest, but from multiple paladins as well. Worse still, the higher-ranked combatants among the fortress defenders had already begun reacting to the raid. In a few more minutes, they would reorganize and launch a coordinated counterattack. Alex knew he could not allow the Juror clergy to join forces with the fortress troops. Their already unfavorable odds would collapse entirely. But the priest clearly had no intentions of making things easy. Through spirit sight, Alex watched a dense, unique energy, almost certainly faith energy, gathering within the temple and rushing towards the priest. He's preparing a large-scale divine spell. Alex realized. Alex, stop that priest. Whatever he's doing is suppressing my abilities. Eleanor's urgent voice crackled through comms. Healers stood as the antithesis to Navi and, by extension, their clergy. Pangean healers, especially, were the bane of a Navi in the right circumstances. But the reverse was just as true. According to Pangea scholars, healers were a unique type of ascension professionals who had obtained the healing authority of their plane. This authority allowed them to heal regardless of elemental affinity, be it water, light, or anything else. Navi, as part of their bid for faith dominion, would usurp this very authority, restricting its proper use to their own clergy within a plane. This resulted in a constant struggle for control between healers and clergy. Within any confined space, whichever party possessed the advantage, or the stronger power, would seize the authority. The Barnsel Fortress was consecrated ground dedicated to Juror. That Eleanor could cast even basic healing spells here was a testament to her all-round skill, abilities, bloodline, and talent. But now that the priest was actively pulling in faith energy, the advantage was tipping sharply. Eleanor was moments away from being completely severed from the healing authority within the area of the fortress. Indeed, misfortune never comes alone. Alex grit his teeth. If the expedition party lost Eleanor's support while the enemy gained the priests, their chances of victory would evaporate. There was no longer any room for elaborate planning. I need to move. Now, he abandoned any notion of finesse and charged. You too on me. Alex barked as he shot forward into the temple, Kavikin and Mogul thumping after him. At the same time, he also cut out sharply on comms, Silver, Udera. Just as he rushed into the temple, he came face to face with the priest, already deep into casting. Interestingly, the priest was not chanting. Instead, he was forming hand seals. Hand seals? Does this plane use seals to cast? Alex wondered, but the priest's furious shout blasted him out of his thoughts. You arrogant beasts of the dark realm! You dare defile ground consecrated to my lord. Even your deaths will not cleanse your sin. The man's eyes blazed with so much hatred that, had his gaze held power, he would have flayed Alex and his companions alive before offering their ashes to Juror. The three paladins surged forward simultaneously, two intercepting Mogul and Kavikin, while the third bore down on Alex with a heavy mace. Alex reacted instantly, snatching the draconic baton from his belt. With a snap, the compact object extended into a half-meter rod, meeting the paladin's mace with a resonant clang. The paladin staggered in shock. A sorcerer parrying a paladin's blow, and so effortlessly no less. The paladin's eyes opened in shock. He barely ducked Alex's counterstrike, his gaze flicking to the baton. Mystical equipment of antiquity always carried peculiar functions. The paladin felt his caution spike, but his eyes drifted back to the priest, whose hand seals blurred into a frenzy. Every second bought was a second closer to divine retribution descending upon them. I don't even need to defeat him, the paladin decided. I only need to stall him until the spell is completed. With sorcerers infamous for their unpredictable and devastating power, he refused to commit fully until the divine spell activated, giving them a clear, overwhelming advantage. But while the paladin still had the luxury of patience, Alex did not. He needed to end the priest's casting now, before the spell completed and wiped out every chance they had. Just then, Alex sensed Eudara and Silver arrive. Eudara slipped into the temple through a side window, while Silver perched atop the roof of an adjacent building, lining up her shot on the priest. Execute, Alex ordered. Power arrow. Shadow dash. Silver loosed a mana-charged arrow, her strongest shot without pushing herself into prolonged weakened state, while Eudara vanished into the darkness, reappearing from the paladin's shadow with a perfectly angled backstab. Unfortunately, the paladin's armor held firm, stopping her blade before it could pierce through. Meanwhile, the priest sensed Silver's attack and narrowly dodged. While the arrow may have missed, it did succeed in shattering the priest's concentration, stopping his spell casting in its tracks. Hold them off! The priest roared at the paladins, seething with fury. Separate them, Alex ordered. Immediately, Kavikin, Mogul, and Eudara forced their opponents apart, driving each paladin toward opposite ends of the hall and preventing them from regrouping or forming a defensive line. The priest saw the chaos and instantly bolted for the rear exit. Silver lost her angle from the adjacent roof, so Alex sprinted after him. He quickly noticed that the priest was still forming seals even while running, which put him in a bit of a bind. Spellcasting required concentration. At Alex's current proficiency, lacking rigorous training in traditional spellcasting, it was almost impossible to cast a spell while chasing down the priest. Ideally, he needed to slow down, even briefly, to chant and cast the spell. But he had no such luxury. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Calm madness. Alex triggered the bloodline trait. The cold clarity washed through his mind, crushing away every unnecessary emotion and sharpening every thought into a single point of focus. He forced himself to chant and gather mana, even while sprinting. Thankfully, the priest was also struggling to cast while running, and his seals slowed, buying Alex precious milliseconds. Alex's heartbeat thundered in his ears. If he cast even a moment later than the priest, it would mean death for him and everyone in the expedition. And yet, instead of panicking, the pressure only drove him deeper into calm madness. All distractions disappeared. There was only the priest, only the chase, and only the spell. The priest led him through twisting hallways and branching corridors, hoping to lose him in the maze-like temple interior. It failed. Then, the priest's eyes gleamed. He reached the rear exit, the doorway leading straight into the officers' area where fortress troops were massing, and his spell was almost complete. A triumphant grin split his face. You lose, heathen. He thrust out his hands, sealing the final gesture. Odiel. The surge of urgency within Alex peaked the moment he saw the priest's triumphant grin. The man had stopped right at the doorway, brazenly turned to face him. Then Alex saw it. Through spirit's sight, faith energy, thick, radiant divine energy, flooded toward the priest like a tidal wave. You lose, heathen. Odiel. You think I will let you? Alex roared back, eyes blazing with a cold, manic fury. Delayed spells, quadruple cast, fireball. The fire mana Alex had silently gathered while running twisted sharply around him, compressing into 4 dense fireballs. They launched simultaneously, streaking toward the priest and locking him into a perfect 4-point crossfire. Boom! Before the priest could finish his incantation, before the divine spell could take shape, the explosions detonated, trapping him the dead center of the fiery convergence. The blast tore through the temple, It didn't stop there. Shockwaves hammered the surrounding facilities, even reaching into the officers' area where fortress troops were gathered. Entire buildings collapsed. The divine energy, reinforced temple cracked, and half of it caved in under the force. "Alex! Alex! Answer me! Alex!" Zora shouted over comms, her voice edged with panic. Thankfully, Alex had warned the moments before the detonation. Because of that, the entire expedition group had retreated and huddled behind Zora's hastily erected ice wall, the only thing between them and the blast. The instant the explosion ended, Zora dismissed the spell, allowing Kavakin and Mogul to rush inside the shattered temple. But the first ones they encountered were not Alex. They were the paladins. "Don't waste time with them. Kill them." Yudara's cold voice echoed as she stepped into the ruin behind them. A thick darkness surged around her form, cloaking her like a living shadow, akin to the manifestation of a true dark being. She sprinted toward the weakest paladin, one barely standing after the explosion, his armor cracked due to its divine protections being spent. He raised his mace in desperation to block Yudara's strike. It made no difference. Yudara's blade, overloaded with internal energy to the point her tier 3 short sword seemed ready to snap, sliced through the metal like soft wax. The follow-through severed the paladin's head cleanly. Yudara didn't spare the corpse a glance. She vanished deeper into the collapsed section of the temple, toward where Alex had disappeared under the rubble. Inspired by her brutality, Mogul and Kavakin also unleashed their full strength. Call the Wild. Lycanthropic transformation. Beast Totem. Kavakin exploded into his towering were-tiger form, while Mogul's body swelled under the spectral force of his bear totem. Both warriors roared and charged into the ruins. If the paladins had harbored even a shred of doubt before, if some small part of them assumed the scriptures exaggerated the horrors of the Dark Realm, that doubt died here. Faced with Mogul's towering beast totem form and Kavakin's monstrous were-tiger frame, the paladins were convinced. These invaders were truly the beings of the Dark Realm their doctrine warned them about. Their armor lay shattered, divine protection spent, but they refused to cower in the face of these outer-worldly dark beings. "I offer you my life, my lord," both paladins roared, voices cracking with fanatic zeal as they charged head-on. They didn't guard, nor did they evade. They burned their life force, entering a suicidal frenzy, determined to drag the invaders into death with them. But zeal alone was nothing before raw, overwhelming power. Mogul's iron-hard fist crashed into the first paladin's jaw, snapping his neck sideways and rattling his brain in its skull. Before the man could collapse, Mogul's massive palm, closer to a bare paw now, swept across his body, slamming him into the temple floor. Crunch! The barbarian brought his colossal thigh down in a brutal stomp. The paladin's head burst like an overripe melon beneath the pressure. At the same moment, Kavakin's twin axes met the second paladin's guard. His crude, heavy axe smashed aside the paladin's divine, imbued sword and cleaved into the man's dominant shoulder. Flesh tore and bones cracked, leaving the arm hanging limply. The paladin never even had the chance to scream. Kavakin's second axe hacked into the opposite arm, this time tearing it away in a spray of blood. A savage front kick caved in the man's knees, dropping him onto the rubble. Kavakin could have finished him cleanly with his axe, but the were-tiger's blood boiled. The paladin's stubborn resistance and the cuts inflicted on him by the paladin ignited Kavakin's fury. With a guttural snarl, Kavakin dropped one axe, seized the crippled paladin by the legs, and swung him like a rag doll. Left, right, left, right. Each impact landed on the paladin's head or upper torso, shattering bones with each smash. By the 10th, nothing remained of the upper body that resembled a human being. It was now a hideous mash of flesh and bone. Only then did Kavakin toss the mangled corpse aside, as if discarding refuse. Roar! His enraged bellow shook the fractured walls, reminding everyone present that were tigers, no matter how civilized they acted, were closer to savage apex predators than they were civilized men. Mogul and Kavakin rushed after Yadara, who was already tearing through the collapsed structure. "Master! Master!" Yadara shouted, voice sharp with urgency as she tried to clear the rubble to reach him. A dull, throbbing ache pulsed through Alex's skull as consciousness dragged him back. Urgent voices, Zora's, Eleanor's, Yadara's, echoed faintly through the comms, tugging him awake. He tried to shift, but something heavy pressed against his back. When the haze finally cleared, he realized he'd been buried beneath the collapsed rear section of the temple. He exhaled a strained sigh. He'd known the risk the moment he'd unleashed his spell. He hadn't fired a simple volley of fireballs. He had casted and held 4 successive fireball spells, held them mid-cast, then exploded them all simultaneously. The force produced by the 4 spells, and subsequently the damage they caused, far surpassed anything 4 single fireballs could achieve, which, of course, had been the entire point. He needed raw power, overwhelming and instantaneous, to break through the priest's passive divine shield. His higher-tier spells required too much chant time at his current proficiency, and he couldn't afford even a second of delay. So he chose the dangerous path. Quadruple Fireball, a spell only barely under his control, but it had worked. The blast not only covered the priest, but also crippled the entire temple, the conduit for Jur's faith in this region. With the structure shattered, the consecration anchoring the fortress should have broken as well. Jur's interference would be drastically limited, and the suppressive field constraining Eleanor's healing would fade. Thankfully, I still had enough mana left for Dragon Commute. Alex felt a fleeting rush of relief. He survived only because he'd thrown up a crude overhead barrier at the last instant, shaping energy using the Dragon Commute method, while the happenstance chest plate absorbed the rest. His mana usage, however, had been atrocious. Between the delayed, triple fireball, earlier and the reckless mana dump into the quadruple cast variant, he must have used 5 times the necessary mana, perhaps more. Even with his massive reserves, he nearly emptied himself dry. But fate, or rather Providence, favored him. He had just enough mana remaining to shield himself from the falling rubble. While he'd been unconscious, both his Everspring Rune Tattoo and Omni Rune's passive absorption had slowly siphoned ambient mana into his core, restoring a shallow pool of energy. Boom! A burst of mana flared around him. Alex braced his palms against the cracked stone, gritting his teeth as he forced the debris upward. The pressure on his back eased, and, piece by piece, he pushed himself free and staggered upright. He inhaled sharply against the pain and forcibly said into the comms, "Don't worry about me. Focus on the battle." Eleanor, riding on Fun's back for protection and speed, arrived at the fractured front entrance of the temple. "I'm coming over to you. My healing's working again," she replied. "Save them for the others." "I can handle myself," Alex replied. He pushed the last slab of rubble aside and stepped out into view. Yadara and the others finally saw him, robes torn and dirt smeared, several bleeding cuts along his head, arms, and back, but standing, only bruised by his own catastrophic spell. Yet even in that moment, Alex felt something else, a faint pull from within the half-collapsed temple. A whisper, a tug on his instincts, a calling. Something of import to him laid within the temple. But Alex ignored it entirely. There was no time for mysteries. Instead, he headed straight, while limping a bit, for the priest. Blown clear out the back of the temple, the man lay half-buried under shattered stone. His lower body was crushed, but his torso was somehow still intact. And, infuriatingly, he was still alive. A Navi priest is indeed like a cockroach. His vitality is absurd, Alex thought grimly. He'd read about it. How Navi clergy became harder to kill the more divine energy they accumulated, but experiencing it firsthand was another matter entirely. Any ordinary Pangean warrior of similar rank, even one who'd tempered their body to the peak, would have been vaporized by a delayed, quadruple fireball to the face. But this priest had survived, only to fortunately be crushed by blasted debris. Alex channeled mana into his beta bracer. A gleaming, mana-coated wrist blade snapped out with a metallic click. He approached to finish the job, only to find a priest smiling. Not only didn't he break down at the dread of impeding death, but he was actually grinning. "I curse you to ultimate damnation, your hell spawn," he spat, eyes ablaze with fanatic hatred. Before Alex could pierce his skull, the man shoved his palms together and formed a final hand seal. Pious devotion. His life force ignited. A burst of divine radiance erupted from his broken frame, sweeping across the fortress grounds as threads of light shot out, each one latching onto the surviving fortress troops. Alex's wrist blade plunged down, splitting the priest's skull. But the deed was already done. The miracle had activated. The divine spell completed. Alex stared at the priest's corpse, jaw clenched as the glow spread across the fortress grounds. He exhaled heavily. "Come on, give me a break. Come on, give me a break." For what felt like the 100th time since arriving on Verdantis, Alex wanted to cuss loud enough to shake the plane itself. The only things stopping him were noble etiquette, and the very real possibility that doing so would rattle his already tense party. He took a slow breath and looked grimly ahead. Even without spirit sight, he could picture the fortress troops clearly. Battered morale suddenly rekindled, their spirits raised anew by the lingering radiance of pious devotion. The damned miracle had swept away the fear and dread that should have smothered the fortress after he collapsed half of the temple. Damned priest. You couldn't just die quietly, could you? You had to drag me down with you. Alex glanced once more at the mangled corpse. Rage simmered, but beneath it, a reluctant speck of respect. Beliefs aside, if he were cornered and dying, he would have done the same. Cripple his killer's chances, turn the tide of the battlefield one last time, forcing the enemy to suffer for his death. But now was no time for respect, admiration, or even righteous anger. The fortress troops were regrouping. The element of surprise was gone, and they were about to be pulled into a full-on, open confrontation. Shwa! A warm beam of light fell upon Alex's body, washing away pain and knitting his minor wounds. Eleanor, Alex thought with a frown. At the same time, the hurried footsteps of allies approached from behind. Eudora, Kavikin, Mogul, and Eleanor, still mounted on Fun's back, rounded the collapsed corner of the temple to reach him. "You should have saved that healing spell for the others," Alex said, voice low but unmistakably firm. He understood why she cast it, but that didn't erase the fact she had gone against his order. It was Sister Zora's order. Eleanor answered immediately. She wasn't defensive, merely explaining. She was painfully aware she had technically overridden a command. Even as his wife, or rather, especially as his wife, she knew that disobedience during a military operation set a dangerous precedent. Chain of command mattered. But since Alex had handed command of the main front to Zora, tasked with holding back the fortress troops, Eleanor's adherence to Zora's instruction was, at the very least, procedurally correct. She was part of the main group Alex had placed under Zora's temporary command. In that moment, while Alex had been buried under rubble and his physical state uncertain, Zora's orders were effectively equal to his own, if not more so. Eleanor had followed the chain of command correctly. Alex nodded in understanding. Either way, this wasn't the time to argue about hierarchy or technicalities. The battlefield wouldn't pause for them. Zora had been managing things well, controlling the field with wide-range magic while coordinating the scattered teams, making sure they were neither overwhelmed nor encircled by the superior numbers. Now that the priest was finally dealt with, command naturally reverted back to Alex. He opened his spirit sight and shared Senu's vision. His nightmare eagle had also joined the battle after sensing Alex's earlier pursuit of the clergy. Feeling Alex tap into her senses again, Senu banked away from her skirmish and soared above the battlefield, returning to provide the aerial reconnaissance he needed. The teams are still split, but Zora's kept them from being boxed in, Alex assessed. And the crossbow unit, not bad. They're actually easing pressure from the flanks. His gaze shifted to the fortress forces. They too had divided into strike groups, trying to overwhelm and dismantle each of Alex's teams one by one. "Alex, can you still fight?" Zora asked through comms, calm, but with a subtle undertone of worry. "I'm almost out of mana, so casting is off the table for a while," Alex admitted. He extended his right hand, and the draconic baton flew out of the debris, slapping into his palm. "But I can still fight." A wave of relief washed across the faces of Yadara, Eleanor, Kavikin, and even the stern-faced mogul. Kavikin's lips even curled into a grin when the baton extended into a full meter-long rod which Alex casually rested across his shoulder, inadvertently striking a heroic pose. Closing his eyes, Alex steadied his breath. What little mana he had recovered was immediately converted into solar mana, flowing through his meridians to knit damaged tissue and bolster his physical strength. He prioritized healing over spellcasting for now. His eyes snapped open, bright and electric, brimming with renewed determination. Alex swept his gaze around him. Kavikin, Mogul, Yadara, Eleanor, and Finn were ready at his side. Above, Senu circled, feeding him real-time positional updates. Behind them, Silver crouched low on a rooftop, bow drawn, watching the battlefield like a silver-eyed hawk. To Alex's far left, near the fortress's inner western wall, he spotted Havel's blurred silhouette, patiently waiting for a clean opening to strike the clustered fortress soldiers. Two teams of Fury soldiers were already making their way toward his general position, bolstered by Zora's and Mordor's support spells. Sugud was nowhere to be seen from above. Either he had ducked into a building, or he was hiding away somewhere unseen. He wasn't a combat personnel after all. Finally, scattered across advantageous perches and rooftops were the crossbowmen. Each held a vantage point with clear firing lanes, ready to release bolts the moment Alex gave the word. Alex exhaled once, long and controlled. "Zora, help our troops hold the fortress forces in place. Keep them clustered, but don't let them close ranks into a proper formation." Alex commanded through comms. "Understood," Zora answered. Immediately, the air pulsed with cold. A thick wall of ice erupted across the courtyard, right between the gathering fortress troops and Havel's position. It disrupted movement, blocked lines of sight, and forced the enemy into an awkward spread, exactly as Alex needed. He turned his gaze over his shoulder towards Silver. "Hunters, go hunting. If you see an opening to drop their officers, take it." "Yes, sir," Silver and the crossbowman replied in crisp unison. Havel also grunted a lazy reply. Alex's eyes shifted to Kavikin. "How's your axe?" "My axe is hungry, very hungry," Kavikin replied with a feral grin. "Then let them feed," Alex said, matching his grin with a sharp one of his own. "Ignore their leaders. Cut down the weak ones until your axes have had their fill." "Oh, yes, sir." The weretiger's excitement rumbled through the air as he clashed his twin axes together. His bestial eyes gleamed, predatory, wild, and eager. Alex then faced Mogul. "Mogul, same priority. Call their numbers. But if an officer comes for you," Alex pointed forward, "meet them head-on." "Understood, leader." Mogul bowed with a barbarian solemnity, his hulking form tense with anticipation. Next, Alex turned to Yadara. "I will follow behind you," she said immediately, without hesitation, without waiting for instruction. Alex paused. The order he initially intended to give caught in his throat. He swallowed it and nodded. Then he looked to Eleanor. "I will keep everyone alive and fighting," she promised, her voice firm. "I'll be counting on you." Alex nodded back. He rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, and faced forward. His red eyes darkened several shades, warmer, deeper, and more dangerous. "Let's finish this," he muttered. And then, a cold voice echoed simultaneously through the comms and the hearts of the 22 expedition members. "Kill them all." With Alex's order, the expedition party, seemingly defying all common sense, charged straight at the regrouped fortress troops. Zora was the first to act. Recycling the lingering frost from her earlier ice boulder spell, she wove another chant, this time an offensive one. Icicle shower. The frost that had diffused across the courtyard suddenly recoalesced, forming dozens of razor-sharp ice bolts that rained down upon the assembled troops. Her goal wasn't mass slaughter. More than anything, she aimed to scatter them, preventing the fortress soldiers from forming the disciplined combat formations that would allow their superior numbers to overwhelm the 22 invaders. Zora's role was, after all, battlefield crowd control. The others would handle the killing. As the spell landed, many among the hyped fortress troops attempted to simply tank the icicles, emboldened by the divine warmth of Jur's pious devotion. But reality proved harsher. No ordinary troop could casually withstand a spell crafted by a monster ice mage like Zora. The divine spell restored their earlier injuries and lent them strength, but its defensive boost was minimal. The moment the ice bolts struck, Alex noted the discrepancy. The divine spell is boosting their attacks, not their defenses. They'll get a lot more aggressive when striking. Don't let them catch you head-on. Alex warned through comms. Don't worry, leader. We just need to kill them before they can hit us. Kavikin laughed thunderously as he barreled toward the enemy lines. Yet the first to make contact wasn't the lycanthrope, but Havel. Moving with eerie stillness, the Ronin glided across the battlefield. Not through invisibility or stealth technique, but through sheer lethality. Wherever he passed, his blade would slip from its sheath for the briefest instant. Shing! And by the time it returned, fortress soldiers crumpled wordlessly to the ground. Even though he moved openly after Zora's spell revealed all players on the field, no enemy shouted a warning. There simply weren't any left alive near him to speak. A squad of a dozen fortress troops rushed toward him to reinforce the section he had appeared in. Upon seeing Havel standing alone, they froze, unnerved by the lack of warnings from the men who should have been guarding that sector. But training kicked in and weapons were hastily drawn. Havel clicked his teeth, an expression of mild irritation. He was going to put in a bit more effort this time. Havel loosened his stance, one hand settling lightly on the sword at his waist. His unusual weapon and unorthodox posture sowed confusion among the fortress troops, but bolstered by their numbers and the priest's divine buff, they steeled themselves and charged. Havel inhaled, a small, steady breath. The world slowed. Then he struck. Quick draw, flash, slash. Havel blurred forward. His blade rose in a left to right diagonal arc, cleaving cleanly through the leading soldier, and the two immediately behind him. The four bisected bodies staggered several steps before collapsing around him. Havel remained frozen in the pose of a strike, bowed, half-crouched, katana raised, with 8 halves of men scattered across the ground. Thump! 2 nearby soldiers fell on their rear ends, pale with terror. They had been standing barely outside the reach of his sword light. Havel's blade snapped back into its sheath. Then it flashed again. Quick draw, flash sweep. The horizontal arc bisected 3 more men who still clung to the idea of resisting. This time, instead of resheathing the blade, Havel shifted his grip, raising the sword overhead. Falling sickle, a crescent of blade energy carved outward, slicing through another 4 soldiers as though reaping stalks of grain. He sheathed the sword once more. Around him lay 10 cleanly bisected corpses, and 2 trembling soldiers who sat frozen on the ground, all will to fight drained from their souls. Havel walked past them as if they were already dead. Only when they felt a flicker of relief did their vision suddenly tilt. They watched their own headless bodies slump forward. Ah, so he killed us after all. That was their final thought before darkness claimed them. Wherever Havel moved, his path was marked by bodies cut so smoothly and cleanly that the scene bordered on unervingly beautiful, elegant swordsmanship painted in gore. Kavikin, however, was the complete opposite. Unleashed by Alex, the War-Tiger hurled himself into the fortress soldiers with wild, brutal abandon. His predatory aura exploded outward. Twin axes spun and hacked without pause, carving a path of carnage. There was no elegance in his style, only raw, feral savagery in overwhelming physical might. Every swing was meant to kill. Every step was a hunt. His sole aim, to slaughter as many enemies as possible. Surrounding the brute did nothing but make his work easier. The sheer force behind Kavakin's swings was so tremendous that he not only cleaved through his immediate target in a strike or two, but the shock of each blow shoved back anyone attempting to flank him from the sides, or even from behind. Messy as his style was, Kavakin was even more effective at culling the rabble among the fortress soldiers than Havel. "Come on, my axes are hungry," he bellowed. His axes, and his whole body, were drenched in blood. The scent only further inflamed his predatory instincts. His mind was a single roaring blaze of kill. Well, there was one small, rational ember repeating Alex's command. Ignore the officers. Cut down the weak first. Whenever an officer stepped toward him, even a mere bronze rank, Kavakin veered away without hesitation. Ranked warriors were easy to spot on Verdantis thanks to their glowing aura. Dodging them was trivial. As much as he craved stronger prey, the intoxicating freedom of slaughtering the masses far outweighed that desire. His right axe crashed down on an elite soldier. The man raised a wooden shield, but the axe tore straight through, only stopping when it met the iron of his helmet. Relief had just flickered across the man's face when Kavakin's left axe followed immediately after, splitting the shield and the soldier's head clean in two. Whirlwind. A group of soldiers attempted to exploit the moment his axes were trapped in the ruined shield. But that was a bad idea. Kavakin ripped his axes free with brute strength, then spun in a savage circle. Steel and fur blurred. Another handful of soldiers split apart before they could even scream. The resulting gale scattered those still standing, buying him space to breathe. Kavakin scanned the battlefield and leapt. Smash! He crashed into the densest cluster of soldiers like a falling boulder. Kavakin did not waste the opening. He pounced on the sprawled men, hacking them apart one after another. "Leader, you really gave me the perfect role," he thought, grinning wildly as he buried a blade in another soldier. If this were a game, his favorability meter toward Alex would have shot up by 1,000 points. He wasn't the only one thrilled. Mogul, too, found bliss in the chaos. Every officer who tried to intercept Kavakin and stop the carnage was intercepted first by Mogul. The barbarian erupted into battle like a force of nature, turning the officer's attempts into opportunities for him to unleash his own brand of brutal fury. Unlike lycanthropes like Kavakin, who love battle for the sheer thrill, glory, and bloodshed, Dravo tribe barbarians like Mogul fought for a different reason entirely. They sought challenge and fought to test themselves against the strong. Compared to Kavakin, Mogul was far more suited to being a champion duelist, the kind responsible for killing, or at least holding back, the enemy's top combatants. With his fists clenched and totemic energy roaring, Mogul charged into battle, taking the flank opposite Kavakin. Where Kavakin excelled at mowing through large groups of weaklings with wild, predatory abandon, Mogul's fists only felled one foe at a time. But when he hit that one, his target stayed down. Following Alex's orders, Mogul didn't waste a moment on common rabble. He sprinted past them, heading straight for the bronze-ranked officers rushing toward Kavakin to halt the were-tiger's slaughter. Because Kavakin had been exclusively fighting ordinary and elite soldiers, barely class 0, the fortress officers drastically underestimated him. They judged him only slightly stronger than a bronze rank, but likely not at the level of a silver. Even so, none of the silver-ranked officers wanted to take the risk. Who knew what strange abilities these heathens carried? Why be the one to find out? They thought. Not eager to join the priest and paladins in Jur's holy kingdom just yet, they pushed the responsibility onto the bronze ranks. A squad of 6 bronze-ranked, mid-level officers charged toward the War-Tiger. Kavakin saw them coming and immediately swerved away to continue his massacre elsewhere. Mogul, however, sprinted straight at them. Boom! A shockwave ruptured through the battlefield as Mogul fired a powerful air punch, blasting a path through the mass of soldiers between him and the incoming bronze ranks. "You've got a death wish, heretic!" The strongest among them, a 3-star bronze rank, shouted as he swung his sword in a wide arc to intercept Mogul. Oomph. Mogul snorted and threw another punch. Iron body. Bull power. Right before fist met steel, a cascade of buff spells landed on Mogul. The punch Mogul had meant merely to divert the bronze officer's blade shattered the sword entirely. Metal fragments sprayed outward, bouncing harmlessly off the barbarian's buffed, rock-hard muscles. Ah! The bronze officer wasn't so fortunate. A shard pierced his eye, sending him into a shrieking panic. Oomph! Mogul snorted again, but this time in displeasure. Still, he wouldn't waste such a generous opening. Bam! His empowered punch smashed into the officer's head, decapitating him. The head shot through the air like a fired cannonball, slamming into another bronze officer who had been rushing forward to assist. Mogul raised his trunk like legs, thicker than most people's heads, and fired them forward like a catapult, launching another bronze officer straight into his colleagues. Whether either man lived was anyone's guess, but the opening gave the last 2 bronze officers enough time to reach Mogul from behind. A mace and a sword crashed down on his broad, bear-like back. Bam! Unfortunately for them, the hulking barbarian hardly even twitched. Between his monstrous natural defense and the layered protection of iron body, the blows amounted to little more than an itchy nuisance. In fact, they only made him more disappointed and angry. Mogul spun with a speed utterly unbecoming for his enormous frame, seizing both bronze ranks by the head. Before either could gasp, he smashed their skulls together. Crack! Reducing them to nothing but a trembling, dripping pulp. Too weak, he groaned in genuine frustration. His eyes slid across the battlefield and landed on Mordor, who was darting to and fro, layering buffs on the expedition members and hexes on the fortress elites. Mogul's disapproving glare was impossible to miss. Mordor felt it immediately and turned to meet his eyes. Seeing Mogul's expression, he quickly understood. The barbarian believed his duel had been interfered with, making the weak even weaker. Mordor frantically pointed at his ear, signaling that Alex had ordered it. Right on cue, Alex's voice rang in Mogul's ear. Don't waste time with the weak ones. The faster you clean them up, the sooner the strong will stop hiding and face you in a sacred duel. Mogul's eyes lit up. All right, leader. His voice rumbled with barely restrained excitement. Another batch of fortress officers rushed toward Kavakin. Mogul shifted his stance and sprinted toward them, eager for a better challenge. On another side of the battlefield, the Fury soldiers clashed with the fortress troops. The Fury soldiers weren't monstrous powerhouses like Alex's direct followers. But what they lacked in raw force, they more than compensated for with hardened battlefield experience and flawless teamwork. Even without Alex's or Zora's micromanagement, the soldiers used the fortress's own layout, its sprawling size, its buildings, its tight alleyways, to prevent the enemy from ever capitalizing on their superior numbers. Zora's timely, controlled wide-range spells worked in their favor as well. By deforming the terrain with ice, she stripped away the home field advantage of the fortress troops. Their familiarity became irrelevant, and the Fury soldiers' tactical superiority shone through. The 2 elite teams of 4 moved fluidly, attacking, retreating, rotating positions, with a cohesion that would impress even low-tier special forces units from Alex's past life's military. And this was with nothing but cold weapons. Combined with Alex's real-time direction via Senu's aerial view, the Fury troops darted through the battlefield, striking and disengaging before they could ever be surrounded. To the fortress commanders, it was infuriating. To the Fury soldiers, it was simply another day at work. After all, honor and chivalry on the battlefield was nothing but a useless joke to Fury soldiers and knights. Alex, for his part, darted across the battlefield, sowing chaos wherever he appeared. Every movement disrupted the fortress troops' attempts to form a proper encirclement around his expedition party. The draconic baton in his hand proved to be the perfect weapon. Depending on how he channeled mana through it, the baton shifted seamlessly between slashing, piercing, and blunt force attacks. Whatever he needed whenever he needed it. Ironically, his exhausted mana reserves turned into an advantage. Because he hadn't trained extensively with the baton before this battle, using it at full mana capacity would have cost him tremendous mental and spiritual strain. But with his mana mostly drained, the burden of directing it was far lighter. His precision naturally increased. As his mana recovered in small increments, so too did his fine control. Stroke by stroke, strike by strike, his proficiency rose, his mastery catching up to his recovery. Soon, even with his full, monstrous mana pool, colossal compared to others of his rank, Alex would wield the draconic baton flawlessly. He had just intercepted and dismantled a squad aiming to ambush a Fury Knight team when he sensed movement from the left flank through Senu's shared aerial vision. Another unit of fortress troops spilled out from a nearby building, perfectly positioned to ambush Mogul and Kavakin. Ordinarily, Alex would have ignored them. After all, the two hulks could more than handle themselves. But this unit wasn't ordinary. Mixed among the 10 elite soldiers were 2 3-star bronze officers and 1 2-star silver officer. Given the right moment, they could land a devastating blow on his 2 hulking followers, even with his warning. He moved instantly. Abyssal Conqueror's steps, wraiths crossing, lightning cracked around him. The world blurred. In a single flash, Alex appeared in front of the incoming unit, blocking their path. "Tise, sorcerer," the silver-ranked officer muttered, his expression tightening. Then his eyes sharpened. "So, you dare appear before us while your energy is so greatly drained?" He could see it. Alex's mana was largely burned out. "Pathetic," the man sneered. "If you surrender now and swear fealty to Lord Jur, perhaps your heresy will be forgiven. You may even keep your pitiful life a little longer." Alex didn't bother responding. His red eyes simply swept over the unit, their spacing, their stance, their likely reaction pattern, calculating and setting up the kill. The silver-ranked officer's face darkened. "So be it." He raised his weapon. "Kill him first. Then, we go after the rest of the heretics." As soon as the order dropped, the unit charged straight at Alex. However, unbeknownst to them, Alex had not come alone. A ripple of shadow stirred behind him, so subtle that not even the ranked officers noticed it. Yudara stepped out from Alex's shadow, silent and unseen, taking her place as a shadow guard. To the lower-ranked and unranked soldiers, her existence might as well have been a hallucination. The fortress officers, for their part, were shrewd. They let the ordinary soldiers rush ahead to encircle Alex, while they themselves slipped behind the formation, waiting for the perfect opening to strike down the drained sorcerer. But Alex, naturally, would not give them time to enact their plan. He moved first. Abyssal Conqueror's steps, ghost step. His body flickered, this time not as a burst of speed, but as a distortion through their blind spots. One moment he stood in front of them. The next, he glided past the leading soldier like a shadow, slipping through cracks. His mana-coated baton thrust cleanly into the heart of the soldier behind the first man. Without pause, Alex shifted his mana from the concentrated tip to a thin layer along the full length of the baton. The weapon spun. A single circular sweep decapitated 2 soldiers at once, including the one he had just slipped past. Their heads flew before their bodies even registered they were dead. Something trembled behind him, an axe swing. Ghost step. Alex vanished from the attacker's line of sight, reappearing at their flank just outside peripheral sight. Mana thickened across the baton. Bam! He smashed the soldier's weapon apart, sending shards scattering. Alex raised the baton to crush the man's skull, but then, WHSSSH, an arrow screamed toward his neck. Ghost step. Alex blurred. He didn't evade the soldier's line of sight. Instead, he evaded the arrow's path, letting it pass harmlessly through his fading afterimage. Then, without looking, he snatched the arrow out of the air. Then, with one fluid pivot on his toes, he redirected the arrow straight into the disarmed soldier's eye, driving it deep into his skull. Ghost step. He vanished again, slipping out of the collapsing encirclement and into a new angle of attack. The soldiers, especially the bronze-ranked archer who had fired, stood frozen. The silver-ranked unit leader, who moments earlier had been daydreaming of the glory that would come from killing an exhausted sorcerer, felt a cold shiver crawl down his spine. Shadow dash. A short sword burst from the darkness, stabbing toward him. He jolted in alarm, scrambling to intercept the strike with his long sword, barely succeeding. But the moment steel met steel, his eyes widened. Crack! There wasn't even much power behind the blow, yet his longsword fractured under Yadara's strike. Before he could understand what had happened, Yadara withdrew her blade and spun, her heel smashing into his midsection. The silver-ranked officer flew backward, colliding into the bronze-ranked archer standing behind him. The last bronze-ranked officer stared in disbelief. How could a young woman conjure the force to send a fully armored silver rank flying? That single second of hesitation sealed his fate. Yadara did not stop moving. Backstab. She vanished, reappearing behind the distracted bronze rank and driving her short sword clean through his heart. She withdrew her blade and disappeared again, only to appear before the silver and the last bronze-ranked officer just as they scrambled to their feet. A cold premonition of death seized the silver rank. Instinct took over. He hurled himself sideways to escape the thrust he felt coming. Yadara's strike missed him, but still plunged deep into the abdomen of the bronze-ranked archer behind him, piercing through armor and flesh in one smooth motion. The silver rank had earned himself no more than a heartbeat, and then that heartbeat ran out. Seemingly tired of playing with him, Yadara ripped her blade free and pivoted sharply. Rather than channeling her internal energy for movement, she poured it into her sword. A crescent of blade light flew from her strike, and the silver-ranked officer's head flew with it. Meanwhile, Alex was already finishing his own foes. A sudden surge of energy poured into his body from his chest plate, the plate of happenstance. He guided that energy into his left fist. Dragon Commute blast. Boom! A blast of condensed fist light erupted outward, punching through 3 enemies in a line. Again, energy streamed back into his body from the armor. Alex channeled it into his legs. Abyssal Conqueror steps. Ghost step. He flickered across the battlefield in several instant bursts, eliminating the remaining soldiers in a fluid sequence of blows. Moments later, only 2 figures remained standing in the clearing, Alex and Yadara. Alex lowered his gaze to his chest plate and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. The hidden ability of the plate of happenstance was indeed absurd, especially for him. Mana recycling. According to Jared, the crafter of the plate of happenstance designed a magic armor set to help a mage fight like a warrior, or something along those lines. At first, Alex had thought it was a bold, perhaps impossible, ambition. A defensive armor, no matter how sturdy, didn't justify such a bold claim. But now, after witnessing the chest plate's hidden ability, Alex finally understood what the crafter had intended. When a mage casts a spell, not all mana, whether drawn from the mage's mana heart or gathered from the environment, goes into powering the spell. A significant portion is wasted as runoff, excess heat, sound, light, shock waves, and so on. This loss is part of what scholars describe as a mage's casting efficiency. No matter how skilled a mage is, at least below the legendary realm, some portion of wasted energy is inevitable. The plate of happenstance recovers that wasted mana, converting it into either an energy shield for defense or a physical enhancement, temporarily boosting the wearer's physical attributes. In theory, with enough absorbed waste mana, the plate could elevate a mage's physical abilities to that of a warrior of equal rank. Part of the reason Alex had survived the temple's collapse was precisely because of this. The chest plate had taken a massive runoff of mana from his extremely inefficient delayed quadruple fireball spell and projected a protective barrier atop his dragon Commute shield, keeping him alive beneath the falling rubble. This time, however, the chest plate had returned the collected mana directly into his body, converting it into a form akin to internal energy. While this energy could not circulate back into his mana heart to cast more spells, it could fuel dragon commute techniques. And dragon commute, depending on the technique, was similarly inefficient, releasing even more waste energy. Energy that the plate would reabsorb and cycle back into his body as power. A continuous loop. For Alex, who walked both the path of mage and warrior, the plate was nothing short of a perfect bridge between the two ascension routes. He exhaled sharply, pulling his thoughts away from the chest plate. There was still a battle raging. Through Senu's shared aerial vision, Alex saw the shift immediately. The enemy had begun concentrating their assault on Fun and Eleanor. No doubt the fortress commanders had finally realized just how crucial the healer was to the survival of the expedition party. Baron Leland Helton wore a grim expression as he surveyed the chaos below from the command tower of the fortress castle. Unconsciously, his aura seeped out, weighing heavily on everyone within the chamber. 3-star gold rank. Technically, this placed him at the late stage of the elite realm by Verdanta standards, though by Pangean combat quality, that made him closer to a mid-stage elite. The 3 gold-ranked fortress subcommanders standing behind him fared no better. Their faces were tight with concern and disbelief. "Damn these invaders!" One of the subcommanders, Franklin, snarled as he slammed a fist against the window frame. Who invades a fortress and then resorts to guerrilla warfare inside it? A smart commander, another gold rank, Arvigil, replied flatly. Why clash head-on with superior numbers when your smaller force can stay mobile and grind them down? Franklin turned, eyes blazing. Whose side are you on, Arvigil? Arvigil responded only with a cold sidelong glance before returning his attention to the battlefield. The look made Franklin grit his teeth. Settle down, Franklin. The 3rd subcommander, Rodden, said calmly. You know Arvigil. He is merely stating the obvious. I could tolerate his tactlessness any other time, Franklin spat. But does he have to speak like that when our men are dying below, Rodden? There's no point getting angry with him, Rodden replied. You might as well shout at a wall. Save your rage for the invaders. Tisk. Franklin clicked his tongue, but he said nothing more. Rodden was right, after all. Arvigil narrowed his eyes. The human sorcerer is likely their leader. Their movements pivot around him. It's almost as if he is issuing orders across the battlefield. He watched Alex reposition himself to intercept the unit led by the silver-ranked captain attempting to ambush Kavakin and Mogul. His movements appear chaotic, Arvigil continued, but in truth, he relocates to cover those who cannot reposition or receive his instructions quickly enough. Then he is the main target we need to neutralize? Baron Leland asked quietly. No, not quite, Arvigil muttered. His gaze sharpened as he continued to muse aloud. While the leader is important, their formation suggests that any one of them could keep the momentum going even if he falls. Every individual in that party fights like a powerhouse. Even their uniformed soldiers display enough coordination to continue functioning independently. He exhaled through his nose. No, he doesn't need to be the priority target. Arvigil's attention suddenly shifted, this time towards a different figure. A veiled woman riding atop a fire-spitting black wolf. Even beneath the veil and loose garments, her graceful posture, poise, and bountiful silhouette were unmistakable. Simply by sitting astride the beast, she radiated elegance and quiet authority, like a noble princess traversing the realm of commoners. And when she cast healing and buffing spells one after another, her presence altered, gaining an almost divine quality. She became something akin to a heaven-blessed maiden walking among mortals. Arvigil's eyes then slid across the battlefield to another woman draped in a flowing blue gown. Frost bowed to her as if it recognized a sovereign. Hardened ice walls rose at her command. Bolts of permafrost shot from her hands. The air beneath her froze into a glacial path, allowing her to glide across, untouched by the filth of the battlefield. If the first woman resembled a noble princess of celestial favor, then this one exuded the cold majesty of an empress, one who ruled both mortals and frost alike. The sorcerer is not the most important target, Arvigil concluded. The ice sorceress and the false priestess are. Guerrilla tactics or not, this is our fortress. We hold the overwhelming numbers. They should have fallen already. But the ice sorceress continues to warp the terrain to their advantage and shield their meager forces from harm. Meanwhile, the false priestess sustains them, empowering their bodies and recovering their wounds. He turned toward Baron Leland. You may consider them a tactical siege weapon and a priest respectively, my liege. Hence, they must be eliminated first, Baron Leland asked, finally understanding. Exactly, Arvigil confirmed with a sharp nod. However, I would advise that we target the priestess first. Not only does the sorceress appear far more troublesome to neutralize, giving the enemy time to recognize our intentions, but removing the priestess now will allow us to wear down her companions. Without her healing and rejuvenation, they will naturally begin to crumble. I see, Baron Leland murmured, nodding slowly. He turned back toward the chaotic battlefield below. Still, someone must keep the sorcerer and the ice sorceress in check. He looked to his sub-commander. Arvigil, I leave the sorceress to you. By your command, my liege, Arvigil replied with a crisp bow. Franklin, Rodden. Baron Leland's voice hardened as he addressed the other two gold-ranked sub-commanders. While I restrain the sorcerer and his brutes, the two of you will eliminate their priestess. His eyes gleamed with cold fury. An eye for an eye. They slew our priest. Then we shall slay theirs. It shall be done, Rodden and Franklin declared in unison. Their confidence was unshaken. They had watched the invaders long enough to form a reliable estimation of their abilities. None of them seemed to exceed gold rank strength, and with the priest's earlier pious devotion still bolstering their bodies, both sub-commanders believed they could defeat any of these heretics, even more so if they targeted someone weaker in combat like a healer. And they would not be moving alone. At last, the entire fortress seemed to awaken. With its commander and sub-commanders finally entering the fray, the fortress troops rapidly reorganized into tighter, more disciplined formations. Silver and bronze ranks rallied, forming proper lines behind the gold ranks. What had moments ago been scattered chaos now reformed into a cohesive military force prepared to overwhelm the intruders. After eliminating the ambush unit that had attempted to flank Kavikin and Mogul through a secret route in the fortress building, Alex did not feel relief. If anything, the tension coiled even tighter in his chest. The fortress troops had abruptly become more coordinated. Their movements were no longer scattered in random hunts. Their forces were consolidating, abandoning their earlier attempt to sweep the fortress in a single pass. Now, they were converging on one target, Eleanor. Alex's eyes sharpened, and he moved to reinforce her. But before he could take a single step, a massive presence thundered toward him. Alex spotted the sudden shift in the fortress troops' movement, both through the flow of mana highlighted by his spirit sight and the aerial vision Senu fed into his mind. But contrary to what the fortress commander and sub-commanders expected, Alex smiled. The fortress's gold-ranked commanders are entering the battlefield. Move as planned, Alex ordered through comms, his tone calm and unhurried. With the gold ranks finally revealing themselves, the expedition party no longer needed to hide their strength or move with such careful restraint. Across the fortress grounds, the rampaging expedition force had whittled down a standing 300-man defense unit into barely 100 survivors. Their desperate situation had forced the fortress's 4 strongest warriors to finally take the field openly, both to restore morale and to crush the invaders. But this was exactly what Alex had been waiting for. Why the expedition held back their true strength until now. Yes, the earlier opponents had been weak and required little effort to dispatch. But that was only part of the reason. The real reason? They had been on guard, waiting for the inevitable ambush from the fortress's gold-ranked officers. Those officers were the only individuals who posed any meaningful threat to Alex's core followers. Now that the gold ranks had revealed themselves, fully exposed to Senu's aerial vision, there was no longer any need for such caution. Baron Leland descended from the command tower, armor gleaming with golden radiance. Without hesitation, he made a direct line for Alex, 5 silver-ranked officers at his heels. His chosen path cut straight through the section of battlefield dominated by Kavikin and Mogul. He intended to kill one, or both, before reaching Alex. Silvery golden energy surged into the Baron's weapon as he closed in, the aura crackling with lethal intent. Kavikin sensed the hostile surge instantly and turned around with intent to counter. With the earlier power embargo lifted, he could finally unleash everything without holding back. Against a worthy opponent, no less. Call of the... He is mine. However, before Kavikin could fully release his power, another hulking figure thundered past him. Mogul. Unlike Kavikin, Mogul had been less entangled and had sensed Baron Leland the moment he moved. The barbarian launched himself into the path of the incoming gold-ranked threat without hesitation. The instant the Baron committed to his attack, Mogul pounced. Beast Totem! Mogul's body swelled with violent power as he unleashed everything. His aura shot upward, late intermediate rank surging to the very cusp of elite. A half-step elite, equivalent to a 2-star gold rank by Verdantis standards. Bam! Baron Leland's fist collided with Mogul's, and a resulting shockwave blasted both men backward. Mogul glanced down at his knuckles. A thin red line appeared, then blood welled up. The barbarian, whose fists were his strongest weapons, was bleeding. Baron Leland's strike had broken through the monstrously trained flesh of a Dravo pugilist. Such a thing had never happened to Mogul, not since he had attained mastery in his tribe's brutal fist arts. But instead of fear or hesitation, Mogul smiled. Finally, a worthy opponent, he bellowed before charging again. Baron Leland's expression tightened. Not only had his most powerful blow failed to kill this brute, but the enemy was holding him down. He turned to order the silver ranks to assist, only to discover they were already locked in combat. Held down by Kavikin. Call of the Wild. Like Mogul, Kavikin unleashed the full extent of his power, his aura rising explosively, just shy of elite rank, but unmistakably radiating gold-ranked combat strength. With every swing of his axes, shockwaves burst outward, forcing ordinary soldiers back and preventing them from helping their silver-rank commanders. Against his bestial, unrestrained ferocity, the silver ranks could only grit their teeth and endure. Seeing this, Baron Leland realized grimly. Unless he defeated Mogul quickly and helped his officers crush Kavikin, reaching the sorcerer would be impossible. He could only hope his other sub-commanders were faring better. Arvigil, meanwhile, refused to take even the slightest risk when facing Zora. He gathered all remaining fortress archers and formed a mobile strike unit assigned solely to harass the Ice Mage. He had no intention of killing her outright. Not yet. His plan was far more methodical. He would force her to waste mana until she was drained dry and vulnerable. Whenever Zora reached the crucial peak of casting a spell meant to support an expedition member, one of Arvigil's archers would appear from cover and loose an arrow straight at her. Each time, she was forced to choose, abandon the spell or tank the hit. Most times, she chose the latter, letting the arrows crash against hastily formed ice or her mana shield, losing large chunks of energy with every choice. Arvigil smirked inwardly, certain it was only a matter of time before she broke. Yet something about her behavior troubled him. Even while losing mana at an alarming rate, Zora stubbornly pushed on, continuing to cast, continuing to intervene, and every so often, she succeeded, unleashing a spell before an archer could interrupt her. A strange, nagging sensation tugged at Arvigil's instincts. Why does she fight like someone who doesn't fear exhaustion? Arvigil's frown deepened. Things were not progressing according to his expectations. He had assumed the Ice Mage would eventually abandon supporting her allies and instead turn her attention on the archers harassing her. That was the logical decision. Yet Zora never once did that. In fact, she never directly attacked any fortress soldier at all, only wide-range crowd control spells that indirectly hindered the troops. Did she take a vow of pacifism? Arvigil wondered with a scowl. Little did he know Zora's restraint was anything but pacifism. She had simply calculated that it was the most efficient course of action. Spending mana on archers who constantly relocated before she could retaliate was wasteful. Better to funnel all her mana into protecting and empowering her comrades, where every spell made a tangible difference. Besides, every time an archer fired at her, they revealed their general location, and the hunter assigned to eliminate them, along with their gold-rank commander, had finally arrived. Click, click, click. Arvigil blinked. The number of arrows firing at Zora was decreasing. He glanced toward one of the hidden archer spots and froze. A body lay slumped, head cleanly severed. Even in death, the archer's expression was one of confusion, unable to comprehend how or when he died. Click. Another head flew. Another corpse slumped. Click. And another. Finally, Arvigil caught a glimpse of the culprit. A man moved languidly across the battlefield, utterly unfazed by the chaos around him, a long blade sheathed at his waist. He walked with the slow, deliberate confidence of one who believed the battlefield itself belonged to him. Havel Lundemus. When Arvigil's gaze locked on him, the Ronin paused and slowly turned his head. Lightning seemed to crackle in the air as the two met eyes from across the courtyard. Then Havel shifted his stance, one hand resting casually on the hilt of his sheathed katana. He raised two fingers and beckoned. A silent command. A duel. A challenge Arvigil knew he was obligated to accept if he intended to suppress the ice sorceress any further. He could only hope his fellow sub-commanders were having better luck, particularly the two he had entrusted with assassinating the enemy's priestess. But that hope died a swift death. For there, in the distance, Franklin and Rodden knelt in defeat before the wolf-mounted priestess, multiple crossbow bolts protruding from their bodies. Princess, heads up. Hostiles incoming. Alex announced cheerfully over comms. And why exactly are you happy about that? Shouldn't you be concerned for my safety? Eleanor replied dryly. You'll keep her safe, right, Fun? Alex asked through their bond. Bark. Of course. Well, Finn said he'll protect you. I trust him. Alex said. Besides, you're not a damsel in distress, are you? I'd gladly rush over, if you admit you are. Eleanor rolled her eyes beneath her veil. Don't worry. I already have a big, strong knight right here who'll defend me, she murmured, rubbing Fawn's head affectionately. The fortress troops, who earlier had nearly evacuated their bowels at the Hellhound's mere presence, stared in shock. The same monstrous beast that made men faint with terror was now wagging its tail like a pampered house dog because its mistress gave it head pats. Their fear of Finn did not diminish. Instead, their fear of Eleanor skyrocketed. After all, anyone who could tame such a dread creature was clearly a monster themselves. Jokes aside, Eleanor found herself surprisingly calm on the battlefield. She understood why Alex joked with her. He didn't want her nerves shaken before the clash. But he needn't have worried. Like the not-so-creative pet name he gave her, she was an imperial princess of House Ledevicus. She would disgrace herself if she trembled before a group of opponents of equal rank, warriors or not, especially with all the protective measures Alex had placed around her. Fun, should we try that? Eleanor suddenly asked, eyes glinting as she saw the hostile force approaching. Bark. Yes. Mana began gathering in Fun's maw as he prepared to unleash a breath attack. As the energy peaked, Eleanor placed her palm against his back, infusing her solar mana into the flow. Fire and light mana surged, flocking eagerly toward Fun's mouth. And just as sub-commanders Franklin and Rodden arrived with their men, Fun fired. Sunfire Flame Blast. Initially, when the two sub-commanders saw the wolf preparing an attack from afar, and having already deduced Finn was still at the intermediate, silver, rank, neither Rodden nor Franklin took him seriously. But when Finn fired his attack, both men's eyes widened in horror. A massive cannon-like blast of sunfire, far beyond anything they expected, roared toward them. We can't defend that, they realized instantly. Instinct overrode pride. Both men leapt aside, barely escaping the blazing torrent by a hair's breadth. Their accompanying unit of 20 men, however, including 5 silver and 7 bronze ranked officers, were not so fortunate. The sunfire blast annihilated everything in its path. Soldiers, armor, buildings, stone roads, all melted into glowing slag. Rodden and Franklin stared at Fun and Eleanor, their faces pale with shock and fear. Just as they braced for Fun to unleash another devastating attack, they noticed something. Fun looked weak. He wobbled unsteadily, struggling even to keep Eleanor seated on his back. Eleanor's eyes widened in confusion. She quickly checked on him, already gathering mana to cast a rejuvenation spell. Of course, he fired beyond his limit. He must be weakened. Charge before he recovers, the 2 sub-commanders realized simultaneously. They dashed toward Eleanor and Fun at full speed. Rodden unleashed a sharp sword energy attack, forcing Eleanor to abandon her spell and instead raise a radiant protective barrier before the strike landed. At the same time, Franklin completely abandoned his defense. He poured every drop of his energy into his sword, determined to kill Fun in a single, decisive blow. He leapt high, blade raised overhead, ready to cleave down upon the dire wolf-sized beast. But just as he descended, he caught the expression on Fun's face. A cunning smirk. The weakness vanished like an illusion. A chill shot down Franklin's spine. Then he saw dark silhouettes rising atop the buildings behind Fun and Eleanor, each holding a strange contraption pointed directly at him. The shadows fired. Bang, bang, bang. Bolt after bolt slammed into Franklin, and even Rodden behind him, blasting both men backward violently. They took the hits full on. Rodden had just released an attack and had no stance to defend. Franklin, having deliberately forsaken all defense for his killing strike, was in an even more vulnerable state. Still, the 2 men survived, thanks only to their armor. However, they were far from fine. Rodden was half kneeling beside Franklin, who had been blasted backward into him after taking the brunt of the shots. Rodden had 2 bolts lodged deep in his torso, while Franklin had 3 embedded in his chest and abdomen. Rodden instinctively reached for the bolts embedded in his own flesh, but the moment he tugged, he realized the nefarious projectiles were twisted inward. Pulling them out carelessly would only make the bleeding worse, perhaps fatally so. Worse still, Franklin's condition was spiraling rapidly. He had been struck at the exact moment he was gathering his energy to its peak. That power now rampaged uncontrollably inside his body, tearing apart his meridians and organs on top of the trauma from the bolts. He needed treatment immediately from a priest or, at the very least, a trained doctor. But how could a predatory beast like Fun possibly allow that? The cunning wolf took the brief moment of their incapacitation to gather another surge of fire mana in his maw. Flame blast. Fun unleashed another jet of roaring flames. Rodden could only watch helplessly as the inferno engulfed both himself and Franklin. Arg! Their screams echoed across the battlefield as they burned alive. The reason Fun chose to operate in his fire-type Black Wolf form, rather than his preferred White Frost form, was directly tied to Eleanor's affinity. One rare, highly sought-after ability of exceptionally talented healers like Eleanor was their capability to enhance energy-type abilities and spells simply by introducing their mana into the attack. However, this amplification only worked on spells or abilities that shared the same elemental nature as the healer. Most healers never possessed this trait. They didn't need to, but for someone like Eleanor, it made for a powerful trump card. Since she would remain mounted on Fun throughout the siege, Alex instructed Fun beforehand to assume his black firewolf form, matching one half of Eleanor's solar, firelight, elemental nature, allowing them to take advantage of these enhancements as needed. One of the reasons the fortress troops mistook Fun for a hellhound was precisely because of the blistering heat of his flames, the result of Eleanor's subtle amplification. But even that paled compared to the devastating sunfire blast he had unleashed earlier against Rodden and Franklin. "Finish them off," Eleanor ordered calmly. The Fury crossbowman took aim and fired, ending the two men's misery with clean shots. 2 gold ranks eliminated, Eleanor reported over comms. She patted funds back lightly, and together they moved swiftly toward another section of the battlefield, seeking comrades in need of healing. 2 gold ranks eliminated. Eleanor's report chimed over comms. Mogul and Kavakin both stiffened, their expressions twisting in an almost comical mixture of pride and indignation. They were the combat specialists, the frontline warriors, and yet a healer had just killed 2 gold ranks when they were struggling with just 1. How were they supposed to hold their heads up after that? Naturally, they responded the only way they knew how. They stepped up their attacks with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, Havel could not have cared less. As usual, the noble race Ronin moved at his own slow, deliberate pace, untouched by the chaos around him. After receiving Havel's challenge, Arvigil had no choice but to respond. He stepped into the open with his metal spear in hand and motioned for Havel to follow him somewhere more suitable for a duel. Havel observed him lazily. The man was obviously scheming something, but Havel still followed. It was much more efficient to crush his scheme head on than try to skirt around it. Arvigil led him to a plaza situated between the facilities and the officers' quarters, a fair distance from Zora's zone of influence. The intent was obviously to separate the ice sorceress from the one guarding her. "Do we really need to fight?" Arvigil asked mildly. "How about we just wait here and let everything pass?" It was unclear whether he meant it or was simply buying time for his hidden archers to finish off Zora. But Havel merely shook his head. Watching a worm squirm about in its illusion of intellect is only interesting up to a point, Havel said flatly. "What?" Arvigil frowned. "It was just a suggestion. There's no need for insults." "Insult?" Havel lifted a brow. Since when has the truth become an insult? Arvigil's frown deepened. Havel clicked his tongue softly, disappointed. "You still don't get it, I see," he muttered. "Well, it doesn't matter. At least your brains allowed me to avoid a hassle." He yawned, genuinely. "Let's get this over with." Even though his tone sounded languid and bored, Arvigil felt a chill crawl up his spine. Beneath that lazy delivery was murderous intent sharp enough to cut bone. He tightened his grip on his spear and advanced. But while Arvigil schemed, Havel had already finished preparing his killing move. While being led to the plaza, he had silently concentrated mana into his katana. The moment he spoke those final words, he unleashed everything. Arvigil lunged forward. Havel didn't even blink. Time slowed. The world dimmed. Then, quick draw, phantom razor, datjutsu, gine no yoida. Arvigil froze mid-dash. Behind Havel, an apparition manifested, a towering death phantom wielding a scythe. A phantom of death, Shinigami. In Arvigil's eyes, Havel didn't move at all. Instead, the apparition behind him, the death phantom, was the one that swung its scythe. Click! A single crisp sound echoed through the plaza as Havel pulled and reheated his sword. The soft metallic click reverberated unnaturally far, as if the air itself carried the note. Horror flickered across Arvigil's face. A heartbeat later, blood sprayed from his torso, and his body split cleanly into 4 pieces. From the perspective of any onlooker, Havel had remained perfectly still. Even stranger, the spray of blood stopped just short of touching him, barely an inch from his feet, as though an invisible boundary had denied it entry. Havel clicked his teeth in mild annoyance. 4 strikes is still all I can manage at my best, he muttered. A memory surfaced, a thin man, whose frail-looking shoulders somehow bore the weight of the world. That man had once performed 9 instantaneous strikes using the same technique. A technique whispered to be capable of felling a legend, should all its phantom blades hit their mark. What was the true maximum of Phantom Razor? How many strikes were needed to kill a legend? No one truly knew. Havel exhaled softly and shook his head. The battle still raged in the distance, but the noise was noticeably lighter. He considered returning to the fray, then promptly dismissed the idea. There was a stone bench at the edge of the plaza. Havel walked over, lay down on it, placed his katana on his chest, and stared up at the sky as if sunbathing rather than participating in a fortress siege. The ongoing battle no longer had anything to do with him. He was just about to let his eyelids fall closed when they snapped open again, as though he had remembered something important. 1 gold rank down, he announced over comms in a bored tone. Only then did his weary eyelids shut properly, and Havel drifted into a light, lazy rest. As for Arvigel's so-called plan to take down Zora by dragging Havel away, utterly pointless. As Havel had implied, Arvigel merely thought himself clever. Using Havel's own challenge to lure him away might have worked on someone else, but Havel had only gone along because he knew Zora didn't truly need his protection. Also, someone else had already arrived at her location to take over his role. Back at Zora's position, the Ice Mage unleashed another ice boulder, dropping the massive spell onto a cluster of fortress troops that had been neatly herded into place by the 2 Fury Knight teams. She let out a soft breath of relief as she descended, landing gracefully upon a thin sheet of ice that formed naturally beneath her feet with every spell she cast. A moment later, another figure leapt down from a nearby rooftop. "Silver, is it done?" Zora asked. Silver nodded. "All hostiles in the area have been eliminated." Around them, in the hidden archer nests Arvigel's group of archers had been using, every archer lay dead, each with a single arrow embedded cleanly in the center of their forehead. The precision left no doubt who the culprit was. "All hostiles in the area eliminated," Zora echoed across comms. On Alex's end, he nodded as both Zora's and Havel's reports came in. That means this battlefield is the only one remaining, he thought. Ahead of him, Mobile was locked in a brutal clash against Baron Lelandhelton. The barbarian was bleeding everywhere, his body battered and torn, yet his eyes blazed with life. His stance remained firm, his fists continued to strike, and his spirit burned hotter with every exchange. This was what the Dravo tribe barbarians lived for. A true fight, a powerful opponent, a battle where life and death sharpened the soul. Mobile's grin widened the longer the duel dragged on. His mastery of the Dravo tribe's pugilist method seemed to grow by the heartbeat. Conversely, Baron Leland's face grew darker. He felt the barbarian's strength rising with every exchange. And worse still, he no longer sensed the auras of his sub-commanders. They were killed. He didn't want to believe it. He desperately wanted to deny it. But he couldn't. If one of these outsiders could hold him back, then others among them could certainly slaughter his weaker sub-commanders. Ha ha ha! A wild, guttural laughter tore through the battlefield. From the corner of his vision, Baron Leland saw the tiger-headed man, Kavikin, cut down the last of his silver-ranked guards with a single brutal swing of his axe. In that instant, the Baron understood. His death had come. Across the field, Alex watched as Mobile held his own, barely, against the fortress commander. He nodded slightly when he saw Kavikin dispatching the remaining officers who had accompanied the Baron. All that remained now were the ordinary and elite soldiers, none of whom Kavikin cared about anymore. The weretiger's entire body thrummed with anticipation. He was itching to join Mobile's fight. Alex was just considering whether to let the weretiger join Mogul when a familiar sensation pulsed through his body. His mana had recovered, enough to finally cast a spell. He raised his hand. Multiple mana bolts. A grade 1 spell, yes, but each bolt easily possessed enough force to kill or incapacitate an ordinary soldier. Alex's casual spell ripped through the remaining troops around the Baron, erasing the last dregs of his defense force. The message was clear. Alex's mana was back. Seeing this, Baron Leland's remaining sliver of hope crumbled entirely. With Alex restored, and with Kavikin and Yadara already primed to move, the Baron now potentially faced 4 opponents, all only slightly below him in raw power, but terrifyingly dangerous when combined. He knew the end was coming, so he chose one final, desperate act. "Sorcerer," he roared, disengaging abruptly from Mogul. Do you dare duel me? Or can you only hide behind your men like a coward? Alex looked at him. His pupils briefly flashed a deep, predatory crimson before settling back into their usual ruby-red glow. His hand flexed around the draconic baton, tightening, relaxing, tightening again. He exhaled softly, gazing up at the sky as though weighing something. Then he turned back to the Baron. "This is a war, not a noble's ballroom," Alex replied calmly. "You do not get to request a duel. And as for being a coward," he gestured casually to the bodies scattered across the field, "I think the blood of your men on my hands and their corpses at my feet speak louder than I ever could." He waved dismissively. "All of you finish him." At the command, the remaining three surged forward, Yadara's shadowy form flashing ahead, Kavakin's axes gleaming, Mogul's hulking figure thundering across the stone ground. Though the Baron knew his death was inevitable, he refused to bow quietly. Drawing deeply upon his life force, he burned everything he had left. His aura exploded outward, forcefully pushing his strength beyond the limits of the gold rank as he reached toward the threshold of a combat master. Alas, he could not touch the door. He held on for another 5 minutes, 5 long, brutal minutes, fending off 3 relentless foes, each one eager to fell him. But the odds were never in his favor. Eventually, his life force guttered out and his movement slowed, causing his blade to sag. Alex's followers did not hesitate. Yadara's short sword sliced behind his knees, taking away his fluid movements. Mogul's iron fist slammed into his liver, freezing him in place. And finally, Kavakin's axe descended. The Baron's skull split cleanly in two. Baron Leland Helton died as he lived in battle, and thus the 300-strong fortress defense force was wiped out. After Baron Leland Helton fell, the fighting across the fortress dwindled into scattered pockets of resistance. Nothing the Fury soldiers couldn't handle on their own. Alex walked toward the Baron's corpse. At any other time, perhaps he might have entertained the idea of a formal duel. But pride aside, there was no value in fighting a man already pushed to the edge, one staring directly into death's embrace. He had no reason to humor him. Still, the Baron's final stand earned a measure of Alex's respect. Even in death, the man's expression stubbornly resisted defeat. His body may have failed him, but his will, his refusal to yield, lingered even after his heart stopped. "A respectable adversary," Alex muttered. He reached out and gently closed the fallen commander's eyes. He allowed the image of this man, the first major figure he had taken from, in the name of interplanar conquest, to etch itself into his memory. The hypocrisy of it all was not lost on him. Despite knowing it was necessary, Alex genuinely regretted having to kill so many people. Yet, even with that regret coloring his thoughts, he also knew one undeniable truth. If time reversed, he would make the same choice again. This was war. He was behind enemy lines. And had he hesitated, had he chosen mercy, the very people he mourned would have gladly slit his throat in the name of their navy. Such was the twisted nature of war. Indeed, this is a jungle where only the strong survive, Alex reflected. I can stand here and lament the hundreds who died only because my side was stronger. If we weren't, someone else would be standing over my corpse doing the lamenting. He exhaled quietly. And if lamenting is inevitable either way, I would rather be the one doing the lamenting than the one being lamented for. A soft sigh escaped him as he murmured, "War is indeed a nasty business, and power is its highest currency." He shook his head to clear his thoughts. Suddenly, shadows fell across him. Still crouched beside the Baron, Alex turned slightly. Kavakin and Mogul stood behind him, silent, looking down. The looks Kavakin and Mogul gave him hadn't exactly changed. They still held respect. But now, that respect felt different. It was deeper and more genuine. Before this battle, what they felt toward Alex was respect mixed with fear, or perhaps caution. They respected the power he had displayed back at the Enclave, respect for the individual, the combatant. But now, Now, they respected him as the leader of their expedition. In just a couple days, they had already fought 3 battles, each one giving Alex the opportunity to demonstrate his leadership. Not only did he lead them to victory, he did so in a way that left each member deeply satisfied. He played to their strengths, compensated for their weaknesses, and, most impressively, did so in ways that aligned perfectly with the needs and quirks of each individual. Mogul received the thrill of battle and the worthy opponent he craved. Kavakin basked in the euphoria of blood, carnage, and unrestrained slaughter. Alex also showed them that even as a noble, he was willing to throw himself into danger, leading from the front when needed and from the rear when strategy demanded. He was neither blindly chivalrous nor devoid of honor. Beyond simply managing his followers, he showed flashes of the adaptable instincts of a commander who could get the job done no matter the battlefield. These 2 juggernauts trembled, not in fear but in excitement, for what the future held. If these first few days on Verdantis were any indication, there would be much more chaos and many more battles ahead. Alex shifted his gaze from the 2 hulks to Baron Helton's lifeless body. He was a respectable adversary, Alex said quietly. Ensure he and his men are given proper burials according to their customs. And do not loot him. His family may choose what becomes of his belongings. He deserved that much respect. Yes, master, Yudara replied, point superscript 1. Alex rose and dusted off some debris. All right, he said to the hulking pair behind him. Go ahead. Kavakin's face lit up, and he dashed off instantly, while Mogul maintained his stoic composure and followed at a steadier pace. After a major battle, especially one involving the capture of a fortress, there was only one thing left to do: loot. One of the major driving reasons Alex decided to assault both Upper and Lower Barnsel was, undeniably, the prospect of loot. Bellic, Sugud, how's it going? Did you find them? Alex asked over comms. Yes, leader. We found them, Sugud replied. There's an underground shelter network running beneath the fortress. Bellic and Sugud had been absent from the battle because Alex had assigned them a different task entirely: locating the civilians' emergency shelters. The Barnsel Fortress wasn't only a military bastion, it also served as Baron Helton's seat of power. Even if it hadn't, no fortress could function without civilians and critical non-combatants. And once battle broke out, those civilians needed somewhere to hide. Bellic, being a native Verdantian aristocrat, and Sugud, an arcane equivalent of a mechanical engineer, were the best suited to track down such shelters. Whether as bargaining chips in the event of an unfavorable outcome, or as labor, or for some other uses, Alex had determined before the battle that securing the fortress's civilians held strategic value. All right, wait for the soldiers. They'll come round them up, Alex said. He turned to Yudara. Have the troops regroup with Bellic and Sugud. They're allowed to loot and pillage the fortress, but no unnecessary harm is to be done to the civilians. His gaze hardened. Any case of rape will be met with swift execution. No exceptions. Understood. Understood, master, Yudara replied solemnly. Eleanor will appraise the loot. Zora has authority to decide what we keep and what we leave behind, Alex continued. Udera blinked. Are you not going to check the loot yourself, master? There's something else I need to do, so I might not have the time. Alex shrugged lightly. Yudara tilted her head, confusion still coloring her expression. Alex didn't elaborate. Instead, he simply winked, let out a mischievous chuckle, and walked past her. His path took him back toward the half-collapsed Jura temple. As soon as Alex drew close to the half-collapsed temple, the instinctive sensation he had felt earlier, that something important to him lay within, returned with renewed strength. This time, he allowed himself to follow that inner pull. Instead of cutting back through the rubble, he circled the temple and entered through the front entrance, the section still standing. He passed through the public hall and moved deeper into the restricted inner sanctum, where only the clergy were normally permitted. He soon came upon a wall. The urging in his chest intensified. Whatever was calling to him was behind that wall. and the faint mana seeping through its surface made it obvious that the wall was fake. Alex scanned the corridor, but there were no levers or other mechanisms. Nothing to reveal how the clergy accessed the hidden chamber. It is most likely sealed by a divine spell, or something only the clergy possess, he mused. So what now? A whimsical impulse struck him. He gathered the recycled energy circulating through his body from the plate of happenstance and channeled it into his arms. Then, dragon commute blast! He punched the wall. His fist tore straight through it, and the explosive force within the strike obliterated the remaining structure. Horn! A blaring alarm erupted through the temple, loud enough to rouse even the dead. Under normal circumstances, the entire fortress would have been alerted and mobilized at once. But today, every credible threat had already been reduced to corpses. Alex, was that you? Zora's voice came through comms. Yeah, I'm treasure hunting in the temple, Alex replied lightly. Treasure hunting? Why would you want Navi relics? I don't know. Something's calling me toward them. Really? Zora asked, concern coloring her voice. Be careful. There's no telling what kind of vile traps these parasites might have placed. Understood, my lady. I'll behave, Alex said in a teasing tone, clearly trying to ease her worry. He had to repeat similar reassurances to Yadara and Eleanor before they let him proceed. Finally, he examined what lay beyond the shattered wall. Rather than a hidden room, he found a hidden staircase. Alex raised a brow. Not what I expected. Dragon commute burst. He began descending the spiral stairs, releasing faint pulses of mana through his feet to detect traps or reactive enchantments. But nothing responded. No traps, just silence. And Alex found himself growing disappointed. What kind of secret location doesn't have booby traps? What amateurs, Alex thought. He was actually mildly offended at the lack of traps or resistance. To be fair to the temple clergy, everyone within the fortress and within its surrounding domain was a devout follower of Jur. None of them would ever conceive of breaking into the temple, much less attempting to access a secret floor beneath it. As such, booby traps were unnecessary. Heck, the idea likely never even crossed the clergy's minds. The stairway eventually opened into a narrow corridor, ending in a single door. Alex continued forward, sending tiny pulses of mana ahead, each one recycled by the plate of happenstance before it faded, and soon arrived at the entrance to the chamber. He paused. He allowed himself a moment to imagine all the possible treasures hidden inside. Relics, divine curiosities, forbidden scriptures, magical artifacts. His first treasure hunt in another world. A true hallmark of an MC. Alex chuckled at himself, amused at how childish he was being, but he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He opened the door. To say the room didn't meet his expectations was an understatement. Inside was a statue. Juror's statue. It was man-sized, carved with vague, indistinct features, but the divine aura radiating from it was unmistakable. The flavor of mana was identical, perhaps even pure, to the divine energy used by the priest and paladins they had just neutralized. There was no doubt. This was Juror's. So this is likely Juror's faith conduit in this region. Alex sneered inwardly, gathering and condensing the people's faith, making it easier for that parasite to absorb. Still, something didn't add up. Is this what was calling me? Or is something else in the room drawing me? He extended his spiritual force, trying to consciously trace the source of the sensation. To his mild surprise, the pull did originate from the statue. No, that's backwards. Now that he actively tugged on the vague, instinctive call, he realized he had misunderstood. I wasn't being called by the statue. I was being directed to it. His eyes widened in realization. If he wasn't drawn by the statue, then something within him had guided him to it. And there was only one entity on his person capable of such a thing. Daddy Golden Energy? Alex murmured aloud without thinking. But Alex was wrong. Close. Very close, but still wrong. As if timed perfectly with his spoken words, the back of his hand suddenly lit up, answering the question he had asked aloud. A faint, Radiant glow took shape upon his skin. Slowly, the light condensed into a familiar silhouette. The heartwood tree, the miniature form of the bonsai in his sanctuary. The bonsai that had sacrificed itself to save him in the expedition from the interplanar travel sabotage. The bonsai that had been dormant, unmoving, and unresponsive for the last couple of days. Its image shimmered vividly on his hand. And then, impossibly, the tree's roots in the glowing image moved. A root uncoiled from the ground of the mark, stretching outward toward Alex like a living thing. What the? Before he could recoil, a thin, ethereal tree root emerged from his hand as though slipping through a tiny spatial portal. It didn't hurt, and it didn't even leave a mark, yet the sensation made him jolt. But the root wasn't interested in him. It launched past him, stabbing itself straight into the divine statue. Alex stood there, stunned for a heartbeat, then slowly grinned. The root pulsed, and the statue's stored faith energy began draining away, siphoned like water pulled through a straw. Now this is what you call poetic irony. A parasite deity that siphoned faith from mortals, now having its own energy being devoured in turn by another being. For a moment, just a moment, Alex actually pitted Juror. Just a little. Faith energy of this scale took a very long time to gather. Years, if not decades, depending on regional devotion. All of it was being vacuumed up by Lord Bonsai. I wonder why the priest didn't use this to cast a miracle. Alex mused. Knowing how fanatical he was, he probably decided we weren't worthy of consuming Juror's precious hoard. A small, wicked grin tugged at Alex's lips. If that's the case, the joke's definitely on him. Not only had the priest died, but the faith pool he so jealously guarded now fed Alex's own ally instead. Insult to injury, and then some. Within minutes, the accumulated faith energy, stored here who knows how long, was completely drained by the heartwood tree's root. The root slowly withdrew, retreating back into the glowing image on Alex's palm. The tiny heartwood tree re-rooted itself. Then the light faded until nothing remained. All that was left in the secret chamber was a cracked, mundane statue, an empty shell. Alex exhaled softly. Juror would definitely feel the loss of that massive faith reservoir. Shaking off the thought, he prompted Omni Rune, opening a shimmering gateway to his sanctuary pocket dimension. He stepped inside and hurried to the bonsai tree. As he hoped, faint signs of recovery were visible. Its bark, once dry and lifeless, now held the slightest moisture. Its brittle branches seemed to pulse with a fragile vitality, though they were still far from sprouting leaves again. While Alex was carefully examining it, a dried vine hanging loosely from the tree trunk suddenly twitched. Life flooded into it once more. Alex smiled slightly, expecting the vine to ruffle his hair, the bonsai's usual affectionate greeting. But that didn't happen. Instead, the vine descended to the ground like a serpent, slithering toward the nest queen's cocoon, and stabbed into it. Alex tensed, alarmed, but forced himself to stay still. He trusted the tree. A moment later, he realized the bonsai wasn't attacking the cocoon, it was feeding it. A steady stream of energy pulsed through the vine. Faith energy. But something about it was off. This feels strange. Stripped. Alex frowned. And the answer hit him so hard he slapped his forehead. Of course, faith energy always contains a fragment of providence. That's how Navi can override a plane's laws, he exclaimed. He turned to the bonsai tree. So that's why you guided me to the statue. You stole the providence embedded in the faith. The bonsai remained still, too weak to respond in its usual manner. Alex could only assume his deduction was correct. It also explained why the tree redirected the purified energy into the nest queen's cocoon. She was the only being under Alex who could use providence at all. Unlike a Navi, the nest queen couldn't gather faith energy or cultivate it. She would likely devour and refine it into a usable evolutionary fuel. I really hope she doesn't develop a taste for this stuff. Hunting for faith energy sounds like a nightmare. Alex muttered. The moment he said it, an explosion went off in his head. Alex's eyes widened as he stared at the bonsai tree. You scheming tree. You scheming tree. Alex burst into laughter. The bonsai tree needed a vast amount of providence to recover. Yet Alex himself had very limited avenues through which he could gain providence. If earning providence were easy, the higher-ranked professionals of Pangea wouldn't have long turned the act of seeking opportunities into a full-time obsession, scheming endlessly for even a sliver of providence. Alex merely seemed to have an advantage because his past life gave him a mindset and perspective fundamentally unfamiliar to the natives of this world. That uniqueness brought him recognition from the world itself, and thus occasional providence. But that didn't mean acquiring providence was like stealing candy from a baby. Nearly all the methods available to him either required long-term build-up, painstaking groundwork, or the sort of miraculous, once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that no one could reliably plan for. Left on his own, it might take years for Alex to accumulate enough providence to heal the Heartwood tree. Enter the Navi and their faith energy. On Verdantis, the Navi used faith energy to siphon the providence of the plane and of the mortals who worshipped them. Faith energy was essentially an all-access pass to a person's fortune and, to a certain extent, their fate trajectory, which was essentially an indirect pass to that individual's share of the world's providence. Highly refined faith energy, what most clergy refer to as divine energy, was faith that had been purified by a Navi to remove all contaminants and safeguards. It was, in essence, providence distilled into a clean, direct, consumable form. The energy packed inside the conduit statue the Heartwood tree had just looted was exactly such refined divine energy, gathered and purified over a long period. Low-grade, unrefined faith energy, however, was not so convenient. It came with contaminants and safeguards. The contaminants contained the believer's mental projection of what their God should be. If a Navi consumed unrefined faith recklessly, that projection would start rewriting the Navi, shaping them into the image their believers imagined. For instance, a water-attuned entity who ascended into a fire deity would, if careless, be slowly transformed into a fire-attuned being, because that was what the believers expected their God to be. If the Navi accessed the providence within unrefined faith, the contaminants would gradually alter their nature unless they continuously, actively resist or somehow manage to purify the faith energy. High-ranked Navi didn't struggle with this problem because faith energy, like mana, had its own set of training and tempering methods. Using these methods, a Navi could strip away the contaminants and safeguards within faith, leaving behind pure divine energy and purified providence, free of the believer's influence. It was this purified, ownerless faith energy, which had its providence exposed, that the Heartwood tree had just devoured. Essentially, faith energy functioned like banknotes, currency that Navi or faith-aligned individuals could use to withdraw providence from a plane's providence bank. Low-grade faith energy was like a banknote that only paid out if the claimant matched the expectations of the believer who generated it, sort of a built-in providence bank security measure. Highly refined faith energy, however, was a universal promissory note. Anyone capable of manipulating faith energy could redeem it for providence, regardless of alignment or belief. Naturally, drawing providence from refined faith energy was far easier than earning providence through the world's recognition, as Alex would need to do. After all, plunder was always faster than honest labor. But stealing from the Pantheon was easier said than done. The Navi and their clergy were many things: parasitic, manipulative, self-righteous, but they were not stupid. They would never place their faith conduits, most of which also doubled as purification arrays, in convenient or accessible locations. The statue Alex had found was almost certainly one of the least valued or least guarded conduits. More important conduits would have buried it beneath layers of divine protections or hidden it in a sanctified vault far beyond reach. Since refined divine energy could be used by any Navi, or any creature capable of tapping faith energy. They would never carelessly expose their savings for thieves to plunder. No honor amongst thieves and such. Besides, even if Alex succeeded in helping Lord Bonsai siphon additional conduits, the Na'vi would retaliate swiftly. They might not be omniscient, but they had plenty of methods to locate the thief draining their accumulated wealth. If Juror issued a divine revelation ordering every believer in the region to hunt Alex and his expedition party down, then neither he nor his expedition party would have an easy way of resisting. Allowing that outcome would defeat the very purpose of the Heartwood tree sacrificing itself to save them. Thus, the bonsai would never send Alex out to plunder conduits without a countermeasure. Enter the Nest Queen. If the Nest Queen develops a taste for faith energy, Alex mused, then with her naturally mutative essence, there's a very real chance she'll evolve a method to detect and absorb it. His eyes glinted, and if that ability can be passed to a drone, then we could create a single-use faith plunder drone. It would absorb a conduit's refined faith energy, convert it into an energy sac for the Nest Queen, then die on the spot, leaving nothing behind for the Na'vi to track. Alex exhaled slowly. And since the Nest Queen belongs to me, she is, strictly speaking, an extension of myself in the grand scheme of things. So, when she devours the faith energy, the bonsai tree should gain access to the providence associated with the stolen energy. Alex's gaze locked onto the faintly glowing bonsai tree. With this alone between the Nest Queen and myself, one or both of us will naturally seek out faith energy, and you, Lord Bonsai, simply have to sit back and wait for the providence to roll in. A self-sustaining providence farm. A plan so elegant and low risk, relatively speaking, that the crippled metaphysical tree could not pass off. Alex chuckled softly. You don't need to worry, Lord Bonsai. Even without this plan, I would have scoured heaven and earth to find the providence and faith energy for your recovery. Risks be damned. One thin branch twitched. Just barely, but Alex saw it. He couldn't help imagining the tree bonking him on the head for volunteering himself for danger after it nearly died saving him. A dry laugh escaped him at the mental picture. He waited a little longer, but sensed no immediate change. The Nest Queen's cocoon still pulsed faintly as it digested the potent divine energy. If anything, it would take even more time before hatching. After confirming no additional surprises awaited him, Alex stepped out of the sanctuary subspace. He reappeared inside the conduit chamber. Finding nothing else of value, he left the temple. By the time he stepped outside, his party members had excavated a sizable portion of the collapsed structure. Several Fury soldiers were hauling crates and sacks from the rubble. Strange red, glowing stones spilling out in varying sizes from finger-length pebbles to palm-sized stones. Alex walked toward them. "What are those?" he asked. The closest knight saluted. "Sir, we're told they are berserk stones, sir. We believe they're this plane's equivalent of mana stones. The temple treasury stored several chests of them." "I see." Alex nodded, filing the information away. Useful but not urgent. Just then, Kavikin's voice crackled through comms. "Boss, are you done? We've got a situation at the castle." Alex exhaled calmly. "All right, I'm coming." He waved for the Fury soldiers to continue their work and began walking toward the fortress castle. Whatever awaited him there, it sounded important. Alex stepped into the fortress castle. To call it a castle was charitable. Aside from its size, the place lacked the grandeur, refinement, or architectural pride expected of a noble residence. If he were being honest, it felt more like an oversized manor awkwardly stapled onto a military fort. Still, as Alex walked through the corridors, he noticed signs of skirmishes, scattered bodies, blood trails, as well as broken arrows lodged into walls. Were there guards left behind inside? Or did the castle staff take up arms themselves? He wondered. Whichever the case, the outcome was obvious. His expedition members had already dealt with the resistance. "Sir," one of the crossbowmen jogged up to him and saluted crisply. The soldier led Alex deeper into the building, toward a moderately large hall where the castle's occupants had been gathered and contained. against a group like his Kavikin, Mogul, Silver, the Fury soldiers. This room might as well have been a cage. Should the civilians make even the slightest attempt at rebellion, the expedition members could end it instantly. Inside were roughly 30 people, men and women, elderly, youths, even a few children. All were huddled together in a pitiful cluster, trembling as they stared at the blood-stained invaders who had just annihilated the fortress garrison. The metallic scent of blood radiating from his people was so thick that several civilians visibly fought the urge to vomit. Alex's gaze slid to Kavikin. "What's the problem?" he asked. Kavikin scratched the back of his head, tail flicking in agitation, an unusual gesture for someone usually so confident and boisterous. "We can't find the castle's vault," he admitted. "We checked everywhere. It must be hidden. So we figured the commander's women and children would know something. But," he gestured helplessly at the crowd, "they won't tell us who's who. They're protecting each other. And we can't, force them because of your orders." Alex understood immediately. He had issued strict instructions, no unnecessary harm to civilians. Yet now the civilians were shielding Baron Helton's family, intentionally or not, and that made it nearly impossible for Kavikin or the Fury soldiers to perform the practical task of locating the vault. Normally, the War-Tiger would have used many different persuasive methods to extract an answer from the crowd. But Alex's standing order had tied his hands. Kavikin's eyes shifted to Alex, silently pleading for permission to use force, even if just a little. Alex responded with a slow shake of his head. He would not allow brutality here. Not today. Alex's eyes drifted around the room until he spotted a simple wooden chair against the wall. He walked over to it unhurriedly, making sure every frightened gaze followed him. Then, gripping the backrest, he dragged the chair across the stone floor. The scraping sound echoed sharply in the tense silence. He set it down directly in front of the gathered civilians and calmly took a seat. Alex let his gaze drift slowly from one face to another, committing every flicker of fear, tension, guilt, or defiance to memory. Only after the room had gone deathly still did he finally speak. "I've only been on your plane for a few days," he began calmly. "Yet my people and I have already killed more than 500 individuals. Perhaps close to 1,000 if we count beasts. Even for me, that is a lot. I'm normally a very peaceful person." He looked over his shoulder at his party members. "Isn't that right?" "Yes, that's true. Boss is a very generous and kind soul. A pacifist and a true saint," Kavikin declared with absolute confidence. Every Fury soldier in the room turned to stare at the War-Tiger with the same expression. "What in the 7 realms are you talking about? Kind and generous is believable," they thought collectively, but pacifist? A Fury heir? Is that even possible? Even Mogul, whose face was usually carved from stone, twitched in embarrassment. The amount of blood Alex had personally spilled in this fortress alone was enough to qualify him as a one-man catastrophe, not a pacifist. Alex himself paused and gave the War-Tiger a long, pointed look. Really? Pacifist? But years of developing thick social armor allowed him to keep a straight face. He continued as if nothing had happened. "I'm in the mood to balance the scales and do a bit of good. So here's my offer. As long as anyone here points out Baron Helton's wives, concubines, or children, I will let everyone else go immediately." He leaned back slightly and added, tone honey smooth, "And don't worry. I understand you don't want to be a traitor. You don't need to speak. Just gesture. Blink. Shift your gaze. I will notice." That did it. The civilians tried to remain stoic, but fear betrayed them. Even the smallest, most instinctive flinch was enough. A glance too long, a subtle shift of posture. Alex saw every one of them. "You, and you," he said, pointing unerringly. "Stand up, please." The Fury soldiers moved in and gently, but firmly, pulled the indicated individuals to their feet. "You must be Baron Helton's family. A pleasure to finally meet you," Alex said politely. "You serfs," a middle-aged woman among them snapped at the crowd. "How dare you betray your lord's family? Are you not afraid of the consequences?" Alex smiled faintly. You must be Lady Helton. Thank you for confirming my suspicions. Her mouth fell open in shock. With a personality like that, he added mildly, it's no wonder everyone pointed directly at you. He paused, then delivered the killing blow with perfect nonchalance. Also, for the record, they only pointed you out. You were the one who revealed the others. Quite popular, aren't you? The woman froze, thunderstruck. The 5 other individuals Alex had singled out consisted of 3 young women, Baron Helton's concubines, and 2 boys who were clearly his heirs. Both boys resembled Lady Helton strongly, confirming they were her sons. But judging from how perpetually grumpy the lady looked, and how subtly irritated the 3 concubines appeared, the tension within the Baron's household all but announced itself. If Alex had to hazard a guess, after attaining the rank of Baron, Leland Helton had been compelled to marry a noble woman to solidify his status. Once she had produced heirs and fulfilled her required function, the Baron likely lost interest, choosing instead to spend his time with his younger, bountifully rumped concubines. One didn't need gossip or insider knowledge to see this. One only needed a look. The concubines, though not particularly beautiful by Alex's standards, were clearly in their 20s and shared one unmistakable feature: generously endowed hips. Once is a chance, twice is a pattern, 3 is a preference/habit. Baron Helton's tastes were painfully obvious. By comparison, Lady Helton's beauty was more the polished product of noble grooming than natural allure. She was fine enough by ordinary standards, just not to a man who had evidently cultivated very specific, sophisticated tastes. A couple of Fury soldiers escorted the civilians out, leaving only the Baron's family with the members of the expedition party. I must say, I'm a little disappointed, Alex began lightly. Baron Helton died as a proper noble, fighting to the bitter end. Yet here stands his family, hiding behind the very civilians they should be leading. The jab landed exactly where he intended, straight at Lady Helton's pride. Still, Alex continued with a shrug. Far be it from me to judge how another noble runs his or her household. I truly do not care. What I do care about is this castle's vault. If someone would kindly point us in the right direction, we can all be on our merry way. Please, I'm only a commoner, one concubine blurted instantly. The Baron never told me anything about the treasury. Me too, the second concubine added in a rush. We were only here to serve him. He never discussed such things with us. The third woman hesitated for only half a heartbeat before promptly selling out the senior wife. The lady knows. I once heard the Baron send her to fetch something from the treasury. Lady Helton's face went blank with outrage and betrayal as all eyes turned to her. But then, her gaze hardened, recalling Alex's earlier words. Spit. She spat at Alex's feet without hesitation. Damn you, infernal. Do you think we will tell you anything? Go back to whence you came. Alex smiled faintly. Good. I like that fire. That's exactly what I'd expect from the lady of a noble house. He even clapped once approvingly. But then the clapping stopped. His eyes shifted, slowly, deliberately, into a glowing crimson. A chill ran up Lady Helton's spine as those inhuman pupils fixed onto her. However, Alex said softly, there's a time to be stubborn and a time to be sensible. Do you truly think you can resist us when your husband, a gold rank, failed? Then kill me, Lady Helton snapped. I'm not afraid of you. Kill you. Alex laughed lightly. Why would I kill you? Did you forget? I am an infernal, a heretic, a heathen. Why would I do something as boring and charitable as simply killing you? Where's the evil in that? Her breath caught. Alex smiled, slow and cold. No, I will do something to you that makes you beg for death and never find it. He resisted Eleanor's passive translate effect, then raised his hand and audibly casted a spell in Pangean common tongue, which the Baron's family could not understand. $, carat, and. While Lady Helton didn't understand a single syllable, she was, however, able to tell the target of the spell the instant the mana flared. Her eldest son, 11 years old and Baron Helton's heir apparent. The spell hit him. The boy collapsed instantly, limp, unmoving. Cyrus. Cyrus! No, no, Cyrus! Lady Helton screamed, straining desperately against the binds that held her. The boy did not respond. Neither did the terrified civilians behind her. None of them dared utter a sound. Don't worry, Alex murmured beside Lady Helton's ear. You still have one son left. Her eyes widened in primal terror. She twisted her body, trying, futilely, to shield her second child, a trembling 9-year-old who looked moments away from fainting. Please, please, I beg you, don't hurt my son, she cried, voice cracking. I don't want to kill him, Alex said calmly. But as you said, I am an infernal, a being of evil. I can't help but commit evil acts when someone insists on angering me, instead of making me happy. He leaned slightly forward. Right now, what would make me happy is you telling me what I want to know. Lady Helton broke. Please don't kill my son. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything, she sobbed. You should have chosen that from the start, Alex said, voice returning to an almost casual tone. Lady Helton revealed the treasury's location without hesitation. Alex waved a hand, and the Fury soldiers immediately moved out to retrieve it. Release. Alex waved his hand, lifting this sleep spell from Baron Helton's eldest son. The boy stirred faintly. The women, all four, stared at Alex in shock and confusion. I am an infernal, a heretic, and a heathen, Alex said calmly, but I still have some basic human decency. I wouldn't kill a child. If I don't have to. The chill those final words spread through the room was palpable. Alex turned to Kavakin and Mogul, lowering his voice. Get Havel here, he whispered. He'll have better luck getting more information out of them than you two. It wasn't an insult, just a fact. The two hulking juggernauts were walking symbols of carnage. Even someone with nerves of steel would crumble just by standing near them. On the other hand, Havel, with his handsome face and lazy air, would be far more effective. Besides, it gave the noble Ronin something to do instead of remaining idle or even sleeping through the aftermath of the battle. Alex stood to leave. There's somewhere I want to check, he said. Where is the study? Mogul gave him directions. Alex turned to go, but Kavakin raised a hand. Boss, are we really going to let them go? He motioned subtly at the Baron's family. Alex arched a brow. What else do you intend to do with them? I was thinking, Kavakin drew a thumb across his throat. It removes all future troubles. Alex's gaze sharpened, cold, commanding, absolute. Listen carefully, Kavakin. The war tiger straightened instantly. I don't care how other nobility do things, but we of the Fury House do things differently. We do not kill women and children, or the weak in general, simply because they may pose a threat one day. His voice carried a weight that filled the room. If they come back to challenge us in the future, then we will deal with them at that time, when they become a legitimate threat. Until then, we will not stain our hands with unnecessary innocent blood and partake in what is tantamount to cowardice. Understood. Kavakin swallowed hard. Understood, boss. Good. Alex nodded. He turned to leave, but paused again, looking over his shoulder. And besides, Alex added, if any of them truly do become a threat to us someday, then that means we're the ones who failed by stagnating, by growing complacent, by allowing a child still clinging to his mother's breast and another hiding behind her skirts to surpass us. He shrugged lightly. If that day comes, we'll have earned the consequences. With those final words, Alex left the room, heading straight for the study. The knowledge of Verdantis, hidden away within the study, awaited him. Alex didn't give another thought to the words he spoke to Kavakin, but those words stuck with the war tiger, and so too Mogul behind him. Both hulking warriors felt something ignite in their chests, a new reason to grow stronger. The fear that those weaker than them today might catch up and surpass them tomorrow was a powerful motivator indeed. When Alex arrived at the study, a thought struck him. Language. Thanks to Eleanor's translate spell, he had gradually picked up the Verdantian common tongue and speech, but reading it was another matter entirely. With a sigh, Alex stepped back out of the study and instructed a Fury soldier to fetch Crone Bellic. When Crone arrived, He froze a little when he heard Alex's request to teach him how to read. Teaching someone how to read was not something the nobleman-turned-expedition member had ever imagined doing. But thankfully, Baron Helton possessed a shelf of introductory reading materials, likely meant for his son's early education. Using those books, Crone only had to teach Alex the alphabet, the sounds, and the fundamentals of forming words. Since Alex could already speak the language to a passable degree, learning to read became significantly easier. Within minutes, he was piecing together sentences. Within an hour, he no longer needed Crone hovering over his shoulder. But instead of diving into the books immediately after learning to read, Alex set the books aside and instead started thinking up a code for a new function within Omni-Rune. He began constructing a translation program. He could speak Verdantine thanks to Eleanor's translate spell, and by leveraging that familiarity, he rapidly put together the logic framework for the program. Once finished, all Omni-Rune would need to do was scan the dictionary and several books on grammar, syntax, and literature. In theory, Omni-Rune should then be able to translate Verdantine Common Tongue into Pangean Common Tongue automatically. That meant he wouldn't be the only one learning the language. Even his more intellectually disadvantaged party members wouldn't need to struggle through the learning curve. More importantly, the translation program would serve as a prototype, a structural framework for the far more complex sigil, rune translator he needed to develop. Alex worked for 3 hours without pause. By the time he stopped, the first rays of dawn spilled through the study window, bathing the floor and the dozens of scattered, open books around him in pale gold. The door swung open and Zora stepped in. She folded her arms, with her expression set in a chiding glare, when she saw what he was doing. Alex looked up from where he sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by papers and book with a few runic diagrams and half-drawn translation matrices projecting before him from the beta bracer. The entire scene looked reminiscent to the state he had been in when researching runes back on Pangea, at the Dragonhold Enclave, right before the birth of Rune-Tech. If past experience was anything to go by, had Zora not walked in, he might very well have forgotten they were still inside a conquered enemy fortress and not inside a research lab. "What are you doing right now?" Zora asked slowly. "I'm working on turning Omni-Rune into a convenient translator," Alex replied, showing off the projection of a half-finished runic matrix. "If it works, it'll give me the confidence to move on to the rune sigil conversation function I need to solve my Rune-Tech bottleneck." He added casually, far too casually, "I figured, with you and Eleanor handling the looting operation, this seemed like the best use of my time for everyone's benefit." Zora stared at him flatly. "Uh-huh," she said, unimpressed. "You really think I don't know you lost track of time? Just because you delegated the responsibility to Eleanor and me doesn't mean you get to abandon the entire process. What if we make a decision that goes completely against your wishes?" She stepped closer, voice sharpening. "And weren't you the one who said we need to attack, loot, and leave fast? Yet you're the one delaying us." "Right place, right time, Alex." For a brief moment, Zora wondered, again, why the men in her life, otherwise brilliant individuals, could be absolute man-children when unsupervised. Alex recognized that expression immediately. From the countless singles, soul-crushing couple skits he'd watched in his previous life, he knew very well anything he said here would only make things worse. So he deployed his last resort. He stood up, arms open, and walked toward her. "No, absolutely not." Zora side-eyed him. "Don't think you can escape with a hug." Alex ignored her warning and wrapped her in a firm embrace, even sneaking in a few stolen kisses before pulling back with a pleading, puppy-eyed expression. Zora's first instinct was to bite him for his shameless tactics. But she was weak to his stupid face. She sighed. "Fine." "Yes." Alex pumped his fist dramatically in victory. Zora rolled her eyes so hard her head nearly followed. "At least tell me it was worth it and that you made progress." "It was worth it and I made progress," Alex repeated instantly. "Are you being serious?" "I'm serious. The translator is nearly done. Once Omnirune handles the heavy lifting and fills in the missing linguistic gaps, I'll polish the output. After that, the translator should be fully functional. He tapped the communicator on his ear. If all goes according to plan, it'll turn these earpieces into mobile translators. Real-time translation of anything the wearer hears. Meaning Eleanor won't have to burn mana casting translate on everyone. I see, Zora murmured, unable to hide her surprise and reluctant approval. Alex grinned. So how's the loot? Zora gave him a long, pointed stare before answering. We recovered mostly equipment, both from the stores and from the soldiers' corpses, before having the surviving civilians give them proper funeral rites. But the main loot was the Berserk stones. We secured around 1,000 full stones of various grades from both the temple and the fortress vaults, including Baron Leland's private stash. Yeah, one of the soldiers mentioned them earlier. Where are these Berserk stones, anyway? Alex asked. You would know this if you checked in before locking yourself in here, Zora replied without missing the chance to verbally jab him. According to Kronbellic, this plane doesn't have mana stones. Instead, they have Berserk stones. And unlike Pangaea, where commoners trade with copper, silver, and gold, people here use Berserk stones. Commoners transact with its shards. High-level transactions and cultivation require full stones. Is there an exchange rate between shards and full stones? Alex asked. 1,000 shards to 1 stone is the official rate, Zora said. But Kron says you're lucky to find it at 1,100 shards. It usually goes for 1,200. She continued, while shards can power equipment, they cannot be used to cultivate. Only full stones can. So the stones are more valuable, meaning full stone sellers dictate the trade. Alex finished. Exactly. Zora nodded. And like mana stones, Berserk stones are divided into low, mid, high, and top grade depending on purity. No peak grade Berserk stones? Alex asked. Kron doesn't know. Zora shrugged. Not surprising. Even on Pangaea, only signs of major powers know about peak grade stones. Most people never even see high grade stones in their lives. And Verdantis, it seemed, followed the same rule. Alex nodded, absorbing the information, until another thought struck him. If Berserk stones are functionally similar to mana stones, why are they called Berserk stones here? Does this world refer to mana as Berserk instead? He paused, raised an eyebrow. Or do they? It's better if Kron explains that to you directly, Zora replied. You're done here, right? Although phrased as a question, the tone was not. Alex heard the implication underneath it. Looks like my research time is over. His lips twitched wryly. He quickly walked to the neatly arranged pile of books he had taken from the shelves. With a mental prompt to Omnirune, all of them vanished, transported into the sanctuary space. He repeated the process with the scattered books he had been studying while writing the translation function. Once everything was packed away, he walked out of the study with Zora by his side. He was about to discover yet another difference between Verdantis and Pangaea. Zora didn't lead Alex to Kronbellic immediately. Instead, she brought him to a storage area just outside the fortress castle, where the expedition party had temporarily gathered their loot. Alex let out a wry chuckle. With a prompt to Omnirune, most of the goods were swiftly transferred into the sanctuary subspace, clearing the area almost instantly. We also gathered the fortress's horses, Zora added. About 100 in total. We weren't sure whether you'd want to bring them along. Alex fell into thought. Horses, especially well-bred war horses, were invaluable assets. Militarily, logistically, and politically, their worth was unquestionable. However, traveling with such a large herd would significantly increase the risk of discovery. Speed and concealment were already challenges for the expedition party. Adding 100 horses would only complicate matters. Still, we'll keep them, Alex decided after a moment. They're too valuable to abandon. War horses are military assets, and beyond that, they can be sold to nobles for high prices or favors. That alone makes the risk worthwhile. Zora nodded. All right, I'll inform the men. I'll call Dreed over as well, Alex added after another thought. He has the hallmarks of a horse king. If anyone can keep them disciplined and manageable, it's him. Zora's eyes lit up at that. She nodded again, clearly approving of the decision. With the important matter settled, she finally led Alex toward Rune-Tech. The Verdantian native had adapted surprisingly well. In just over a day, he had accepted his new reality as a member of the expedition party, even though he had, in no small part, been tricked into joining it. Perhaps his life as an adventurer had prepared him for sudden upheaval. He quickly ingratiated himself with the other members of the expedition, particularly the Fury soldiers. Compared to Alex's followers and wives, who either radiated intimidation or felt unapproachable, the Night soldiers were far more welcoming. And as someone naturally curious about the world, Crone found it easy to set aside the usual Verdantian prejudices about outer plane beings. Instead, he listened, observed, and learned. His conversations with the soldiers opened his eyes to an entirely new reality. A world without a Navi pantheon. A world that not only survived without gods, but thrived. To Rune-Tech, that realization was nothing short of unbelievable. What shocked Rune-Tech even more was the fact that the beasts from Alex's world were civilized. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen a wolf that could cook better than any chef he had eaten from, albeit with the help of an unnerving tentacle spell. A terrifying-looking eagle that refused to eat raw meat and only accepted cooked food. And a horse that marched around with authority, commanding discipline among an entire herd. In Verdantis, beasts were savage creatures that lived only to fill their stomachs. They would never learn civility, even if someone tried to patiently teach them. Yet here he was witnessing the impossible. Alas, while the Fury soldiers wanted to clarify that fun, sinew, and dreed were exceptions rather than the norm, they found themselves at a loss for words. There was simply no way to explain the situation without admitting that their expedition leader had rather peculiar tastes. Besides, letting Crone maintain this misconception caused no harm. If anything, it made him more cautious and more respectful. When Alex and Zora arrived, the expedition party had just finished enjoying Chef Fun's cooking. The wolf looked positively delighted. His raid on the fortress kitchens had been a resounding success, yielding an impressive haul of spices and ingredients. As a result, he had prepared a small feast for the entire group. The moment Alex appeared, Fun immediately moved to serve him the portion he had carefully set aside. Without question, it contained the richest ingredients and the most refined flavors the culinary canine could pack into a single serving. Alex was about to refuse, for the time being, when his stomach suddenly growled loudly at the scent of the food. His own body betrayed him. He swallowed the words he was about to say, along with the saliva threatening to spill from the corners of his mouth. Taking a seat near the fire, Alex began to eat just as Zora called Crone over. "Tell me about berserk stones," Alex said between mouthfuls, firing off questions in quick succession. "What kind of energy is stored inside them? Is it different from mana?" Despite eating surprisingly fast, Alex maintained impeccable noble etiquette without a single lapse, another habit he had picked up from Drake. Watching him, Crone discreetly swallowed his own saliva. At the same time, he couldn't help but lament Fun's blatant favoritism. "Berserk stones are solidified forms of energy," Crone explained. "However, unlike your mana stones, according to what I have heard, they also contain a berserk property. If absorbed without proper refinement, this property almost always causes mutations in the body, and, at higher quantities, it leads to death in the worst-case scenarios. So, berserk stones are essentially mana stones corrupted by this berserk property?" Alex asked. Crone nodded. "That is the most accurate way to describe it, I believe." He wasn't entirely certain, but judging from the soldiers' descriptions, mana stones and berserk stones were nearly identical, save for the berserk property. As such, Crone felt the assumption was reasonable. "Do you know why berserk stones have this berserk property?" Alex continued. "Is it something unique to these stones, or does all solidified energy on Verdantis carry it?" "Yes," Crone replied. "All known energy stones on Verdantis possess the berserk property. As for why it exists, We believe it is because the berserk property exists within all energy on this plane. That is why most of our cultivation and tempering methods place heavy emphasis on refining the berserk component before storing energy within the body. He paused before adding, beasts do not have this luxury. That is why most beasts on Verdantis exist in a deranged or berserk state. Alex suddenly recalled the beast tide they had encountered upon arriving in the forest. At the time, he had wondered why most of the beasts, including supposed herbivores, appeared unnaturally aggressive and predatory. Even creatures like rabbits had sported oversized claws and fangs. So those deformities and mutations were caused by this berserk property, Alex mused. Crone continued, to the best of my knowledge, it remains unclear whether the berserk property is a form of energy or a fundamental law. What is certain is that prolonged exposure affects everything. Energy items can become saturated, turning into berserk variants. Beasts mutate, grow increasingly violent, and on top of that, berserk beasts reproduce rapidly, making them an even greater threat. He drew a breath. A vast portion of the northern continent is occupied by the great berserk beast forest. It is both the origin and homeland of berserk beasts. The forest is so enormous that I've heard it borders almost, if not all, major empires on the continent. It teems with so many berserk beasts that even a coalition of empires 5 decades ago failed to eradicate it. Alex's spoon froze halfway to his mouth before slowly returning to the bowl. His experience as an avid reader in his previous life caused a familiar pattern to click into place. Let me guess, he said slowly. The world's deities have a way to suppress or block the berserk property around settlements where they are worshipped, right? How did you? Crone Bellic stared at him in shock. So, I was right. Alex's brows furrowed solemnly. Are you thinking the Navi have something to do with this berserk property? Zora asked. It is a possibility, Alex replied. But even if they aren't responsible for it, they are certainly taking full advantage of it. The fact that they can block it off in select areas means they understand what it is and possess a way to control it, perhaps even remove it entirely. But knowing the Navi, Zora added, her eyes narrowing in realization, if it brings them an advantage, they won't be removing it completely anytime soon. Exactly. Alex nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if they make a grand spectacle out of suppressing the berserk property. Maybe they even offer treatment for those contaminated by it, in exchange for faith, or, at the very least, a significant amount of berserk stones. Alex paused mid-thought as a sense of irony struck him. Paying with berserk stones to remove the effects of the berserk property. That's a special kind of twisted irony, he thought. At the side, Crone Bellic was once again silently questioning the reality he had grown up believing. What Alex had casually deduced was, in fact, the true relationship between the Navi and ordinary people. Crone let out a quiet sigh. In addition to that, priests must periodically cleanse individuals. Otherwise, we risk being contaminated by the berserk property we passively absorb simply by breathing. Most of the time, a priest will perform a general cleansing miracle after every weekly worship session, meaning only those who show faith are allowed to be cleansed, Alex remarked. Crone confirmed with a nod. In that case, Alex sighed, it would be more shocking if the Navi didn't dominate this realm. Then something clicked. Wait, Alex said sharply. You just said everyone passively absorbs the berserk property? Yes, Crone replied. We absorb minute amounts over time simply by existing here. But it is far worse for professionals. We absorb far more energy, sometimes even passively, and that energy is always accompanied by the berserk property. Spirit Sight, Level 2. Alex pushed his Truth Seeker's ability to a higher level. Instantly, the world changed. Within his vision, every mote of mana in the surroundings was accompanied by a strange distortion, something his brain interpreted as a nauseating, purplish haze. The glow made up only a small portion of each mana mote, yet it was present in every single one as far as Alex could see. More disturbingly, whenever a mana mote made contact with any entity, living or otherwise, The purplish tint replicated itself. A trace of it was left behind on the entity, while the main mote continued on its path as if nothing had happened. It didn't make much sense. The purplish glow seemed to replicate without drawing from any obvious energy source. The mana mote it traveled with was not consumed to fuel this replication, nor was the mana of the host entity it attached to. I see, Alex thought. That's why it's unclear whether this thing is an energy or a law. If it were purely energy, it should obey the law of conservation. Each time it spreads to a new entity, the glow on the original mana mote should weaken. But it doesn't. New glows form without any change to the original one, its supposed forebear. Yet it also cannot be a law, he continued analyzing, because it has a discernible form and binds itself to mana motes like a parasite. Alex's eyes narrowed. Could it possess an energy-law duality? A moment later, his lips twitched. Ah, that explains it. That's why they call it the berserk property. Verdantine academia must have reached the same conclusion. That realization, however, brought with it a far more troubling problem. Almost every member of the expedition party had cultivated the night before, which meant they had actively drawn in mana, along with the berserk property, during training and tempering. And it wasn't as if they could simply walk into a temple and ask a priest for cleansing. At that moment, Eleanor and Yudara approached, each carrying a bundle of books in their arms. Behind them were two civilians struggling under even larger stacks. These are all the unique books we found in other parts of the fortress, aside from the main library and studies, Eleanor said. She carefully placed the books beside Alex before gesturing for the others to do the same. However, both women quickly noticed something off about his expression. Is something wrong? Yudara asked, turning to Zora. He's doing that thing again, Zora replied flatly. You know, when he realizes something important and falls into deep thought, completely forgetting that he's in the middle of a conversation. Her words were both an answer to Yudara and a not-so-subtle chiding of Alex. Alex smiled wryly. Sorry, he said. I was checking whether we're affected by the berserk property the same way the natives are. He continued, most of us cultivated last night, so I wanted to confirm whether we've already been contaminated. Contaminated? Eleanor raised an eyebrow. Zora began explaining while Alex continued observing the group with spirit sight LV2. So, Yudara asked quietly, what did you notice, Master? Well, the four of us are not affected, Alex said. He reasoned calmly. Something feeds on, or outright erases, the berserk property the moment it enters our bodies. If I had to guess, I'd say it's due to our bloodlines. Each of us possesses an extremely pure and powerful bloodline. In my case, there's also the primal origin flame, which detests all forms of contamination. His gaze shifted towards the rest of the expedition party, his expression turning solemn. The rest of our people are not so lucky, Alex continued. The berserk property has already entered their bodies. The contamination is minute for now, but it is present nonetheless. A heavy silence settled. Alex, his wives, and Crone Bellic all wore grim expressions. Cleansing spells from priests can remove the berserk property, right? Eleanor suddenly asked. Yes. Crone nodded without hesitation. Okay. Without another word, Eleanor walked up to a resting Fury soldier and raised her hand. Cleanse. A soft glow washed over the man. She turned back to Alex with an askance glance. It worked, Alex confirmed, his expression brightening immediately. The Fury soldier, and those nearby, looked between Alex and Eleanor in confusion, not fully understanding what had just happened. In that case, Eleanor continued, we can use the cleansing scrolls we crafted back then whenever we set camp outside human settlements. I see. Alex nodded slowly. That could work. The idea became increasingly viable the more he thought about it. He quickly finished the rest of his meal, then called the expedition party together. There's something you all need to know, Alex began. He explained the berserk property, its dangers, and their current situation. We'll have a countermeasure ready by the time we set up camp later tonight. After leaving Barnsel, he said, but even then, you must take responsibility for mitigating the contamination yourselves. The natives' cultivation methods appear to focus heavily on refining absorbed mana. I doubt their techniques are superior to ours. So the fact that you were contaminated likely means you didn't prioritize refinement enough. He looked around the group. Until my magic platform is fully repaired and a permanent solution is available, I advise everyone to strictly follow the peak purity rule. Only circulate mana into your bodies after refining it to the limits of your training or tempering method. I know this slows down cultivation, Alex admitted. But while we're on Verdantis, it could very well be the difference between life and death. Understood. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Good. Alex nodded, prepared to move out. Only then did he notice someone was missing. Where's Havel? Alex asked. He's still with the house lady's boss, Kavikin replied. Alex frowned. What is he still doing with them? Kavikin flashed a knowing grin. One every man present immediately understood. He's greasing a rusted wheel. Havel exited the fortress castle just as the expedition party was preparing to set off with their loot and horses. Dread stood at the head of the convoy, radiating a unique aura that kept the other horses calm and in orderly lines. When Havel stepped out, Alex, who was willingly overseeing the final preparations alongside Zora, called him over. What did you think you were doing? Alex asked flatly. Havel paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. What you asked me to do, he replied. Get the women to open up so I could get information out of them. When I told you to get them to open up, Alex said dryly, I meant their mouths, not their legs. You were supposed to make them speak, not plow them. Suddenly, both Alex and Havel felt several gazes on their backs. They turned. On the castle balcony above, Baron Helton's wife and concubines were watching them. There was no hostility in their eyes, only something softer, longing even. Alex froze. All four of them, he asked slowly. No, just Lady Helton. Havel shook his head. I merely exchanged words with the other three and kept them company. He raised a hand and casually waved at the women before turning back to Alex. Baron Helton wasn't the stand-up man you seem to think he was, Havel continued calmly. None of those women had a choice in their marriages. Lady Helton, in particular, was effectively abandoned once she gave birth to her youngest son. He met Alex's gaze. Each of them had needs. I satisfied those needs in exchange for information. The three young women needed companionship. Lady Helton needed intimacy. Their husband is dead, Havel added. And whether you like it or not, what happened helped resolve the tension they had with one another. They'll need unity to survive, given the situation we're leaving them in. It was a small price to pay for accurate information about the area and what was worth looting within the fortress. With that, Havel turned and walked away. Alex remained where he stood, silent. You calmed down quickly, Zora commented from the side. Don't tell me you bought his explanation. Not one bit, Alex replied. I'm fairly certain he honey-mouthed the vulnerable women and took advantage of their fragile states. He paused, then added dryly, I was just stunned because I never thought the guy had the energy to speak that many words in one go. That's what you were worried about? Zora pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head in disappointment. Alex chuckled. He glanced back up at the women of House Helton standing on the balcony. All things considered, they looked better than expected. Well, I only ordered them not to rape, he thought. If it was consensual, and it somehow helped the women, there's not much I can do about it. Shall we head out, my lady? Alex said, turning to Zora. Zora nodded and walked ahead, entering a carriage where Eleanor was already seated. The healer was busy reviewing the inventory of their loot, sorting through records, and making notes on what could be sold and what should be retained. Although the final decision still rested with Alex, he much preferred to defer to Eleanor's mercantile judgment. It did, however, mean more work for the expedition's healer, who was now also acting as alchemist, appraiser, and de facto financial officer. Thankfully, Zora could assist and help lighten the burden. Understanding just how much work and responsibility he had placed on his women's shoulders, Alex, being the gentleman he was, liberated Baron Helton's carriage for their use, ensuring the journey, and their work, would be as comfortable as possible. It was really the least he could do. Alex mounted Dread and gave the order to move out. According to the map he had found in Baron Helton's study, The Hollow Crest wildlands lay due west of Barnsel Fortress, slightly south at first, then mostly west. However, rather than heading directly there, Alex ordered the party to first travel due southeast along the Imperial Highway, exiting the Luxon Duchy entirely. Just as they were about to leave both the Helton Barony and Luxon territory, Alex looked back toward the distant outline of Barnsel Fortress. "Your tribulations are just beginning," he muttered quietly. His gaze sharpened. "Now then, clergy and nobility of Lemuria," he thought, "show me your true face." The expedition party came and went through the Helton Barony like a quiet storm. The residents of Lower Barnsel awoke to a morning that felt almost ordinary, except for the glaring absence of the town's militia patrolling the streets. Some of those living on the fringes of the town reported seeing a large group of horses leaving due south at dawn. At first, they assumed it was Baron Helton's men, yet strangely, the riders bore no banners and flew no familiar colors. Though uneasy at the implication of a territorial conflict, the townsfolk knew better than to poke their noses into the affairs of the nobility. Most went about their day, choosing to ignore the rumors. That lasted until word finally arrived from both the militia camp and the fortress. A massacre. During the night, fiends had swept through both military installations, leaving nothing but carnage in their wake. Even their lord, the gold-ranked Baron Leland Helton, had fallen. A shudder passed through the town. No one could believe that two such battles had taken place so close to them overnight, yet they had remained completely unaware. In the chaos that followed, the women of House Helton, led by Lady Helton herself, stepped forward to stabilize the situation. Ironically, the expedition party's massacre made this far easier than expected. Those who might have opposed the women's authority, namely the Barnsel Gold ranks, were among the dead left behind by the invaders. An uneasy calm settled over the town as the people clung desperately to what scraps of normalcy they could. Lady Helton bit her lip as she carefully penned a letter to House Luxon, informing them of the catastrophe. She wrote another to one of her late husband's close friends, a high-ranking retainer within the duchy. It was all she could do. She could not predict how the duchy would react, but she was certain they would not be pleased by the idea of a woman ruling the territory. Her hope was that her husband's friend would intervene, at the very least securing her son's claim to his father's seat. The best outcome she dared to imagine was the appointment of a regent, one who would oversee the lands until her son came of age and could formally inherit the Helton barony. 3 days after the Barnsel massacre, scouts from the hastily formed local militia reported the sighting of a regiment, at least 1,000 men strong, marching toward the barony. The initial reaction was fear and unease. However, upon seeing the crest flown by the armed force, Lady Helton released a breath she had not realized she was holding. They were the men of one of her late husband's allies, Count Morgan Welfer. Count Morgan Welfer served under the same liege house as Baron Helton, the Luxon Duchy. In fact, he was one of the few true nobles, recognized by the Lemuria Empire itself, within the duchy's area of influence who had openly supported Baron Helton's claim. Upon confirming that the approaching force belonged to Count Welfer, Lady Helton immediately ordered what remained of the household staff in motion to prepare a proper reception. When the regiment reached the barony, it split into 3 smaller detachments. One of these, a full company, followed the regiment commander directly to Upper Barnsel Fortress. Lady Helton, accompanied by Baron Helton's 3 concubines and her 2 sons, formally received the regiment commander and his adjutant in the fortress's main hall. Meanwhile, the accompanying company rested outside the fortress walls, observing proper etiquette. Not that it truly mattered. The fortress was effectively defenseless before the 2 men, both gold-ranked, and could have been taken at their leisure had they wished. "Lady Helton," the regiment commander spoke, "I have arrived under the orders of my lord, Count Welfer, to secure this fortress until the proceedings regarding the barony's lordship are concluded at the duchy court. I trust you do not object." As expected, Lady Helton sighed inwardly. "Not at all, Commander." She hesitated slightly, attempting to learn his name. "Commander will suffice, my lady," he replied. Though his words were polite, the tone beneath them was not. Even the three younger women, despite their commoner origins, picked up on the subtle disrespect. Understanding her position, Lady Helton swallowed her displeasure. Instead, she asked carefully, "What are your next intentions? Will you pursue the infernal who killed my husband and massacred his men?" "Indeed," the commander replied calmly. "That is one of my regiment's mandates." At that moment, a reddish glow reflected through the window. A heartbeat later, screams followed. Fear seized Lady Helton's heart as she rushed to the window. What she saw made her blood run cold. The townsfolk of Lower Barnsell were being slaughtered by the regiment soldiers, and their houses being razed. "What are you doing?" she cried, turning back toward the commander. "Cleansing these lands of heretical infestation," the regiment commander replied coldly. "Those are residents of our barony. They are not heretics," one of the baron's concubines shouted. She was a local. Her family still lived in Lower Barnsell. "Do you expect anyone to believe that fewer than a platoon of men invaded and slaughtered the barony's forces, including 5 gold ranks, without the entire town being aware?" the regiment commander replied coldly. "Surely, you have all been bewitched by the infernal and are colluding with them." His eyes hardened. "In that case, your blood will be shed to cleanse these lands of filth and restore the light of Lord Juror." "Ha ha!" Lady Helton laughed hysterically. "What cleansing? Your lord simply wants to usurp our lands now that my husband is dead." She pointed toward the window, where smoke and screams still rose. "You are killing the people so that no one will remain to challenge your lord's claim in the future." Her laughter faded, replaced by icy clarity. "So what now?" she asked. "Will you claim the infernal wiped out the entire town? Or will you brand us heretics and kill us as well?" Fear immediately seized the other 3 women. "That depends on your choice, Lady Helton." The regiment commander smiled faintly. "No, Lady Laura." The smile widened. "If you agree to marry my lord, Count Morgan Welfer, and present the barony to him as your dowry, he is prepared to spare your lives." He paused, then added casually, "Of course, the peasants below must still die. We must give the clergy an answer, after all." "And if I refuse?" Lady Helton asked quietly. "Then it is a great tragedy," the regiment commander said with a predatory grin, "that the infernal massacred the entire town, slaying even Baron Helton's family. As a loyal friend, my lord would have no choice but to assume stewardship of his fallen allies' lands, so that his legacy of defending the realm may live on." Lady Helton laughed softly, hollow and broken. "I wonder who is truly evil," she said, "the so-called infernal or the so-called nobles." She walked to her sons and gently rubbed their heads. "Very well," she said at last. "I agree." "Excellent." The regiment commander smiled in satisfaction. "A wise decision. I will send word to my liege immediately." He turned to leave, then chuckled lightly. "Do not look so gloomy. You have saved many lives today." With that, he exited the castle's main hall, his adjutant following close behind. As they stepped outside, the adjutant glanced back at the fortress, at how exposed it truly was. "Are we really leaving them be?" he asked quietly. "We could seize the castle right now." "We have our orders," the regiment commander replied. "I just don't understand," the adjutant said. "Our duty is not to understand our liege's plans," the regiment commander replied sternly. "It is simply to carry them out." The adjutant quickly nodded. After a moment, however, the commander's expression eased, and he smiled faintly. "It isn't that difficult to understand if you look at it from a noble's perspective. Our lord's lands are separated from these territories by 2 fiefdoms. He cannot simply swallow this barony under the excuse of protecting a friend's legacy. The neighboring lords would never allow it, and House Luxon would be forced to intervene." He continued calmly. "On the other hand, if Lady Helton marries our lord, the Count can legitimately extend his influence here, in the name of supporting his wife and safeguarding his late friend's children. In a few years, even if the duchy rules that the territory must remain under House Helton, it will belong to our lord in everything but name." I see, the adjutant murmured, nodding in understanding. But then, he hesitated. Why does our lord want this land so badly? It's only a barony, and if it truly holds value, why wouldn't the duchy intervene immediately? The regiment commander shrugged. That is beyond our pay grade. Matters of nobles, I suppose. Realizing his superior did not know any more than he did, the adjutant dropped the subject and asked another question. Are we going to pursue the infernal? Why would we? The commander replied flatly. They slaughtered more than 500 men with barely 20 of their own. Do you truly believe chasing them is worth the risk? But Lord Juror, do you think Lord Juror or the clergy truly care about this insignificant stretch of land? The commander interrupted. Of course not. We are already preserving everyone's dignity by purging the town. He sneered faintly. If the temple is truly interested in the invaders, they will hunt them down themselves. It is not our role yet. As far as we are concerned, he continued, the invaders have already left the Luxon Duchy. What happens next is the concern of the temple and whatever lord rules the lands they enter. Then he stopped walking and turned to his adjutant, his voice turning solemn. Never forget this. In the world of aristocrats and clergy, benefit is the only thing that matters. No one moves unless there is something to gain. Including the temple, the adjutant asked quietly. Especially the temple and its clergy, the commander replied gravely. The adjutant followed behind his superior, a heavy sense of disillusionment settling over him as the world he thought he understood quietly crumbled. Radiant Rose City, Luxon Duchy, Lemuria Empire, Verdanus Realm. Radiant Rose City was the capital and economic heart of the Luxon Duchy, as well as the seat of its military and administrative power. It stood among the most important cities within the Lemuria Empire, perhaps surpassed only by the imperial capital itself, which housed the emperor's throne and Lord Juror's principal temple. Even so, Radiant Rose remained one of the empire's greatest jewels. The city was built along the Radiant Mountain Range, one of Lemuria's natural wonders. Luminescent flowers and radiant shrubs flourished across the mountainside, bathing the land in color by day and casting a gentle glow by night. That the Luxon family had received imperial approval to build their capital upon such an important, some might even say holy, site was itself a quiet display of their influence and power. Remarkably, the city's architecture had been planned with extreme precision. Damage to the mountain's ecosystem during construction was minimal, and whatever harm occurred was swiftly rehabilitated. The result was a breathtaking metropolis seamlessly woven into a living sea of light. Radiant Rose was beautiful in the afternoon, but at night it was truly mesmerizing. Without the need for artificial illumination, the city glowed naturally, living up to its name like a rare flower blooming beneath the stars. Many traveled great distances simply to witness the sight, claiming it soothed the mind and purified the spirit, rumors that only strengthened its supposed holy reputation. However, as the capital of a powerful duchy within a vast empire, not everyone came for beauty or peace. Many came for far uglier reasons. On this night, within the noble quarter of Radiant Rose's inner city, a man stood by a window overlooking the glowing skyline. There was no admiration in his eyes, only a cold, predatory gleam, one filled with ambition and barely restrained greed. The reflection in the glass revealed a handsome, refined man in his early 30s. His attire was immaculate, unmistakably tailored from the finest materials, luxuries equivalent to branded item in Alex's past life world. His posture was commanding, his features sharp, and his bearing unmistakably noble. Not just any noble, but high nobility. His name was Marquis Asher Luxon, Marquis of Ravenlight, and more importantly, a direct scion of House Luxon. As Asher gazed upon the luminous city, the door behind him opened quietly. A middle-aged man entered and bowed respectfully. My Lord Marquis, Count Welfer, you are back. Marquis Asher Luxon greeted him with a faint smile, about the warmest expression his usually stony face could muster. You bring good news, I trust. Yes, my lord Marquis. Count Morgan Welfer nodded. I have successfully secured Helton's barony while providing the clergy with a satisfactory explanation. They appeared pleased with the response and will most likely allow the arrangement to proceed. That is good. Marquis Asher nodded. Is the claimant to Barnsel secure? Are we certain the local lords will not be able to protest your presence? Lady Helton has agreed to bind our two houses through marriage, Count Morgan replied smoothly. In exchange, I will dispatch troops to Barnsel to stabilize the territory until its young lord matures enough to build his own forces and formally assume his father's domain. He paused, then continued with a tone of practiced sincerity. As far as anyone is concerned, Baron Helton was a close friend of mine in life. Now, following his unfortunate passing, the mother of his children will marry into my house. I have more than sufficient justification to maintain a military presence in the region. If the court permits, he added, I may even serve as regent until my dear nephew, and soon-to-be stepson, is ready to rule. Huh? Marquis Asher laughed. Well done, Count Morgan. I will personally see to it that the court names you regent. Truly, only a compassionate man, one so deeply concerned for his late friend's family, would shoulder such responsibility. Cold, calculating glints flashed through both men's eyes as pleasant smiles remained firmly in place. Marquis Asher stepped closer and placed a hand upon Count Morgan's shoulder. Thank you, Count Morgan, he said softly. I know this was not a small sacrifice on your part. Think nothing of it, my lord. Count Morgan waved it off. It is hardly a sacrifice. I have long held an interest in Lady Lara, and in the Swift Song Merchant Company behind her. With this union, I am confident that her stubborn father will become far more receptive to cooperation. Naturally, that benefit would extend to your faction as well. There are few drawbacks and many advantages, he continued. As for the marriage itself, Lady Lara is still a woman. She will have her uses. A lecherous glint flickered through Count Morgan's eyes. For a brief moment, his thoughts wandered, imagining himself indulging in the perverted acts he had never dared attempt with his main wife, whose noble lineage placed limits upon his behavior. Marquis Asher noticed the look. He did not care. What did the fate of a baron's widow matter, compared to Count Morgan's utility? Turning away, Marquis Asher approached a war board positioned upon a nearby table. The board displayed the expanse of the Lemuria Empire, with particular emphasis placed upon the Luxon Duchy. Marquis Asher picked up a whiteboard piece and placed it at the southern edge of the Luxon Duchy on the map, precisely over the location of Barnsel Fortress. If one observed the board carefully, they would notice that there were 3 major routes in and out of the Luxon Duchy. Each of them was now marked by a white piece. My father is still away at the imperial capital, Marquis Asher said calmly, while that foolish elder brother of mine has led his followers deep into the great berserk beast forest. At present, there is no one in court capable of opposing your appointment as regent of Barnsel, temporary or otherwise. And by the time the Duke returns, Count Morgan smiled, I would have already served as regent for several months. At that point, it would be far easier to convince him to legitimize my position than to remove me. He understood Marquis Asher's intentions perfectly. Marquis Asher returned the smile. One of the reasons he favored Count Morgan was precisely because the man was quick to grasp unspoken designs. Turning back to the board, Asher's gaze drifted toward the opposite end of the map. In his mind, he could already see another player moving black pieces across the board. Foolish older brother of mine, you play the game, but you do not understand the rules. And in the end, that is why you will lose. While you squander your time and forces pleasing the clergy and seeking father's approval through hollow military exploits, I will quietly seize the economic and administrative lifelines of the duchy. Once I control logistics, trade, and governance, I will no longer need father's acknowledgement, nor the clergy's blessing. I will force father to acknowledge me, and I will make the clergy accept me. In the end, everything will belong to me. Marquis Asher's thoughts were cold, precise, and utterly devoid of hesitation. Has that man come to his senses? He asked casually, idly nudging a red board piece positioned at the very center of the Luxon duchy. No, Count Morgan shook his head. In fact, it appears he has abandoned neutrality entirely and thrown his support behind your elder brother. Marquis Asher sighed and shook his head. With a flick of his finger, he tipped the red piece over. It is a pity, he said mildly. Losing a combat saint will be a significant blow to the duchy. Then his eyes hardened. However, a great tree must sometimes be cut down to clear the path for progress. He turned to Count Morgan. Do you understand? It will be done, my lord. Count Morgan bowed deeply. Marquis Asher returned his attention to the board, his mind already weaving the next layer of schemes. It had been a week since Alex and his party left the Luxon duchy. They were currently traveling through a neighboring county under the false identity of a traveling horse merchant caravan. According to Crone Bellic, though extremely rare, this was actually a legitimate profession on Verdantis. Of course, such traders required proper identification. Fortunately, with Crone's familiarity with local systems and the universal language of coin, they were able to acquire the necessary documents without much difficulty. At the end of the day, regardless of plane or territory, men still lived for wealth. And where wealth existed, so did bribery. Thanks to the identification papers, the party was able to move through the county without attracting much attention, at least not the wrong kind. To properly maintain their cover, the group sold off half of their horse inventory along the way, keeping only the best ones for themselves. Eleanor's sharp mercantile instincts left a strong impression wherever they went. Her confident negotiations, keen pricing sense, and professional demeanor made it even harder for anyone to imagine that this group of traders were the very same invaders, heretics, and heathens whispered about in recent rumors. As they departed the latest town, Alex suddenly turned his gaze northward towards the distant direction of Upper Barnsel Fortress. After a full week of travel without encountering even the faintest sign of pursuit, Alex finally reached a conclusion. So, usurping a fellow noble's lands is more important than hunting heathens and heretics in the name of your deity. That's good to know. For days, Alex had been prepared for a vanguard scouting unit to track them down, followed by a main force once their location was confirmed. But nothing happened. The most plausible explanation was clear. Rather than chasing after them, the aristocracy of the Luxon Duchy was far too busy deciding the fate of, or outright swallowing, the Helton barony. The only other possibility was that Lady Helton had somehow managed to conceal the deaths of over 500 men overnight, including her husband, Baron Leland Helton, and his 4 gold-rank subordinates. That, however, was almost certainly impossible, which meant the former explanation was the only one that made sense. Looks like the information Yadara acquired is accurate, Alex thought. The Juror Archbishop of Luxon and the Luxon heir apparent have raised an expedition into the Great Berserk Beast Forest. That means both the Duchy and the Temple have bigger fish to fry than our little expedition band. Whenever higher nobility were away handling matters on a grand scale, the lesser nobles were known to behave like savage dogs released from their master's leash. Either they scrambled to secure their own interests, or they seized the opportunity to usurp the interests of others while the liege who could keep them in check was absent. We really picked a time to land, Alex muttered inwardly. Later that night, once the group had made camp in the wilderness, Alex gathered everyone and made an announcement. We can rest a little easier from now on, he said. We can be fairly certain that no hostile force will be chasing after us anytime soon. In that case, we can begin making real movements on this plane. A few among the group, Kavikin, Mogul, and several of the Fury crossbowmen, looked somewhat disappointed by the news. They had only encountered a handful of weak idiots along the road. Fools who thought it was a good idea to try robbing a caravan bold enough to travel with strong, well-bred horses. How those people never considered that such a group might be composed of powerful fighters, and then still chose to attack with their paltry strength, was beyond the expedition members. Alex shook his head at his men's reactions. Then he waved Crone Bellic over. When the sole Verdantian native of the expedition approached, Alex spoke quietly. Tomorrow, you'll be leaving the party. I want you to return home and secure a path into the Selahan Empire through your father, just as we discussed. He handed Crone a small box. When you meet your father, present the trinket inside to him. It will make the conversation much easier, Alex added. Crone hesitated, then asked cautiously, "You're not planning to scheme against or harm my father, are you?" Alex stared at him for a moment, then scoffed. "Just how badly do you see me? How afraid of me are you?" he said flatly. "Man up. You're at least 10 years older than me. Start acting like it." "I'm pretty sure no one would guess your age from your behavior," Crone replied dryly. "Besides, age has nothing to do with it. You're the youngest person here, yet you're the leader and pretty much the most intimidating person in the group." "Intimidating?" Alex exclaimed in mock shock. "But I'm the calmest guy here. How can you say I'm intimidating?" Crone Bellic didn't bother replying. Alex chuckled, seeing that the fun was over. "Jokes aside," Alex said, his tone turning serious, "this is an important mission I'm entrusting to you. Don't fail, ya?" "I'll do my best," Crone replied. "But my father is a stubborn and opinionated old man." "Which is why you ran away from home to become an adventurer?" Alex asked. "Part of it, yes." Crone nodded. "Well, that ends now," Alex said calmly. "You're part of something bigger, and this is your first real duty to the cause." Crone nodded again, his expression firm. Alex patted the man's shoulder encouragingly before letting him return to his tent. It would be a long journey for him, starting at sunrise the next day. Alex turned back toward the campfire, his thoughts swirling as he considered the future of the expedition. A small sigh escaped his lips. He didn't like the fact that he didn't have all the pieces needed to plan a clear path forward. He was at a point where he had to grasp every opportunity as it appeared, rather than creating them himself. It made him feel less like a player, and more like a chess piece in a game he wasn't even fully aware was being played. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Ahead of him, just as the group prepared to eat before retiring for the night, Eleanor spread out a large scroll on the ground and channeled mana into it. Hum! A soft hum rippled outward, covering the campsite in a faint golden glow. Not only did the expedition members feel rejuvenated, but even the air around them felt cleaner, lighter, among other subtle benefits. The scroll was the result of a joint project Alex and Eleanor had worked on back at the Enclave. A reusable healer domain grand formation scroll. The Healer Domain Grand Formation Scroll was a product in which Alex and Eleanor managed to cram a multitude of healer spells, such as Heal, Rejuvenate, Purify, Cleanse, and others, into a single scroll, which in itself was no small feat. But that wasn't even the most impressive part. That honor belonged to the scroll itself. Ordinarily, magical enchantment scrolls and runic inscription scrolls were single-use items, burning up completely upon activation. However, Alex and Eleanor had succeeded in creating a multi-use scroll, which could also support both magical enchantments and runic inscriptions. Eleanor developed a specialized alchemical potion that significantly increased the tier and energy resistance of bee skin and leather during the scroll-making process. Meanwhile, Alex designed a runic formation that impregnated the scroll's fibrous structure. This formation dispersed the activation energy of both spell enchantments and runic constructs, preventing the energy release from destroying the scroll upon use. The marriage of their two methods, alchemical and runic, gave birth to a reusable product capable of functioning as long as the potion coating and structural runic formation remained intact. In their most rigorous tests, using the strongest combination of spells and array formations they could safely fit into a single scroll, the couple confirmed that a scroll could be reused at least 50 times. That said, these scrolls were far from cheap. The potion ingredients alone made the coating solution one of the most expensive Tier 3 potions around, even by Enclave standards. As for the craftsmanship fee, Alex had no intention of undervaluing their work. He was adamant that the scroll should be priced at nothing less than a premium, placing the scroll's value squarely in the Tier 4 scroll range, or even Tier 5. It was a steep price to pay for a scroll that could only support low Tier 4 enchantments and inscriptions at best. Alex was fully aware that this made the product inaccessible to most buyers, which was precisely why he initially planned to auction a limited number of them at the Gold Palace's grand auction. Alas, Zora made a compelling argument against that idea. Not even the Golden Palace could withstand the attention and pressure such scrolls would generate, much less the two of them, Imperial Princess and Furiere or not. It was one thing to introduce a product that pioneered a new branch of technology. It was another when that product threatened the established order. Scroll makers, both magic enchantment scroll crafters and runic inscription specialists, operated within a long-established system. There were rules, balances, and unspoken agreements governing each side. Alex and Eleanor's creation threatened to shatter all of them. For one, the fact that the scrolls could be reused multiple times meant they would significantly undercut the earnings of countless scroll makers who relied on the single-use nature of scrolls to generate wealth. Then there was the effectiveness of the scrolls themselves. With a single scroll, one could activate a Great Mage, level spell multiple times without needing an actual Great Mage to be present. Now imagine an organization acquiring several such scrolls, each loaded with grade 7 to 8 spells, Great Mage level spells. They could unleash high-tier magic repeatedly, with impunity. And now imagine if an organization obtained the production method for the scrolls. That prospect alone was enough to make countless powers scramble, willing to seize, coerce, or eliminate Alex and Eleanor for the sake of their seemingly innocent creation. Faced with such implications, the couple wisely shelved the scrolls entirely. They didn't even dare approach a Great Mage, even those they trusted, to inscribe spells into them. Well, Alex did convince Merlin to inscribe one grade 8 spell onto a scroll, but it was purely defensive. As for attack spells, the stingy dragon was only willing to humor Alex if he was prepared to pay for his time. The time of being beyond Class 8. Alex was wealthy, but not that wealthy. Even if he could afford it, he would never pay such a price for a single grade 8 spell. Beyond the cost and danger of public exposure, there was another drawback to Alex and Eleanor's improved scrolls. Once a spell or runic construct was inscribed into the scroll, it could not be altered. Ordinary scrolls, so long as they hadn't been activated, could be cleansed of their enchantments or runic formations and repurposed. Alex and Eleanor's scrolls did not allow this. The process of cleansing a scroll of its spell enchantment or runic inscription also stripped away Alex's runic framework and degraded Eleanor's potion coating. As a result, the scroll lost its reusability and reverted to an ordinary, single-use scroll. After producing the scrolls and realizing they couldn't safely sell them, the two worked together to stuff a single scroll with every healer spell they could think of, and more importantly, every spell Eleanor could personally cast at her current level. Using Omni Rune and Rune-Tech, Alex copied each spell Eleanor cast, translated them into runic arrays, and fused them together into a single, complex construct. The result was an intricate healer grand formation, a reusable spell enchantment, runic inscription hybrid that could be activated multiple times. This turned out to be incredibly fortunate. The healer grand formation included purification and cleansing circles that surreptitiously suppressed the berserk component present within Verdantis mana, significantly reducing the party's exposure to the property. By activating the scroll, Eleanor deployed the formation to create a purified zone, one in which the expedition party could heal injuries, recover from fatigue, and more importantly, remain shielded from the nefarious berserk property that, until now, only the Verdantian clergy were supposedly capable of shielding and suppressing. To a native Verdantian like Crone Bellic, this bordered on a miracle. Thanks to the Grand Formation, the expedition members no longer needed to take extreme precautions against berserk contamination while cultivating. Even so, they continued to refine their mana carefully, better safe than sorry. As Alex watched the Grand Formation activate for the 7th time since leaving Barnsel, he let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that his RuneTech products still worked. The magical rules of Verdantis only prevented him from creating new RuneTech constructs. Anything already completed continued to function normally. The phenomenon felt eerily similar to how Pangean spellcasting still functioned on Verdantis. It's as if there's a higher rule governing all of this, Alex mused. Something that supersedes the laws of individual planes, universal laws, perhaps. Whatever the truth was, he knew one thing for certain. If none of his Rune-Tech creations had worked, it would have been a devastating blow. Their survivability in this world, where they were already operating at a disadvantage, would have plummeted. Lost in thought, Alex stared into the campfire. Then Yudara quietly appeared beside him. "Where to now, master?" she asked. "The Hollow Crest Wildlands." "Where to now, master? The Hollow Crest Wildlands or the Selahan Empire?" Yudara asked. Whichever path they chose would determine their entire approach to security and information gathering. The Selahan Empire was structured and orderly, while the Hollow Crest Wildlands openly advertised chaos. The former required less emphasis on constant security but made information harder to obtain. The latter, on the other hand, demanded near constant vigilance, but information gathering would be far more easier. Either way, once Yudara knew what they were heading into, her job would become much easier. Alex looked at her thoughtfully. Yudara had truly stepped up to her delegated role over the past week. Without any input from Alex, she had divided the troops into two clear units. A scouting team, comprising herself, Silver, Havel, and the crossbowmen, and a security team, comprising Mogul, Kavakin, Mordor, and the remaining Fury Knight soldiers. Contrary to what one might assume at first glance, the scouting team had not been chosen for their range combatability. They had been chosen for information gathering. Silver was exceptionally perceptive and possessed a keen eye for terrain and movement. Despite his lazy demeanor, Havel proved himself to be a natural people person, someone who could make almost anyone, male or female, lower their guard and loosen their tongues. As for the crossbowmen, compared to the rest of the Fury Knight soldiers, they were far more flexible. In truth, all 15 Fury soldiers assigned to Alex were more adaptable than standard troops. However, most still fit the mound of conventional soldiers. These 5 crossbowmen did not. They were flexible enough to be deployed in unconventional units, capable of operating independently, blending in, and adapting on the fly. After all, the very reason Alex had introduced crossbows in the first place was to create an unconventional fighting force. Having discussed this unorthodox unit with Alex previously, and after personally taking part in one of such operation, Yudara understood exactly what kind of soldiers these crossbowmen were. That was why she had drafted them into her scouting team. Together, the scouting unit moved ahead of the main party, gathering information in settlements before the expedition's arrival, streamlining logistics, reducing risk, and making everything that followed significantly easier. Little needed to be said on the security side. Whenever Alex, Zora, and Crone moved to visit the administrative heads of any settlement they passed through, Kavakin and Mogul remained by Eleanor's side as her personal guards. With their imposing physiques and unmistakable presence, most people thought twice before entertaining any nefarious thoughts, except, of course, the truly stupid. Meanwhile, the remaining Fury Knight soldiers protected the horses, their supposed merchandise, with Mordor providing ready spellcasting support. At the same time, Mordor continued honing his swordsmanship by sparring with the soldiers whenever the opportunity arose. Yudara's system was incredibly simple and straightforward. Yet to Alex, it also demonstrated her keen attention to subtle details. She's coming out of her mound nicely, Alex thought to himself. If she continued developing at this pace, Alex could eventually afford to completely hands off the expedition security and, in time, even the security of their future territory. Good times ahead, he mused. That said, he did have one small issue. Yudara refused to leave his side for too long. She was never away for more than 3 hours before returning. You do realize I can protect myself, right? Alex had thought on more than one occasion. However, it didn't take him long to realize it wasn't just Yudara. It was all of his wives. There seemed to be an unspoken agreement between them to never leave him alone. More like unsupervised, Alex corrected himself inwardly. They weren't staying close to him to protect or support him. No, they were supervising him, making sure he didn't do anything excessive or dangerous. They're acting as if I'd do something reckless without thinking, he grumbled internally. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, memories surfaced. The dangerous situations he had placed himself in because of Rune-Tech experiments. He counted 4 such incidents off the top of his head. And the truly troubling part was, those were just the ones he was aware of. There were at least 2 or 3 more near disasters he had no knowledge of. By that count, his Rune-Tech experiments had placed him in more danger than one could count on a single hand. Now that Rune-Tech was effectively unusable, and he was visibly itching to fix the problem as soon as possible. Yeah, I suppose it makes sense they're worried I might do something stupid, Alex admitted with an inward chuckle. His gaze unconsciously shifted toward the most likely culprit behind this silent supervision arrangement. Zora. Alex rarely spoke about the dangers he faced while pursuing Rune-Tech. The only person who knew the full extent of those risks was Zora. And she was also the one most capable of convincing his other 2 wives to keep a close eye on him, and of coordinating things so that he was never left alone long enough for him to do something of the sort. Master, Yudara tilted her head as she called out to Alex, pulling him out of his thoughts. Alex shook his head and smiled apologetically. I was thinking about something. We'll head to Hollow Crest first, he answered. We need to build a solid identity there, acquire the knowledge I need to rebuild my Rune-Tech platform, and then, if things go well, move on to the Selahan Empire. What will we do once we reach Hollow Crest? Yudara asked. Will we continue posing as horse merchants? I haven't thought that far yet, Alex admitted with a shrug. I don't have enough information on the wildlands beyond what Crone told me. We'll adapt when we get there. Then a thought struck him. Crone mentioned that the wildland is rife with adventurers and mercenaries. We could try our hand at that. Maybe I'll follow the old man's footsteps and make a name for myself by the time we reach Bloodiron City. That would certainly make things easier for us. If you're setting up a mercenary group, Yudara said thoughtfully, should I take it that you intend to increase our numbers by absorbing natives? Something like that. Alex nodded. We'll need to do it eventually if we want any real influence on this plane. If we have to start somewhere, we might as well start now. In that case, Yudara said, already shifting into her professional mode. You'll want information on the Hollow Crest wildlands, Bloodiron City, and the mercenary and adventurer scene, especially activities, earnings, and individuals worth recruiting. Anything else? Alex paused, thinking. While you're investigating Bloodiron City, pay close attention to the shot callers and major establishments. I also want details on the city's economy and trade networks. If possible, we might establish ourselves through commerce instead of, or alongside, mercenary work. Understood. Udara nodded. She turned and left Alex's side to brief her scouting team. Moments later, Zora walked up to him. She had initially been wondering why Alex had suddenly been staring in her direction, but as she drew closer, she overheard the tail end of his discussion with Yudara. Her thoughts shifted immediately. If you're planning to invest that much effort into Hollow Crest, Zora said, why are you still fixated on the Selahan Empire? She looked at him intently. Wouldn't it be better to fully commit to one path instead of trying to juggle both? Alex took a seat in front of the campfire, then patted the ground beside him, inviting Zora to sit as well. You'd be right. If this were an ordinary situation, Alex said as the flames crackled. But it isn't. We're outsiders to this world, which means we need a clear, defensible identity here. And more importantly, if we want a steady flow of high-level resources we can either sell back home or use to grow our house's power, we need a territory where we can develop without excessive restrictions. He poked at the fire with a stick, sending sparks dancing upward. Unfortunately, neither the Hollow Crest wildlands nor the Selahan Empire offers us both. Zora listened quietly. The lawlessness of the Hollow Crest wildlands works in our favor, Alex continued. No one cares about your origins. No one checks your background. If you can survive and make a name there, that reputation carries over into lawful territories as well. The opposite isn't true. If we start in a lawful territory like the Selahan Empire, our identities as outsiders would likely be exposed very quickly, and that's something we absolutely want to avoid. Zora nodded slowly. But, Alex added, his tone sharpening, from what Crone told us, while the wildlands are chaotic, it isn't truly uncontrolled. They're more like a crucible the major powers keep burning. Hot enough to keep the chaos going, but never hot enough to melt the container. Zora's eyes narrowed slightly. You think the empires are deliberately caused and are maintaining the wildlands' lawlessness? She said. In that case, it means they'd never permit any single power to grow large enough there to threaten them. Alex nodded in affirmation. And that's why, Zora continued thoughtfully, you asked Udara to focus her scouting on Blood Iron City's major powers. You suspect those factions are backed, directly or indirectly, by the surrounding empires. She looked at him. So whenever a new player grows too big, the established factions, and the empires behind them, step in together to crush it. That way, the balance is preserved, the wildlands remain chaotic, and no one ever truly wins. Alex's lips curved into a faint smile. Exactly, Alex said with a satisfied nod. As expected of my intelligent and beautiful empress. This humble knight of yours couldn't have explained it better myself. Zora shot him a flat stare, but she accepted the compliment nonetheless. Alex smiled and continued, his tone turning more serious. Since we can deduce all that, trying to develop seriously within the wildlands would be a fool's errand. Instead, my plan is to make a name for ourselves there, whether through trade, mercenary work, or whatever opportunities present themselves, and then use that reputation as a springboard into an empire where we can legitimately acquire a fief and cultivate its potential. His smile slowly turned predatory. According to Crone, and from what I've seen so far, the greed of the nobility here is no less rampant than back on Pangea. I'm confident we can grow a territory to the scale we need. And if we do it that way, instead of provoking 5 or 6 empires at once, we'll only have to contend with 1. Maybe 2 at most. Zora's gaze sharpened. In that case, almost any empire would suffice. Even Lemuria, she said thoughtfully. The reason you're fixating on the Selahan Empire must be because of ancestral worship, right? Alex nodded, tossing the stick in his hand into the fire. Though it's technically no different from Navi worship, at least ancestral deities are true to their advertised nature. And their believers tend to be just as straightforward. And more importantly, Zora added, they won't be out hunting outsiders. Well, there's that too, Alex chuckled. As long as the Selahan Empire doesn't worship a single ancestral spirit exclusively and remains as antithetical to the Navi and their followers as Crone described, then we can expect a much easier reception there. He leaned back slightly, watching the flames. Once we establish ourselves in Selahan, we'll be relatively safe from crusades and holy hunts. Ancestral spirit worshippers don't care about Navi prophecies, after all. Alex's gaze turned contemplative as he watched the fire. Ancestral spirits and Navi were both faith energy beings, entities worshipped as deities. However, despite the surface similarities, there were fundamental differences between the two. Navi were originally cultivators who followed one of the 3 traditional branches of ascension: warrior, mage, or warlock. Yet, at some point, usually after reaching the legendary realm, they abandoned their original paths and turned to the 4th branch, the faith path. It was an easier road, after all. Through faith, they could acquire providence more easily and regularly, using that to gain insight directly into the natural laws without enduring the same risks, bottlenecks, or tribulations required by orthodox cultivation. After all, plunder had always been faster and far less demanding than honest labor. Ancestral spirits, on the other hand, were fundamentally different. They were entities born from belief and providence itself, later elevated into deities through sustained faith energy. With enough providence, a spirit could be born from almost anything. For example, Alex's ether-kindled primal origin flame was, in essence, a spirit born from the providence of a deceased fire dragon and a major realm subspace. The same was true for nearly all origin flames. They were born from the providence of something. What distinguished ancestral spirits from other such spirits was the source of their birth. Ancestral spirits were born specifically from providence, shaped by collective belief rooted in lineage, memory, and reverence. And because such belief was almost always accompanied by stable and long-term faith energy, these spirits naturally evolved into deities capable of manipulating faith energy themselves. Alex couldn't help but recall a familiar example for Pangea, the World Tree. Much like the elves of countless stories from his previous life, the elves of Pangea once believed the World Tree to be their creator god. But in truth, nothing could be further from reality. Most elven world trees began as nothing more than ordinary trees. However, as generations of elves gathered around them, living beneath their branches, worshipping them, attributing their fortune and survival to them, the accumulated belief and faith granted the trees immense providence. That providence awakened their spirituality. And because that spirituality was born from faith energy itself, the trees gained the innate ability to manipulate faith energy, performing what the elves came to regard as divine miracles as they grew stronger. This led to the most important distinction between Navi and ancestral spirits, and the reason the latter were far more tolerable to Pangeans than the former. Because the spirituality of ancestral spirits is born directly from the faith energy of their believers, such deities are fully exposed to belief contamination from the very moment of their birth. In other words, an ancestral spirit is born already shaped entirely by what its believers think it is. Returning to the example of the world tree. The reason world trees grew so vast was simple. The elves believed a world tree should be vast, capable of encompassing worlds. And because the nascent spirituality of the tree was newly born, lacking self-awareness or independent will, it accepted that belief as truth and norm. Thus, its first miracle was often nothing more than enabling itself to grow, expanding its trunk, roots, and canopy to meet the grand expectations of its believers. Navi, however, were fundamentally different. Navi were originally living beings with their own personalities, desires, ambitions, and, most importantly, self-awareness. And more often than not, they were deceivers at heart. Unlike ancestral spirits, Navi did not conform to what their believers believed them to be. While ancestral spirits were always what their believers believed them to be, Navi, more often than not, were not. And this was one of the many reasons why Pangeans viewed Navi as deceivers, while ancestral spirits were not treated with the same hostility. Spirits did not set out to deceive. Rather, they were born into the delusions of their believers. Navi, on the other hand, almost certainly deceived intentionally, shaping doctrine, miracles, and prophecy to extract greater faith and thus providence. One could understand a spirit's nature simply by observing its faith, doctrine, and rituals. They were predictable and thus easier to defend against, and less of a true threat in the grand scheme of things. Navi were different. They were often nothing like what they portrayed themselves to be. And because they were once powerful cultivators, beings with ambition, grudges, and hunger for power, they were master schemers who wielded deception and subterfuge as effortlessly as a sword master wielded a blade. That made them exponentially more dangerous. There was a saying on Pangea, between a Navi and a spirit, even if the spirit is stronger, kill the Navi first, for a spirit will never change for what it is, while a Navi is ever-changing and ever callous. Also, because a spirit is born from and sustained by the strong dogmatic faith of its believers, those believers are more often than not fanatical in their devotion. Thus, whether their faith is benevolent or cruel, their behavior is predictable. One only needs to understand the doctrine of the ancestral spirit to understand its followers. If Alex were in a land of ancestral worship, and an ancestral spirit were to issue a command or revelation to hunt him down, he could be certain of one thing. Every believer of that spirit would set aside personal interests to fulfill that command. Even if a noble stood before a territory ripe for conquest, bare and undefended, that noble would rather aid the territory if it meant capturing Alex and his party than seize the land for himself. The same could not be said for Navi-controlled territories, as demonstrated clearly by the events at Barnsel Fortress. Much like their Navi, the so-called believers of such lands would, more often than not, prioritize their own interests first. At first glance, it might seem dangerous for Alex to venture into territory under the dominion of an ancestral spirit. But that assumption could not be further from the truth. Unlike Navi, who were notoriously xenophobic and hostile to outsiders from other planes, largely out of fear that such outsiders might expose their deceptions and enlighten their followers, ancestral spirits simply did not care. They were, after all, entities thrust into divinity from birth by the free will and belief of their followers. It never occurred to them to guard their territories against outsiders, nor did they actively monitor the planar barrier for invaders. Ancestral spirits cared only about the well-being of their believers, mostly because part of their spirituality programming from their believers' faith contamination dictated that such an ancestral spirit cared truly and deeply for its followers. Thus, invader or not, as long as an individual harbored no ill intent toward their believers, or better yet, improved their quality of life, the ancestral spirit would be unlikely to become hostile. More often than not, such a spirit would instead grow friendly toward that individual. In a sense, developing a territory within the Selahan Empire, regardless of whether it was under the influence of a single ancestral spirit or multiple, would directly translate into a better quality of life for the citizens of that territory. And a better quality of life for the believers would, more often than not, result in the ancestral spirit or spirits becoming favorably inclined toward Alex. In such lands, he would have far less to fear than in Navi-dominated territories, where both the Navi and the nobility were fickle, self-serving, and willing to turn on anyone the moment it became profitable to do so. Furthermore, due to their fundamentally different origins and priorities, Navi and ancestral spirits were, more often than not, antagonistic toward one another. In fact, through extensive studies of multiple civilizations across the known universe, Pangean academia had come to a striking conclusion. Many civilizations deliberately turned to ancestral worship as a means of resisting the tyranny of Navi. After all, without a greater powerhouse to rely on, the only being capable of opposing a faith deity was, more often than not, another faith deity. Basing his reasoning on these findings, Alex concluded that even if the Navi of Verdantis had already released a so-called prophecy informing their believers of his and his expedition party's arrival, and ordering their capture or execution, the ancestral spirits and their worshippers would be entirely unaware of it. And even if such a prophecy were to reach their ears, they would most likely ignore it. It did not concern them. In fact, if relations between the two sides were strained enough, ancestral spirit-backed factions might even assist the so-called invaders, if only to spite the Navi and undermine their influence. With all of this taken into consideration, Alex arrived at a clear conclusion. Until he possessed the means to resist or outright oppose the world's pantheon, the wisest course of action was to shelter beneath the umbrella of an ancestral spirit-controlled territory, such as the Selahan Empire. Even within the Hollow Crest wildlands, and more specifically within Bloodiron City, should the opportunity arise, he would align himself exclusively with factions backed by ancestral spirits. At least for now, until the day he gained the power necessary to challenge the plane's pantheon and bring upon this world true enlightenment. By the next morning, the expedition party prepared to separate as planned. My father likes to move around and socializes a lot. I can't be sure when I'll actually get to meet him. It might take up to 3 months, Krohn-Bellick said as he saddled a muscular horse. You have said that before already. I understood, so there's no need to rush. This is about making contact with your father more than anything else. We still have plenty to do in the wildlands before we can even consider traveling to the Selahan Empire, Alex replied. Krohn paused and turned to face Alex. The Wildlands is a blood-soaked land, he said solemnly. Law means nothing there. Only the strongest fist matters. Don't worry, Alex replied calmly. I believe our fists are strong enough. Crone Bellic shook his head. It's not just about having power. You have to show it. Otherwise, flies will swarm you. Do you know why those wannabe bandits dared to attack us over the past week? It's because your group's edge is sheathed. You look like aristocrats who would negotiate and parley rather than rogues who will cut them down at first sight. If you keep that appearance, you're going to have problems in the Wildlands, he warned. Or so I've heard, he added, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. Either way, your concern is duly noted, Alex said with a nod. Crone returned the nod, then mounted his horse. I'm off, he said. Hiya. He spurred the horse forward, and it galloped away. In order to make the journey as fast as possible, Crone Bellic departed with only one additional horse. Alex watched the man ride off into the distance. According to Crone, riding fast with two horses was a bold move, one usually reserved for messengers of aristocrats. Few would dare interfere with someone who looked like a noble envoy, so his safety was all but guaranteed. Looks like you've grown on him, Eleanor commented from beside Alex. Well, I am wonderful company. People can't help but grow fond of me, Alex said with a smile. You of all people should know that, right? He added with a wink. Eleanor rolled her eyes, prompting a chuckle from him. Alex cast a final glance in the direction Crone Bellic had ridden off. Truthfully, Alex had grown fond of the Verdantis native as well. He wasn't sure whether it was due to the man's remarkable adaptability or some mild form of Stockholm Syndrome. But at some point, Crone had fully embraced his identity as a member of the expedition party. So much so that Alex trusted him enough to send him back home bearing an important gift for his father. It was almost as though the man had never been a captive of the expedition party at all. Alex's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. Speaking of Crone's father, according to Crone, he was a member of House Bellic, an old aristocratic family with a history stretching back to the founding of the Lemuria Empire, hundreds of years ago. Situated closer to the empire's center and classified among the central region nobility, the Bellic family had experienced both great rises and steep falls over the centuries, once ascending to a marquisate before declining all the way back to a barony. Though the Bellic family's heyday was long past, it still controlled an unusually large territory for a barony, and Crone's father maintained extensive connections among the upper echelons of aristocracy, both within and beyond the empire. The reason for both was simple. Baron Luth Bellic was a diplomat of the Lemuria Empire. Thanks to the Baron's position, the Bellic family's territory enjoyed protection under the imperial banner, shielding it from external threats and enabling his father's peripatetic lifestyle. In truth, Baron Bellic's work and identity were vital to the survival of House Bellic. The family lacked the military strength needed to defend itself after several generations of poor management, which had seen the once mighty marquisate decline into a mere barony. And this was a plain rife with chaotic power struggles. Of course, not quite as frequent as those of Pangaea, but dangerous nonetheless. That said, while wars here weren't as immense or as frequent as those within the Varelian Empire, much less across the entire realm, they were still very much the norm. The aristocracy of Verdantis, or more specifically the Lemuria Empire, individuals supposedly enlightened by the light of Jur, a so-called deity of light and justice, made use of countless excuses to wage war against one another. Heck, they would wage war if someone's horse so much as kicked up dust while galloping past them. Unlike the Varelian Empire, which, ironically, experienced more wars, there was no real logic required here to justify one. All that was needed was a reason, any reason, and the war was on. Of course, in reality, the truly foolish nobles who waged war simply because they lusted after an enemy's wives or daughters, or some ridiculous reason like that, had long since been erased into history. Still, wars were most often fought over greed, over another's possessions, land, mines, local specialties, trade routes, political alliances, wealth, influence, and so on. This was the kind of world the weak yet territorially rich Bellic barony had managed to survive in, thanks almost entirely to the diplomatic skill of Baron Luthbellic. Even with the risk, however small, that Crone might escape his control or betray his trust, a possibility Alex didn't truly believe in, he still sent Crone back home. The advantages of building a relationship with Baron Bellic far outweighed the risks. Shaking his head, Alex turned back toward the expedition party and gave a hand signal. Immediately, the group packed up their belongings and mounted their horses, with Eleanor and Zora boarding a horse-drawn carriage. With that, they set off toward the direction of the setting sun. After more than 2 weeks of travel, Alex and the expedition party finally arrived at a vast, hardy, and desolate expanse of land. The infamous Hollow Crest Wildlands, said to be the most lawless place on the continent. The Hollow Crest Wildlands, a savage, lawless land devoid of the light of civilization, where its inhabitants had long since regressed to the primal rule of the jungle. A no-man's land that belonged to no one and everyone. As its name suggested, Hollow Crest was an ecologically hollow landscape, a land painted in red, yellow, and brown with little trace of green. Dry, hard, and unforgiving, it was a vast arid expanse filled with endlessly weathered rock formations of every shape and size. Hard plains, rocky hills, dry mountains, canyons, caves, and jagged ridges. Together, they formed a complex and treacherous terrain, one riddled with perfect hiding spots for both filth and beacons of character alike, those desperate or monstrous enough to carve out an existence in these lands. The wildlands were in essence a desert, barren and hostile, containing little more than rock and sand. On rare occasions, a stubborn plant might be seen clinging to life at the foot of a towering rock formation, sheltered briefly from the punishing sun. But water was scarce. No river could survive the damnable heat of this place. At best, small streams might briefly form during the rare rainfall, only to be swallowed soon after by the thirsty earth and the relentless sun. The only true sanctuaries of life in this hellish landscape were the oases scattered across it. These oases served as the foundations of the wildland's few settlements and acted as the region's seats of power, if such a term could even be used here. And it went without saying that, more often than not, every inch of those oases was soaked in blood. For only in such places could power take root, and in Hollow Crest, power was built with blood. Alex took a deep breath as he gazed upon the landscape they had finally reached after 2 weeks of travel. The dry heat hit him immediately, coarse air scraping his lungs as a hot gust of wind washed over his face. The air alone made it painfully clear. They had arrived in a completely different world. They had crossed grasslands, mountains, and forests only to arrive at a desert. They had traveled through numerous fiefdoms teeming with life and structured society just to reach a land where law was scarce and civilization, if it existed at all, was hanging by a thread. A land where innocence was almost non-existent. Vagabonds, villains, robbers, bandits, and slavers roamed in great numbers. These were blood-soaked lands, lands that drank their fill of blood daily. Human, demi-human, beast, monster, it made no difference. The Hollow Crest wildlands were mostly barren, yes, but like all things, they held value, if one knew where and how to look. There existed alchemical resources that could only be found in the uniquely harsh environment of the wildlands. Resources so rare and valuable that they alone had caused rivers of blood to be spilled. Unique beasts and monsters also roamed the land, many of which possessed rare materials and body parts that could not be found anywhere else. Such ingredients which were irreplaceable in the crafting of high-grade items and products in the civilized world. Likewise, rumor spoke of ancient ruins and hidden treasures scattered across the wildlands, remnants of a bygone era. After all, the region had not always been so desolate. It was believed to have been a thriving land in antiquity, long before whatever calamity had reduced it to this state. And finally, there were the smuggling routes, or rather trade routes, that cut through these forsaken lands, linking multiple empires together. These routes alone were enough to draw every manner of unsavory individual into the wildlands. Alex raised his gaze to the scorching sun overhead. It was noon. His companions were exhausted, sweat pouring off them in streams. Even individuals with their level of resilience could not fully escape the fatigue imposed by the oppressive heat. Zora was the worst affected. Her elemental affinity was fundamentally opposed to the environment. She managed only thanks to Fun, who, surprisingly, found that in his black firewolf form, he could absorb ambient heat, creating a small pocket of cooler air around himself. As such, Zora held him in his cub form like a living cooling pack. Conversely, Alex and Eleanor were mostly unaffected. The heat annoyed them, yes, but it did little more than that. Their solar affinity allowed them to endure the conditions far better than most. They were fortunate to have horses. Traversing the wildlands on foot would have been nightmarish. Thanks to the horses looted from Barnsel Castle, those they had not yet sold, each member had 2 mounts to rotate between. This allowed them to manage the animals' stress and fatigue, maintaining their pace across the harsh terrain. Even so, there were limits. Save for Dread, who was a being of fire and heat himself, the horses had begun panting heavily. Even Senu, who usually reveled in the freedom of the skies, had descended to rest within Alex's shadow, which overlapped with Dread. The wildlands spared no one. Alex led the group beneath the shadow of a low hill and called out, "Let's rest here. We'll wait until evening before setting off again." The order was met with quiet relief. The expedition party quickly set up camp under the hill's shade, grateful for even this small respite from the merciless sun. Fighting their fatigue just long enough, the men cleared the ground and prepared places to rest. Fun reverted to his adolescent form, conjuring slightly unsteady water tentacles, still affected by his current fire-aligned state, to retrieve his cooking utensils and set up a cooking area. Soon, he was hard at work preparing a meal. By now, the sight had become routine. The group no longer reacted with surprise, only anticipation, wondering what their culinary wolf would produce this time. Alex moved away from the men's subdued chatter and activity, settling into a quieter corner to study a crude map Yadara and her scouting team had acquired prior to their entry into the wildlands. He compared it with the map he had looted from Barnsel Fortress after wiping out his defense force. Even combined, they barely offered a complete picture of the Hollowcrest wildlands. On this plane, complete maps were priceless. And complete maps of the Hollowcrest wildlands were even more so. The region was volatile. Oases rose and fell, routes shifted, settlements appeared and vanished. Any map was outdated the moment it was drawn. The only ones who possessed anything resembling accurate maps were veteran adventurers or slavers who had survived navigating these lands for years. Still, crude as they were, Alex's 2 maps provided some direction. Alex marked their current location and calculated their route towards their first target destination within the wildlands, Camp Red Rock. After confirming the route, he folded the map away and turned his attention to Omni Rune via his beta bracer. He had been scraping together every spare moment to work on the Rune sigil translation function. The basic language translation module was already complete, and it worked perfectly, except for one problem. While Omni Rune could now translate between Pangean and Verdantian common tongues, limited only by the literary data it had been fed, the expedition's comm system had a fundamental limitation. The Mage Assistant AI could translate what the expedition members heard, but it couldn't speak for them. The earpieces lacked that functionality. At best, Omni Rune could only relay translated speech for the wearer to pair it manually. From that perspective, Eleanor's translate spell remained superior. It handled both listening and speaking seamlessly. There were several ways to address the issue, but Alex couldn't be bothered with them at the moment. His hands were already full. Using the framework of the language translation function, Alex repurposed it into a rune sigil translation prototype, something that would become invaluable once he eventually acquired formal sigil knowledge. Before he realized it, he had lost track of time. He paused only briefly to eat before plunging right back into his work, and by the time he finally looked up again, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. The expedition party was fully rested. Alex gave the order, and they resumed their journey. It had to be said, despite its reputation, the Hollow Crest Wildlands was surprisingly traversable. One could technically take almost any route and still arrive at their destination. The problem wasn't navigation. It was the danger. Some paths were far worse than others. That was why it was best to stick to beaten routes. These weren't proper roads. No paving, no markings, just shallow grooves carved into the rocky terrain by countless travelers over time. Where people walked often, the land remembered. Alex did his best to adhere to the route plotted on his map, though that proved difficult in an unfamiliar desert where landmarks were scarce and distances deceptive. Fortunately, luck, or something akin to it, seemed to be on the expedition's side. They eventually arrived within sight of their destination. It was impossible to miss. An oasis shimmered far on the horizon, its greenery standing in stark contrast to the red and yellow wasteland surrounding it. Camp Red Rock. All that remained was the final approach. However, as they drew closer, Alex noticed something that made him frown. A roadblock. Whistle. A sharp sound pierced the air. A man stationed atop a crude watchtower near the obstruction had spotted them and blown the signal. At once, a burly man who had been lounging on a stool before the barricade stood up and strode forward with deliberate, intimidating steps. "You lot," he barked. "Come over here. This stretch belongs to Desert Razorbrieger. Anyone heading to Camp Red Rock has to pay a toll." The expedition party halted a safe distance away. Alex answered calmly, "We're not going to Camp Red Rock." The burly man froze. For a moment, he scratched his head, visibly confused. This route led nowhere else. Were these people really taking a longer path, just a detour toward another encampment? Stupid fool. Another figure suddenly stepped forward and slapped the burly man on the back of the head. The newcomer was scrawny and far less imposing than the others, but the men around him immediately straightened. Despite his appearance, there was no mistaking it. This man held authority. He was likely the leader of the group. He turned toward the expedition party and shouted, "I don't care whether you're heading to Camp Red Rock or not. Once you've reached our toll gate, you pay the toll. That's the order from Leader Brieger." Alex guided his party a little closer to the roadblock. "Indeed, we are heading to Camp Red Rock," he said calmly. "How much is the toll per person?" Then he tilted his head slightly, eyes sharp. "We passed through this route before and paid nothing." "When did that change?" The burly man grinned, showing yellowed teeth. "What do you know? The land and its rules change like the wind. And judging by those horses, you lot look like a wealthy merchant band." "That's good." He raised a finger. 100 shards per person and per horse. If you pay obediently, you'll receive a toll card. With that card, doing business in Camp Red Rock becomes much easier. Our boss might even help clear your inventory for you, of course at market price. Alex frowned. Charging a toll per horse when the rider was already paying was excessive, even by wildland standards. "Do the people of Camp Red Rock know you're doing this?" Alex asked coolly. "And who exactly is this Brieger?" "I was under the impression the camp's leader was Asgrug." He glanced sideways at Yadara. She gave a subtle nod. Alex hadn't chosen Camp Red Rock on a whim. The decision was based on the intelligence Yadara and her scouting team had gathered. Thanks to that information, he wasn't walking into the wildlands blind, at least not when it came to outer camps like Red Rock. As for the deeper, more powerful encampments, information on those could only be obtained after entering the wildlands. The expressions of the two toll collectors shifted. The scrawny man snapped angrily. "Asgrug is still the boss of the camp, yes. But Boss Brieger is one of its strongest figures. He has plenty of influence." He pointed aggressively. "Enough questions. Stop spouting nonsense and pay up." Kavakin grew angrier the longer he listened to the toll men. It took everything he had not to grab his axe and smash their skulls in. Sensing the hulking weretiger's murderous intent, the burly toll man quickly reached for his own axe and raised it defensively. "What are you people trying to pull?" he shouted. At once, the rest of the men at the roadblock surged forward, weapons drawn, forming a loose but aggressive line. This gave Alex the opportunity he wanted. He quickly counted their numbers. 50 men, all armed, all armored, though the quality varied wildly. Their gear was worn, mismatched, and dirty, but that was hardly surprising. In the wildlands, clean water was a luxury, and hygiene was rarely worth dying over. More importantly, Alex assessed their ranks. Only the two men in front, the scrawny leader and the burly enforcer, were silver-ranked. The rest were bronze-ranked fighters. On one hand, it was a stark illustration of the wildlands' brutality. A mere toll group here boasted as many bronze ranks as a baron had assigned to guard a major fortress. On the other hand, it made perfect sense. Only ranked individuals survived in this hellhole. And from another perspective, anyone who did survive here would inevitably become ranked, or die and be forgotten beneath the rocks and sand. Looking into their eyes, Alex saw it clearly. These weren't green thugs or desperate peasants. Every one of them was a hardened fighter with blood on their hands. They would pose a far greater challenge than Baron Helton's men ever had. Without breaking his calm, Alex reached into his satchel and tossed out 5 full berserk stones. They clattered against the ground between the two groups. That should cover the toll for all of us, Alex said evenly. Technically, the value was lower than what the toll would be in shards. But full berserk stones were far more valuable than shards, especially in the wildlands. Their exchange rate wasn't fixed, it was dictated entirely by the seller. And as far as Alex was concerned, 5 full stones were more than sufficient. He wasn't about to count out thousands of shards in the open, nor expose how much wealth they truly carried. Efficiency dictated using full stones. Unfortunately, efficiency was rarely appreciated in the Hollow Crest wildlands, and it was certainly not appreciated by greedy men. A full stone. The burly man's eyes lit up. Behind him, several men inhaled sharply. They couldn't remember the last time they had seen a full berserk stone. Their leaders might handle them from time to time, but low-ranking thugs like them barely ever laid eyes on one. We have paid the toll. Alex's voice was calm but firm. Now give us the toll cards. The burly man's gaze lingered on the stones, greed burning brighter by the second. No. He shook his head slowly. 5 isn't enough. He smirked. I want 10, no 50 full berserk stones before I let you through. Alex's brows furrowed. Isn't 100 shards per person? He asked coolly. How can 5 full berserk stones not be enough? Because the price has gone up, the burly man replied without hesitation. And when did that happen? Alex asked, shifting his gaze to the scrawny man beside him. Just now, the burly man said. He lifted his axe and gave it a threatening flourish. Then, Boss, the man on the watchtower suddenly shouted. Women, they got women. At once, every pair of eyes shifted past Alex. Their gazes locked onto the 4 women in the group. Zora, Yadara, and Silver were wrapped in light desert robes, shielding themselves from the scorching sun. Eleanor, though less affected by the heat, wore similar clothing and kept her face veiled to hide her elven heritage and avoid unnecessary trouble. Still, no amount of concealment could fully mask their extraordinariness. Their eyes remained visible above the veils, sharp and composed. Yadara and Silver had their legs and feet exposed for ease of movement. That was enough. Lust flared openly in the burly man's eyes. Sensing the shift, Alex reached into his satchel again, intending to simply end the matter with more payment. But the burly man raised a hand, stopping him. Hold on. He grinned. We'll talk about the toll later. He turned his gaze fully toward the women. You ladies, he said crudely, take off those robes and let me get a proper look at you. His smile widened. Maybe if you keep us company for a while, we won't take any toll at all. The moment the words left the man's mouth, the expedition party trembled. Not in anger, but in trepidation. Their gazes snapped instantly to Alex. Alex lifted his eyes to the night sky, gazing at the pale moon hanging above the desert. Then slowly he sighed. To the toll men, it sounded like the sigh of a man who had come to resignation. Several of them chuckled, already imagining the female company they would soon get to enjoy after so long in this wasteland. But to the expedition party, that sigh sounded something entirely different. It was not the sigh of a weak man. No, it was the sigh of a predator realizing it could slumber no more. When a tiger slumbers for too long, people assume it is a sick cat. Alex lowered his gaze, turning to his party. His eyes were cold, frigid. The usual ruby red had darkened into a deep, ominous crimson. Even Yudara, who had fought by his side countless times, had never seen his eyes like this. Alex was angry, not merely irritated, but so thoroughly enraged. The expedition party assumed his rage was directed at the Toll Men, but in truth, it was aimed at himself. Crone Bellic's warning echoed in his mind. It isn't just about having power. You have to show it. Otherwise, flies will swarm you. Alex glanced toward the women, briefly, apologetically. I didn't take his warning seriously enough. He berated himself. Then his gaze snapped back to the Toll Men. And now these filth dare cast their eyes on you. No longer. A flash of light erupted. Feather flight. Lost in his fury, Alex cast the speed-enhancing spell near instantly, pouring mana into the draconic baton at the same time. The weapon unsheathed, elongated to a full meter, and struck. Thump! The burly man stared in horror as both his arms fell to the ground, severed cleanly along with the axe that had given him his confidence. A heartbeat passed. Then, he collapsed, screaming in agony. The Toll Men froze, stunned into silence. That silence shattered when Alex's voice rang out, cold, absolute, and terrifying. Kill them all. He kicked the burly man aside, as if he were nothing more than refuse. The order had barely left his lips when the expedition party moved, without hesitation nor wasted breath, as though they had been waiting for permission all along. They surged forward. The most eager to get their hands on the Toll Men were the members of the security team. Alex's order had barely fallen when Kavakin shot past him like a cannonball, charging straight at the scrawny leader of the Toll Men. The man still had his wits about him and twisted aside at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the axe meant to cleave him in two. The weapon did not stop. Carrying terrifying momentum, the axe flew another 30 meters and split the skull of an unfortunate goon standing near the roadblock. Kavakin didn't slow down. The moment the axe left his hand, he surged forward again, leading the charge straight into the Toll Man. Mobile followed close behind. As the scrawny leader scrambled to recover from his evasive roll, Mobile's massive leg came down like a falling tree. Crack! Arg! The man screamed as his thighs were crushed beneath the barbarian's trunk-like legs, snapping like brittle twigs. Mogul didn't even spare him a glance. He simply continued his charge, barreling toward the rest of the Toll Men. With the two hulking leaders of the security team at the forefront, the Fury Knight soldiers followed closely behind. They had no choice but to keep up, otherwise the battle would be over before they even had a chance to strike. Kavakin and Mogul tore into the enemy ranks with savage efficiency. The Toll Men barely had time to react. It was like wolves descending upon sheep. But that was only the beginning of their nightmare. Slow. Icicle barrage. Fire lance. Alex fell back slightly, joining Zora and Mordor as they unleashed spells into the clustered Toll Men. From behind them, Silver and the crossbowmen fired in disciplined volleys, arrows and bolts tearing through exposed gaps. Even Fun and Senu joined the fray, adding their own brand of devastation. Only Yudara remained still. She stood quietly at the rear, observing the battlefield. Yet from time to time, her arms twitched, as if she were about to move, only for her to stop herself a heartbeat later. If one paid close attention, it was clear why. Each time she prepared to act, the danger threatening an expedition member was resolved by another before she could intervene. Even the slightest injury was erased almost instantly. Eleanor's healing spell sealed wounds before blood could even pool nor spill. The two injured leaders of the Toll Men stared at the scene with eyes wide as saucers. Sorcerers, the scrawny man roared in disbelief. Why didn't you tell us you were sorcerers? The moment the word left his mouth, panic rippled through the tall men. Their will to fight shattered. Several of the wiser ones immediately threw down their weapons and dropped to their knees in surrender. Others hesitated, only a moment too long, and were cut down by the overly excited expedition members. As the last pockets of resistance collapsed, the surviving toll men were dragged to the ground, disarmed and restrained. By long-standing convention, those who surrendered were not to be killed. The expedition members turned toward Alex, awaiting his decision. Alex's eyes remained frigid. Even as he launched a few spells during the clash, his gaze never truly left the two toll men leaders, especially the burly one writhing on the ground. In his extreme state of calm madness, or perhaps because of it, Alex barely held onto his composure. His thoughts were cruel, vivid, and relentless. Merely skinning the man alive barely scratched the surface of what crossed his mind. It was painfully clear to everyone present that the toll man had touched Alex's reverse scale. So much so that not a single expedition member dared take independent action. Every man waited with bated breaths. They strictly waited for his order. Although seeing Alex angry on their behalf stirred something fierce and protective in them, his wives couldn't help but worry about how deep his rage had gone. Zora and Eleanor exchanged a glance, uncertain how to pull him back from that chilling state. Before either could speak, Yadara, who had never left Alex's side, stepped in front of him. "Master, I need them," she said quickly. "The scout team can get information out of them." She looked up at him, eyes earnest and pleading. Unbeknownst to her, her succubus charm trait subtly activated, cutting through the storm of cruel, nefarious thoughts clouding Alex's mind. "Let us question them first," she added softly. "You can decide what to do with them after. I promise we won't be gentle." Her voice, combined with her expression, was a clear light cutting through darkness. It created an opening. Alex drew in a slow breath, then released it. It was as though he was exhaling his rage itself. The crimson chill in his eyes softened. His familiar, gentle smile returned, calm, composed, and controlled. "All right," he said quietly. Then, more clearly, "I can't say no when you look at me like that, can I? Go ahead. Do it." Yadara smiled, bright and relieved. Not because she'd gotten her way, but because she'd brought him back. Though there was no true competition among the women, Yadara sometimes felt she didn't contribute as much as her two sisters. This moment mattered to her. For once, she had beat them in something they could all do. Zora and Eleanor both released quiet sighs of relief upon seeing Alex return to himself. That was when a broken voice rang out. "Why?" The scrawny leader looked up, terror filling his eyes. "Why didn't you tell us you were sorcerers?" he said. If we knew, we would never have messed with you." Alex turned to the man. The warmth with which he had looked at Yadara was gone. In its place, a trace of the earlier frigid cold had returned. "Why should it matter whether I am a sorcerer or not?" Alex asked calmly. "You demanded a toll you had no right to, and I was magnanimous enough to pay it. You raised the price unilaterally, and I was still willing to comply." His voice dropped. "And yet, that wasn't enough. You should have taken the money and let us leave. Instead, you let your filthy eyes wander toward my people, my women." His cold, measured words echoed in the ears of both the scrawny man and the bleeding brute beside him. "Did you ever stop to think," Alex continued, "why someone would dare bring women like them into the wildlands? Did it ever cross your mind that perhaps, just perhaps, we could defend ourselves? Or that we might have backing you could not afford to offend?" He locked eyes with the scrawny man. It was often said the eyes were windows to the soul. And there, Alex saw the truth. Unlike the idiotic brute, this one had thought about it. He simply believed the wildlands would shield him from consequence, and that Alex's party lacked enough visible deterrence to make caution worthwhile. "We did nothing wrong," the burly man snarled suddenly. "This is the way of the wildlands. The strong devour the weak until nothing remains." "Shut up," the scrawny man shouted. But the brute ignored him. "If you were weaker, none of this would be a mistake. You'd be the ones begging," he roared. "So stop wasting time and kill us already." It's your right. Shut the hell up, the scrawny man cursed back. If you want to die, go do it yourself. He turned to Alex, panic spilling into his voice. Please, sir, please let us go. You're a magnanimous sorcerer. There's no benefit in our deaths. Alex sighed. You're right, he said quietly. You're both right. He straightened. Thank you. I will remember these lessons. Then he turned to Yudara and nodded. Make it quick. Corroborate everything they say. Anyone who lies, don't waste time. Kill them immediately. Yudara inclined her head. And those who tell the truth? Let them go. The answer shocked her. Let them go, she asked, tilting her head in confusion. Alex nodded. This happened because we have no infamy, he said evenly. Someone needs to live, so our name spreads. Relief flooded the scrawny man's face. Yes, yes. We'll tell everyone. We'll make sure no one ever messes with you again. Around him, the remaining subdued toll men hurriedly echoed the same promises. Without another word, Alex walked toward the toll wall, the crude roadblock of stone and scrap. He motioned for his followers to come along, while the soldiers stayed behind to assist the scouting team with the interrogations. Zora followed at Alex's side. Eleanor, meanwhile, remained behind as well, lending her support to the scouts. After all, people were far more talkative when they were in good health. Just off the roadblock, Alex's group discovered a small encampment a few dozen meters away, likely where the toll band had been sleeping for the past few days. They proceeded to search and loot the place. Dozens of toll cards were found, along with thousands of berserk stone shards. Yet, even taken together, the haul paled in comparison to what the toll group would have earned had they simply accepted Alex's original payment. That fact caused Alex's brows to knit further. It meant the toll band didn't dare extort groups of their size. More likely, they preyed only on smaller parties, dozens at most. Merchants, lone adventurers, weak caravans, which meant that when this group decided to stop the expedition party, they had judged them to be no more threatening than a minor traveling band. That realization only highlighted Alex's oversight. I'm no longer in civilized territory where I can act like a noble, he muttered aloud. These are savage lands, and they demand an equal measure of savagery. He had spoken just loudly enough for Zora to hear. All you need to do is act like it, Alex, she replied quietly, concern lacing her voice. You don't need to become like them. This place is only a stop on our journey, not our destination. Don't let it shape you. I'll keep that in mind, Alex replied solemnly. Don't just keep it in mind, Zora said firmly. Do it. This time, Alex didn't answer. He looked toward the distant outline of Camp Red Rock, his gaze lingering for a moment before he shook his head. His thoughts were unreadable, even to the woman who perhaps understood him best. Boss, Kavakin approached, visibly excited. We found a few thousand more shards hidden away not far from the camp. Looks like this lot was skimming from their own boss. No wonder they had such big guts, the war-tiger added, baring his fangs. He rolled his shoulders, axes resting in his grip. The thought that such rabble had dared bar their way, had dared leer at his companions, made his blood boil. Thinking about it, he felt like going over to split the captured toll men's skulls. But he restrained himself. Turning back to Alex, he grinned. Boss, I think we just discovered the fastest way to make money in these lands. Alex raised an eyebrow. Toll roadblocks? He asked dryly. Robbery? Of course not. We are no thieves. Kavakin waved his hands dismissively. We are heroes of justice, bringing righteous retribution upon the bandits, thieves, and wicked of these lands. He shot Alex a knowing look, and then it clicked. Alex immediately understood what the damned war-tiger was getting at. And as heroes of justice, Alex replied, mirroring the look, it wouldn't be wrong for us to confiscate the possessions of these bandits and thieves, so we can continue provisioning ourselves for our rightful cause. Am I right? Kavakin clapped his hands. Boss, you're a genius, he laughed loudly. Alex shook his head at the were-tiger's expertly executed ass-kisser. Still, his mood lifted noticeably, and Zora saw it at once. Indeed, she said calmly, looting the wicked is indeed an efficient way to make money. Together, They returned to the roadblock, where the toll men were still being interrogated. The scouting team had separated the captives, questioning them individually. Information was relayed piece by piece to Eudora, who compiled it into a clear profile. Alex stepped to her side, watching the proceedings. Or rather, it wasn't clear whether he was watching the interrogations themselves. His gaze seemed distant, unfocused. A few minutes passed. Then he spoke. "Kill the scrawny leader," Alex ordered flatly, "and two others who are holding back the most." "Huh?" Eudora was taken aback. "But you said you'd let them go if they spoke." "And I intend to," Alex replied calmly. "But not all of them." His eyes swept over the captives, cold and unfeeling. "They're still holding back. We need to remind them of the cost of hesitation." He turned to Eudora. "And I have a plan that requires ensuring the scrawny one never makes it back to Camp Red Rock." He paused. "Give the order, Eudora." "All right." She nodded and relayed the command over comms. Without hesitation, Shadow, who had been interrogating the scrawny man, drew her dagger and slit his throat. Panic erupted instantly among the captives. But the nightmare didn't end there. Two Fury Knight soldiers stepped forward and executed the two most resistant men just as cleanly. On cue, Alex stepped forward. "I extended you respect," he said evenly. "I treated you according to the customs of nobility. Yet again and again, you chose to spit in my face." His voice hardened. "Did you really believe we can't tell when you hide information? Or when you are feeding us half-truths?" His gaze bored into the remaining men. "Very well," he continued. "Then we will treat you the way things are done in the Wildlands." He met each of their eyes in turn. 6 men remained, including the burly leader. "This is your final warning," Alex said quietly. "Don't tell us what you think we want to hear. Tell us everything you know." Then he turned and walked away. And with him went the oppressive weight that had been suffocating the air, leaving terror behind in its wake. Almost instantly, the interrogators stopped looking like enemies. They became lifelines. The captives clung to them desperately, speaking everything they knew or had ever heard. Confirmed facts, half-truths, rumors, hearsay. Nothing was held back. Words spilled out in a frantic torrent, driven by fear. To most members of the expedition party, Alex's actions were a masterstroke. Only a few realized this outcome was merely a byproduct, not the real goal. And only Alex himself knew what the true objective had been. A few hours later, the expedition party released the surviving toll men. To the confusion of nearly everyone present, Alex even had horses given to them, ensuring their return to Camp Red Rock would be swift and unhindered. No one questioned the order aloud. After the survivors departed, the party spent another half-hour reorganizing before resuming their journey. The corpses of the toll men were left behind, offered to nature and her many scavengers. Most of the expedition members expected retaliation. Desert Razor Brieger, the gang's leader, surely wouldn't let this go unanswered. But no reprisal came. The road remained quiet. And so, without incident, they arrived before the gates of Camp Red Rock. "Halt!" a guard shouted. The guard was an orc, but unlike the orc races Alex was familiar with on Pangea, this one had copper-colored skin. Mordor stepped forward at once. "Brother," he said calmly, "my liege has come seeking specialties of the Wildlands. We heard Camp Red Rock is a good place to conduct business, so we came to see what trade we can make." He produced the toll cards and held them out. "We pay the toll, of course." "Toll?" The guard frowned, confusion flashing across his face. Then realization dawned. "Brieger, that scum," the orc snarled. "Not only has he refused to change his ways, he even dares to block visitors to our Camp Red Rock." His nostrils flared as anger vented in a low snort. "Throw that trash away," he said disdainfully. "It's worth less than the wood it's printed on. Your business will fare better without it than with." He motioned, and the gate opened. "Next time, don't be fooled," the guard added. "There are no tolls to enter Camp Red Rock. Unfortunately, you've already been swindled. All you can do now is swallow the loss." He shook his head. "I wish you better luck here and in the greater Wildlands." "Mordor grunted, accepting the explanation. And just like that, Alex and the expedition party stepped into their first true stop on their journey within the Hollow Crest wildlands. Camp Red Rock. The moment the expedition party passed through the gates, they were greeted by an interesting sight. Camp Red Rock was built within a valley surrounded by three large, dry mountains. The enclosed basin had only a single entrance in or out, forming a natural geographical stronghold. The rock in the camp's name was obvious enough. The surrounding terrain was almost entirely stone. The three mountains loomed over the valley like silent sentinels, their weathered slopes forming an imposing backdrop. As for the red, it could just as easily have come from the mountains themselves, as the rocks carried a natural reddish hue. However, most believe the name originated from the copper-skinned orc who had founded, named, and now ruled the encampment. Near the far end of the valley lay an oasis. From it, roughly 8 shallow distributaries fanned outward, supplying the camp with its most precious resource, water. These channels never left the valley. By the time they reached its edges, the water had already been absorbed by the thirsty earth or evaporated under the merciless sun. Even so, the oasis was undeniably the lifeline of Camp Red Rock, absolutely vital to its existence. Like blood vessels branching from a heart, the distributaries sustained every corner of the settlement. As such, control over the oasis rested firmly in the hands of the copper-skinned orcs, while the stronger powers within the camp divided authority over the distributaries amongst themselves. But beyond the towering mountains and clever geography, the next thing Alex and his party noticed was the stench. Refuse and waste were piled high along both sides of the road, uncared for and ignored by the residents. Most passed by without even sparing the heaps a glance. The party even witnessed one man squat openly in the street, adding his own contribution to the filth without the slightest hint of shame. He didn't even bother moving toward the greenery near the oasis. At the very least, it would have contributed to the ecosystem. The sight was yet another reminder that the expedition party was far removed from civilized lands. Even when governance was lax in the civilized world, people still knew better than to relieve themselves in the open. In larger settlements, there were either functioning sewage and waste systems, or at the very least, the convenience of a priest's or shaman's, purification and cleansing spells, often both. Ignoring the stench and the repulsive sights, the party urged their horses onward, heading deeper into the valley toward the oasis. Along the way, they came across another scene that forced them to stop. 3 thugs had surrounded a scrawny youth and were beating the daylights out of him. Even a single one of the men would have been more than enough to subdue the boy, yet all 3 struck him without restraint. It was another stark lesson in the difference between the wildlands and the civilized world. No matter how broken law and order might become in the latter, it was still rare to witness such wanton violence carried out openly and without fear of consequence. And judging by the nearby residents, who merely watched from the front of their tents, this was far from unusual. No one stepped forward, nor even looked the least bit conflicted. Alex couldn't help but frown at yet another savage display of the wildlands reality. Suddenly, the thugs noticed the stairs burning into their backs. They turned around to face Alex and his expedition party. The men were skinny, filthy, and reeked of sweat and filth. It was obvious that, like the youth they were beating, they occupied the lowest rung in the hierarchy of Verdantis. And yet, they looked at the expedition party, Alex in particular, with open disdain. One of them even raised his hand toward Alex in a provocative gesture. "Move along, brat," the thug sneered. "There's nothing for you to see here." A flicker of surprise passed through Alex's eyes. He couldn't recall the last time anyone outside of Merlin or Drake had called a brat. In fact, at this point, he had almost forgotten that, physically, he had only come of age less than half a year ago. Surprise aside, when Alex looked into the eyes of the 3 thugs, he realized they were rabid dogs, individuals that respected no one and would snap at anything that moved. Even while outnumbered, they dared brandish nail-spiked wooden clubs, openly threatening Alex and his expedition party. For a brief moment, Alex couldn't understand what gave them the gall to do such a thing. Then it dawned on him. This was the Wildlands. He had once again been reading the situation using the lenses of civilized common sense. But this land followed different rules entirely. So, of course, he couldn't understand them. I still have a lot to learn about this place, Alex mused inwardly. Hey, brat. Cat got your tongue. The leading thug barked. I'm talking to you. Want me to bash your skull in? By then, Alex noticed more people gathering along the street, drawn by the commotion. Eyes watched from tent entrances and alleyways, curious and expectant. He realized immediately, if he hesitated here, if he showed even a hint of weakness, he and his party would be marked as prey. Instead of answering the thug, Alex turned to his party and said casually, I don't like his eyes. Someone crushed them for me. His voice was calm but cold. The words sent a shiver rippling through the gathered crowd. The moment his order fell, almost as if they had been waiting for it, 3 people from the expedition moved. Naturally, Kavakin was one of them. The hulking war-tiger leapt from his mount, aiming to land before the thugs and knock them flat with brute force. But he was too slow. Silver had already drawn and loosed an arrow, its trajectory aimed cleanly at the thug's eye. By all logic, her shot should have landed before Kavakin even hit the ground. Yet even Silver was not the fastest. That honor belonged to Yudara. Shadow dash. The instant Alex gave the order, Yudara vanished from her mounted position, only to reappear from the thug's own shadow. Her hands flashed. Before the man could even register what had happened, his right eye was already in her grasp. And it wasn't over. Silver's arrow came screaming through the air. Yudara's sudden movement would have caused the shot to miss, so instead, she caught the arrow mid-flight. Without hesitation, she drove it into the thug's remaining eye and yanked it free. As Kavakin's massive body came crashing down, before the man could even scream, Yudara flowed seamlessly into a grappling technique. She secured the thug's torso while forcibly extending the very arm he had used to disrespect Alex, stretching it outward, directly into the path of Kavakin's descending axe. The hulking war-tiger had already begun adjusting his fall, instinctively preparing to twist his weapon aside, so as not to endanger Yudara. But in that split second, he saw her intention, and so he didn't pull back. The axe fell. With a wet, brutal crunch, it severed the thug's outstretched arm cleanly from his body. Ah! The man screamed in agony. Yudara released him and stepped away in the same motion, making the entire sequence appear as though it had been meticulously choreographed. Only the 3 involved knew how close it had been to chaos. The remaining 2 thugs froze. Their legs trembled violently as they stared at the dismembered wreck that had been their companion moments ago. They hadn't expected the outsiders to be so decisive, so utterly merciless. Alex regarded them with a cold, detached gaze. Indeed, he mused inwardly, in these lands, whether weak or strong, one must project ferocity. Fail to do so, and rabid dogs like these will bare their teeth at you, even if you are among the strong. Deal with the rest as well, he ordered calmly. Kavakin's grin widened. He stepped forward and drove a fist straight into one thug's face, the impact lifting the man clean off his feet before sending him crashing into the dirt. The other thug turned to flee. He didn't get far. Kavakin pivoted and delivered a brutal sidekick to the man's backside, launching him forward to land beside his fallen companion. Standing over them, the war-tiger cracked his knuckles. Then, with a predator's satisfaction, he proceeded to pummel both men until he was thoroughly pleased with his facial rearrangement work on their faces. By the time he stopped, neither thug was moving. Kavakin exhaled slowly, feeling a deep sense of relief. The stress he had been suppressing since entering the wildlands finally bled away. The crowd had grown significantly larger by then. Instead of fear or outrage, many of the onlookers watched with thin smiles and eager eyes. In a place like Camp Red Rock, seeing others crushed was entertainment and welcome sport. Sir, suddenly, a voice sounded. Alex turned. The voice belonged to the youth who had been beaten earlier. He was bruised, bloodied, and struggling to remain upright. Thank you for saving me, the young man said hoarsely. But you need to leave quickly. Those men belong to Rolf, the broker's gang. He won't take this quietly. Alex's gaze hardened. According to the information extracted from the tollman, there were 4 ruling powers within Camp Red Rock. Brieger the Desert Razor, Rolf the Broker, Bram the Bloodblade, and finally, Warhammer Asgrug. Among them, the undisputed strongest individual in Camp Red Rock was Warhammer Asgrug, the tribal chief of the copper-skinned orcs who founded and ruled the camp. Asgrug lorded over Camp Red Rock with his 1-star combat master strength, roughly equivalent to a Pangean veteran rank, but possessing only peak elite rank combat power. His sheer presence acted as a natural deterrent, keeping most who stepped into Camp Red Rock firmly in line. Beyond his personal might, Asgrug commanded a formidable force of copper-skinned orc warriors numbering over 500, each of them at peak bronze rank or higher. Such a fighting force would be considered formidable anywhere within the Verdanus Plain, let alone in a supposedly lawless backwater encampment on the fringes of the Hollow Crest wildlands. With this overwhelming advantage, Asgrug claimed and maintained absolute control over the camp's lifeline, the Oasis. The leaders of the other 3 major factions were slightly weaker, each standing at 2 to 3-star gold rank. Every one of them commanded a force of roughly 300 fighters, all at least bronze rank. Together, these 3 had driven out lesser competitors and divided control of the Oasis's 8 distributaries among themselves. Of the 8, 4 were held exclusively by Bram the Bloodblade, the 3-star gold-ranked brute and second strongest individual in the camp. The remaining 4 distributaries were split evenly between Rolf the Broker and Brieger the Desert Razor. Despite his title, calling Rolf a broker was being generous. He was a silver-tongued vulture, one who bowed before the strong and preyed mercilessly upon the weak. Rolf was undeniably well-connected within Camp Red Rock and its surrounding regions, but he was also its most notorious fraudster whenever he sensed vulnerability on the other side of a deal. Alex glanced dispassionately at the battered youth. "I didn't act to save you," he said calmly. "And as for Rolf, he won't make trouble." His lips curved slightly. "Not only will he take this quietly, he'll shake my hand and thank me for it." With that said, Alex spurred his horse onward, continuing deeper into the encampment. Eleanor had caught his eye and made a subtle gesture, asking if she should heal the battered youth. Alex shook his head. Some goodwill brought more harm than good. If his party not only crippled Rolf's men, but also healed the victim, Rolf would have little choice but to conclude they had acted for the youth. While Rolf himself would think twice before moving openly against Alex and his group, the same restraint would not extend to the boy. There is no way a man with Rolf's reputation for viciousness would fail to send a message, written in blood, to preserve his standing. The youth would almost certainly meet a far worse end later. This was the wildlands. Here, one had to act according to the land's own twisted common sense, not one's personal morality. In these lands, the road to hell was paved not with malice, but with good and righteous intentions. Paradoxically, the youth had a better chance at survival, whatever that amounted to, if the expedition party did nothing further. So, ignoring the healer's indignant glare, Alex led the party away. As they rode deeper into Camp Red Rock, it quickly became apparent that very little planning had gone into the encampment's infrastructure. Anyone could build whatever they wished wherever they wished, so long as they had the strength to keep it. Ironically, this made identifying the residences of those with power remarkably easy. The largest structure in the camp, resembling a noble's manor or even a small castle, clearly belonged to Asgrug the Warhammer and his copper-skinned orc clan. 3 other sizable buildings, only slightly smaller than Asgrug's stronghold, stood in different sections of the camp. These undoubtedly belonged to the remaining 3 ruling powers. Alex guided his party toward the Warhammer's mansion. Before long, they entered a noticeably different district. The surroundings were not only better guarded, but far cleaner as well. The group found an inn close to the Warhammer's mansion, but at a hefty price. Even a single full berserk stone was only enough to rent a room for 1 week. If Alex had ever heard of daylight robbery, this was it. Asgrug's appetite was even larger than Brieger's. Still, Alex swallowed his displeasure and paid. They were not going to find a safer, never mind cleaner, in anywhere else in the encampment. "Sir, you look like a man with deep pockets and a taste for risk," the inn manager flattered, doing his best despite his Stony York features. "Why not try our casino? It's a lively spot where all the big players of the camp go to relax." Alex considered it for a moment, then nodded. "Perhaps we'll go see the sights," he said. After settling their belongings in their rooms, the group made their way, separately, to the casino across the street. Alex entered with Zora and Eleanor, each closely followed by Kavikin and Mogul, both of whom looked intimidating without even trying. The moment they stepped inside, the entire hall seemed to pause. Eyes turned toward them from every corner. Alex remained unperturbed, leading his group past the shabby gamblers and toward the obvious high roller table at the far end of the floor. Seated there were 3 men, each with a woman's bosom in hand, kneading flesh like dough, as if competing to see who could be the most shamelessly lewd. They stood apart from the rest of the hall, so clearly that it required no genius to identify them. Brieger the Desert Razor, Rolf the Broker, and Bram the Bloodblade, the 3 underbosses of Camp Red Rock. Alex strode forward imperiously, as though he owned the place, and casually approached their table. Aside from the big 3, there were 3 other gamblers seated there. A single glance from Kavikin and Mogul was enough. The men immediately vacated their seats, nearly forgetting to collect their chips. Nearly. No one left money behind in the wildlands. Not even a single shard. Kavikin pulled back a chair, allowing Alex to take a seat. Then, together with Mogul, he placed 2 more chairs beside him for the still-veiled Eleanor and Zora before stepping back to stand behind them, like the colossal guards they were. The scene they created was imposing enough that even the 3 bigwigs swallowed any immediate displeasure at having their game interrupted. They stared at Alex with a mixture of irritation, caution, and probing curiosity. None of them dared act rashly. Wine, fun, resting on Zora's lap as usual, suddenly let out a soft yawn, breaking the tension. Yet instead of easing the atmosphere, it only made the 3 men more wary. They had never seen a beast like fun before, and anyone capable of taming such a creature was not someone to be underestimated. The dealer glanced toward the bosses for instruction. They nodded, and he proceeded to explain the rules of the game before dealing Alex his cards. After Alex casually placed 10 full berserk stones on the table, the boss's eyes twitched. Even they, despite their wealth, wouldn't so casually throw that much money onto the table without hesitation. This wasn't the behavior of a nouveau riche gambler. It carried the ease and indifference of someone who genuinely did not care about the money, as though it were little more than chump change. So, one of the bosses finally spoke, a shifty-eyed man with a sharp, calculating gaze. "You must be the sorcerer going around beating up the good, respectable people of Camp Red Rock." Alex immediately recognized the man's intent and played along. "Respectable people?" he asked, feigning confusion. "The only things my people whipped on the way here were a few rabid dogs whose owners were too incompetent to keep them on a leash." A vein bulged on the forehead of the burly man seated to the shifty-eyed man's left. Alex glanced between the 2 of them and asked innocently, "You wouldn't happen to know who these incompetent owners are, would you? They owe me a debt of gratitude for putting their dogs back in their place." A heavy, palpable silence fell over the hall. The burly man fumed visibly. Anyone could tell he was on the verge of exploding into a fit of rage. Alex, however, pretended not to notice, continuing to look at the 2 men as if genuinely awaiting a response. Unlike the burly man, whose emotions were written plainly on his face, the shifty-eyed man was far more cunning. A flicker of surprise and disgust crossed his expression for barely an instant. If Alex hadn't been paying close attention, he would have missed it entirely. The reason Alex watched the 2 men so closely was simple. Among the 3 underbosses, the shifty-eyed man was none other than Rolf the Broker, while the burly man was Brieger the Desert Razor. That meant the plain-looking man seated to Rolf's right could only be Bram the Bloodblade. For the moment, Alex paid Bram little more than peripheral attention. He had no dealings with the man or his faction, yet Bram, for his part, seemed equally unconcerned. He appeared content to enjoy the unfolding spectacle between the young noble sorcerer and his fellow underbosses, casually kneading the bosom of the woman in his grasp, who coquettishly helped him down his wine. With practiced ease, Rolf schooled his expression and unexpectedly let out a chuckle. "In that case," Rolf said smoothly, "I must extend my gratitude to you, good sir." Alex blinked, then looked inspired. "Oh, one of those rabid dogs belong to you?" he asked bluntly. Bram nearly spat out the mouthful of wine he had just swallowed. He burst out laughing, utterly unconcerned with Rolf's glare or the damage it did to the man's face. Still, Rolf, thick-skinned as any seasoned thug, ignored the mockery and nodded toward Alex. "Indeed, it would seem so," Rolf said calmly. "A trio of hunting dogs I nurtured to keep the serfs in my territory honest appear to have gone overboard in disciplining one of them, and in doing so offended you. But as a noble, I am certain you understand why men like me require dogs such as those." Alex nodded, appearing thoughtful, almost agreeable. "You're not wrong," he said. "As a noble, I understand the need for tools to enforce order within one's domain. However, that wasn't the reason why I punished those rabid dogs of yours." His gaze sharpened. It was because they went beyond their bounds and bared their teeth at someone far above their station. His tone hardened for a moment. "Wars have been waged for far less," Alex said evenly, leading to the downfall of noble families with generations of history behind them. "Much less." He deliberately left the sentence unfinished, allowing the weight of his words and the threat embedded within them to linger in the air. Alex fixed Rolf with a piercing stare. "Know your place, you thug," he sneered inwardly. "You are nothing more than a ruffian who bullies the weak, yet you dare place yourself on the same level as a noble?" Whether Rolf truly understood the meaning behind Alex's words was unclear. If he did, then he was a remarkably talented actor, as not a single ripple of emotion crossed his face. While the verbal exchange continued, the dealer had already moved on, exchanging Alex's berserk stones for the casino's chips. A sizable stack was placed neatly before Alex. The game itself was, for the most part, very similar to poker. While Alex had never played this exact variant before, he wasn't lost either. A brief explanation from the dealer regarding hand rankings and combinations was enough to fill in the remaining gaps. Alex couldn't help but marvel at how certain things never changed, how they persisted among humanity regardless of world or plane. "I am Rolf," the shifty-eyed man said smoothly. "People call me the broker. If you're in need of assistance acquiring anything within Camp Red Rock or the surrounding settlements, I can help for a fee." He gestured casually. "To my right is Bram the Bloodblade, renowned for his skill with the sword. And to my left is Brieger, the Desert Razor." Alex glanced between Bram and Brieger. According to the scout team's information, both men wielded single-edged swords, and both had once carried nicknames involving blade. That had changed after Bram personally attacked and beat Brieger, warning him to abandon the title lest people begin associating the two of them as equals. Brieger had changed his name from Desert Blade to Desert Razor shortly thereafter. Suffice it to say, there was little love between the two men. "And you are?" Rolf asked, finally revealing his intent to uncover Alex's identity. "Alex Fury." Alex introduced himself calmly. "Fury." Rolf frowned slightly. "I don't believe I've heard of a House Fury before. Perhaps you can enlighten me. What nation are you from?" "Of course you haven't," Alex replied smoothly. "If you had, you wouldn't still be living in a land as markedly pungent as this." He smiled faintly. "There are skies beyond skies, realms an ant beneath the soil must never even dream of beholding." Zora and Eleanor exchanged a glance. Amusement flickered in their eyes as they watched Alex casually troll the underbosses. Bram didn't particularly care. Brieger, on the other hand, was visibly livid, restraining himself only because of the casino's rules, and because the establishment was under the control of the copper-skinned orcs. What surprised Alex and his wives, however, was Rolf. Not only was he not angry, the man looked thoughtful. Alex's words had been a veiled illusion, hinting that he wasn't even from this world. Someone like Rolf, who had spent his entire life in the Hollow Crest wildlands, wouldn't know the first thing about interplanar travel, let alone Pangea or the Arun continent where House Fury resided. So, of course, Rolf wouldn't recognize the name. And yet, judging from his expression, Rolf was clearly piecing something together. Skies beyond skies. A youth who looks barely 20, yet possesses the bearing and power of a gold-ranked sorcerer. A disciplined entourage, unmistakable aristocratic authority. Could he be from one of those places? Rolf's thoughts spiraled as he silently reaffirmed his own suspicions or delusions. Brieger finally snapped. "Are you two just going to flap your gums all night, or are we actually going to play?" he growled, his hostility no more concealed. Alex tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion at Brieger's outburst. "Have we met before?" he asked, brows knitting together. "No, Brieger spot. But you met his men outside Camp Red Rock." Rolf immediately seized the opening, clearly trying to curry favor. Alex continued to feign ignorance. "I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific." "The roadblock, sir," Rolf clarified carefully. "The roadblock?" Alex's gaze hardened, as if realization had only just dawned on him. "So," he said slowly, "you are the owner of the rabid dogs who dared bar my way and demand a toll." His voice remained calm, but the air around the table grew heavy. "Not only did they demand my money, they also ordered me to leave my wives behind so they could play with them." He leaned back slightly. "How do you intend to compensate me?" Alex asked. The temperature around the table seemed to plummet as Alex and Brieger locked eyes. Brieger shoved the woman on his lap aside and reached toward his blade. Alex remained unperturbed, but his eyes darkened a shade further. Mana quietly welled around him, subtle yet unmistakable. It was clear he was ready to cast the moment Brieger crossed the line. "Sirs," the dealer suddenly called out. His tone, once servile, now carried unmistakable authority. "Please remember this is neutral ground. Fighting is forbidden here. If you have grievances, resolve them at the table or in the duel ring." The dignity in the dealer's voice was not his own. It belonged to the Warhammer, Asgrug, and the copper-skinned Orc clan standing behind him. Brieger glared at Alex for several long moments before finally withdrawing his hand and placing it back on the table, resting atop his chips. "Then let's play," he said coldly. "Unless you'd rather settle this in the ring?" Alex met his stare evenly. "Very well," he said with a nod. "I'll indulge you." The mana around him subsided as he placed his hands over his own chips. With the stakes now raised, the dealer collected all cards on the table and began reshuffling. "Sir," Rolf said casually, "are you familiar with the rules? The game is somewhat different here in the Wildlands." The implication beneath his words was unmistakable. Alex nodded faintly. "Don't worry," he replied. "I'm a fast learner." Rolf smiled thinly and nodded. The dealer dealt the cards. Never mind this life, where he was too busy to have any time to gamble. Even in his past life, it had been the same. In both lives, Alex had never been much of a gambler. Beyond picking up the various poker hands and combinations from online videos, he couldn't be said to possess any real knowledge of the game. What he did know was that in games like poker, the player mattered more than the cards dealt. Much like life itself, a good player knew how to make the most of the hand placed before them. In real life, it was fate and destiny that determined the cards one was dealt. At this table, it was the dealer. Alex had no intention of playing fairly. He knew the others wouldn't. If players in the civilized world cheated without shame, how could one expect those of the wildlands to act any differently, especially when he was an outsider on their turf? He also hadn't forgotten the universal rule. The house always wins. In the first round, Alex lost badly as he familiarized himself with the game's nuances. However, from that point onward, he began to adjust. He advanced and retreated as needed, never losing more than was absolutely necessary. By the fourth dealing, he had become untouchable. It was impossible to extract even a single shard from him unless he deliberately allowed it, usually as bait to lure someone else into a trap. By the seventh dealing, Alex had nearly cleaned out Camp Red Rock's underbosses. They stared at him with a mixture of shock and horror. Shock, because once the game truly began, Alex became as immovable as stone. His expression never shifted. Bluffs or tricks, nothing worked to surface an expression on his face for them to exploit. Even when the three underbosses clearly coordinated to trap him, they gained nothing. And horror, because while they could read nothing from him, he seemed to read everything from them. Their intentions, their greed. It was as if they were open books. It was almost as though he could see their cards. The three underbosses exchanged wary glances. They probed carefully, but found nothing. There were spells that could be used to cheat in such a manner. Clairvoyance, through sight, and the like. However, any such spell would inevitably leave behind many emissions. Those emissions would immediately trigger the artifacts installed throughout the casino to prevent this kind of low-class cheating. Yet the artifacts remained silent, which meant Alex wasn't using any known spell. What they didn't know was that Alex had begun playing this game long before he ever took a seat at the table. The reason he had entered the casino with only Zora and Eleanor, accompanied by the two hulking presences of Kavikin and Mogul, soon became apparent. Scattered across the gambling hall, positioned at carefully chosen vantage points overlooking the table, were the rest of Alex's expedition members. Using the oldest trick in the book, the advantage of communication, Alex played calmly while Yadara and the others fed him the cards held by the underbosses through their communicator earpieces. The reason for his grand, almost theatrical entrance into the casino was precisely to draw all attention to himself. And it worked. Everyone, including the underbosses, was so focused on Alex that they paid no mind to the others who entered alongside him or shortly after. By the time they could notice anything, the expedition members had already secured positions perfect for spying on their hands and relaying the information. Brieger finally snapped. He slammed his fist against the table. "You are cheating," he accused, pointing directly at Alex. Alex's gaze hardened. "And how am I cheating?" he shot back. "You'd better have proof." Brieger faltered. All he had was the overwhelming certainty that Alex was cheating, but he couldn't tell how, nor could he prove it. "I don't know how you're doing it," Brieger growled, "but I know you are." Alex scoffed. "I'm cheating because you say so," he sneered. "Who do you think you are?" Brieger became tongue-tied. However, Alex's side wasn't about to let the moment pass in silence. "What a sore loser!" Eleanor's beautiful voice rang out. "If you know you're too poor to lose a little chump change, why gamble in the first place?" Zora didn't hold back either. "You can't blame him, sister. He's a leader in this backwater, so no one here dares beat him openly. To think he lacks even the awareness of his own skill level. So much so that he accuses anyone who bests him of cheating." She smiled faintly, truly a frog in a well. Because of Brieger's earlier outburst and Alex's cold rebuttal, the gambling floor had gone completely silent. As such, the two women's so-called whispers might as well have been shouted. "You mere women dare speak against me?" Brieger snapped. He reached instinctively for his weapon, intending to lash out across the table. But he froze. The looks the two women gave him stopped him cold. They were calm, composed, and dignified, like royalty looking down upon a peasant, or daughters of heaven gazing with pity at an ant. The same sharp instincts that warned him that Alex was cheating also warned him that nothing good would come from attacking the two women. He couldn't understand where such fear came from. His gaze dropped to the wine cup that had been knocked to the floor earlier. Am I already drunk? Or was the wine poisoned? He couldn't comprehend how mere women, his usual playthings, could inspire such dread. If this were anywhere else, Alex's cold voice cut through the silence. "You would already be dead." All eyes shifted back to him. "But since I'm a guest in someone else's house, I will respect the owner's rules." His gaze sharpened. "If you cannot prove that I cheated in any way, then you will apologize and compensate me for slandering my honor and reputation." Alex paused, then continued evenly. "I know you are poor and likely cannot afford much, so I will accept a single mid-grade berserk stone as compensation. That should be sufficient to teach you not to make accusations you cannot prove." The audience collectively sucked in a breath. They couldn't help but marvel at Alex's appetite. To think that someone so young dared to open his mouth and demand a mid-grade berserk stone. Never mind a mid-grade stone. Most of the people on this floor didn't even possess 10 berserk stones in total, let alone the 100 shards required to equal the value of one. As for actually seeing a mid-grade stone with their own eyes, perhaps only a handful present, aside from the underbosses, could claim such a thing. All eyes turned toward Brieger. Would he actually pay? Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, Brieger felt a faint pressure press down on his chest. But more than pressure, what surged within him was rage. How dare you? His glare burned into Alex. Not only had Alex and his party injured and killed his men, but Alex, and worse, his women, had humiliated him openly. He wanted nothing more than to crush their skulls beneath his heel. However, they were guests of the Warhammer by virtue of their in-reservation. He couldn't touch them, at least not openly, unless... Brieger's expression suddenly smoothed. You say you didn't cheat, while I say you did, he said evenly. In that case, let's settle this the way of the wildlands. A duel. A murmur rippled through the hall. You're the leader of a party, right? Brieger continued. Good. Send one champion from your side, aside from yourself, and I will do the same. The winner of the duel will be in the right. The loser will pay compensation. Alex raised an eyebrow. Why a champion? He asked calmly. Are you afraid to step up yourself? Indeed, I am afraid. Brieger nodded without hesitation. Afraid that after I kill you, there'll be no one left to pay my compensation. Huh? Alex laughed heartily, as though he had just heard the best joke of the night. Very well, you coward, he said, still smiling. I'll humor you. You. Brieger clenched his fist, veins bulging, but restrained himself. A duel has been formally issued, and the challenge accepted. A strange orc suddenly appeared beside the high roller table and announced solemnly, the duel shall take place at sunrise tomorrow. Challengers should prepare. It was likely the shaman of the copper-skinned orc clan. Alex inclined his head toward the orc, then stood. I've lost interest in the game, he said casually. Cash my chips and send the proceeds to the inn. Without sparing the table another glance, Alex turned and left with his companions. Rolf stared at the towering stack of chips, then at the man walking away. His thoughts were unreadable. After Alex left, a visibly disgruntled Brieger turned to Rolf and said, I know we're all rivals, but wasn't there an unspoken agreement to band together and fleece outsiders who step foot here and throw their weight around? To think you'd actually curry favor with an outsider. He pushed himself up from his seat. I hope you haven't forgotten. Outsiders like them will leave, and we will remain. That's how it's always been. That's how it will always be. With that, Brieger the Desert Razor strode out of the casino. As he exited, his gaze flicked briefly toward the inn opposite the casino. A storm of thoughts passed through his mind, but in the end, he turned away and walked off with his entourage in tow. Back inside the casino, at the high roller table, Bram, who had remained largely impassive throughout the entire exchange, finally turned to Rolf. I hate to admit it, but that idiot is right, Bram said. I may not like you, but I respect your instincts and your hustle. Siding with an outsider like this, it's not like you, Weasel. Rolf's face twitched. It had been a long time since anyone dared call him by that name. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Bram was one of the very few people in Camp Red Rock who could still get away with that. I have my reasons, Rolf spat curtly before standing up and taking his leave. The moment he stepped outside, his entourage closed in around him, forming a tight protective formation. One could never be too careful. Rising through Camp Red Rock's social ladder, from a nameless alley rat nicknamed Weasel to becoming the broker, one of the most powerful men in the camp, Rolf had committed countless shady acts along the way. Naturally, he had made just as many enemies. It had reached the point where he dared not move about without an escort, constantly wary of assassination. It was a hard life, but one Rolf had never regretted. Until now, he had believed there was nothing he would trade for the position he clawed his way into. Before today, before just an hour ago, Rolf had been content with where he stood. He harbored no grand ambitions of rising higher. But that had changed. An opportunity had presented itself, and his mind raced desperately, searching for a way to seize it. For the first time in a long while, Rolf felt a crack in his position. A weakness no number of thugs at his back could truly shield him from. Like Brieger and Rolf, Bram also left the casino and returned to his residence. However, a deep frown had settled onto his otherwise plain face. Others might look down on Rolf with contempt, but Bram didn't. Because more than anyone else, Bram understood that Rolf possessed the instincts of a survivor, a natural talent that was indispensable in the wildlands. There has to be a reason why he took such an interest in that kid, Bram mused. Yet no matter how he turned the matter over in his mind, nothing fit neatly into place. He tried to rid himself of the lingering thoughts by burying them beneath flesh and pleasure, taking the woman he had brought back from the casino. But even her warmth and sultry cries failed to fully distract him. Suddenly, Bram's eyes sharpened. He pulled away, rose from the bed, and began dressing. No, I need to understand what's really going on. Leaving the woman behind just short of satisfaction, Bram strode out of his residence without a word. He dismissed his guards and made his way alone toward Rolf's compound. The guard stationed there were visibly surprised to see the Bloodblade traveling without an escort, but none dared bar his way. Inside, Bram found Rolf in his study, standing before a fireplace, staring into the dancing flames. Clearly, the man's thoughts were no less restless than his own. "What are you doing here, Bram?" Rolf asked without turning around. "And I hear you came alone, without guards. Aren't you afraid I'll have you killed, here and now?" Bram snorted. "If you intended to kill me, you wouldn't have agreed to see me," he replied. He crossed the room and dropped onto a sofa. Rolf finally turned from the fire and took the seat opposite him. "Why have you come?" Rolf asked again. "I came to find out who that outsider is," Bram said bluntly. "The one you were willing to side with, throwing aside our unspoken rule." His gaze hardened. "I saw your reaction. There's something special about them. I want to know what it is." Rolf's lips curved faintly. "And you think I'd simply tell you?" Bram met his eyes evenly. "Don't forget," he said. "You owe me." Rolf shook his head. "That debt isn't big enough for me to potentially offend him by telling you," he said flatly. "Then what do you want?" Bram asked without hesitation. "I'll pay." Rolf looked at him with a hint of surprise. "If I tell you what I think, my debt to you will be cleared, and you will owe me instead," Rolf proposed. "Do you accept?" "Fine." Bram nodded. He needed to settle the unrest in his mind. A small favor owed to Rolf was a price he was willing to pay. Rolf inclined his head, his expression turning solemn. "This is only my deduction," he cautioned. "I could be wrong. Do you understand? Get on with it." Bram waved dismissively. He knew Rolf well enough. The man wouldn't speak like this unless he was already convinced by his own reasoning. "Have you ever heard of the high sorcerer families?" Rolf asked. "They're also known as sorcerer aristocracies." "What?" Bram's eyes narrowed. "You think he's from one of those lineages? You know of them?" Rolf nodded. "Good. That makes this easier. Yes, I believe he is. One of the old bloodlines that have kept their power hidden since antiquity, the sky above skies." Rolf paused, then continued quietly. "Back when I was still working under the old man, before I took his place, he once told me his greatest regret. He had an opportunity to aid someone from the sky above skies, and he let it slip." Both men fell silent. After a moment, Bram broke the silence. "And what makes you so sure?" he asked. "He could just as easily be from some other powerful noble family." Rolf looked at him steadily. "Have you ever heard of an ordinary noble family producing someone that young who is not only gold-ranked, but also so thoroughly versed in the ways of the world?" he asked. "When you looked at him, did you feel like you were dealing with a child, or an equal, or even a superior?" Though Rolf didn't say it aloud, Bram finished the thought instinctively. "And that's not all," Rolf continued, his gaze sharpening. "The women at his side are also powerful sorcerers in their own right. And those guard behind them, they're different from your average Joe." He gazed at Bram intently. "Do you really think an ordinary noble family could produce all of that, together, and casually send them into the wildlands? The latter part of the deduction was the most important. There could exist an organization capable of producing such individuals. And since Alex had openly identified the women as his wives, both Rolf and Bram recognized the possibility that this power dynamic was the result of strategic marriages. However, if that were the case, then Alex and his wives would be extremely valuable assets to their organization. There were many safer ways to allow such individuals to gain experience. No sane organization would send people of that caliber into the Hollow Crest wildlands, a place this extreme, without absolute confidence in their survival. Only a truly powerful organization, one whose gaze extended far beyond territories governed by civilized laws, would dare send its scions into a land like this. The sky beyond skies. Rolf glanced at Bram before continuing. Even if I'm wrong, and they aren't from one of the old sorcerer families, their bearing and power alone place them at least as the scions of a duchy. He paused, then shook his head. No, they must be royalty at minimum. The boy only subconsciously reveals his regality, but the women? They're practically oozing it. I see. Bram's eyes flashed with understanding. No royalty would hide their affiliation unless they had a reason. And if they're concealing it while still displaying such obvious tells, then there must be more to them. Exactly. Rolf nodded sharply. Silence fell between them once more. So, Bram finally asked, what do you plan to do now? A trace of conflict crossed Rolf's face. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. For the next half hour, he laid out his thoughts. The two debated, refined, and dismantled ideas until a plan slowly took shape, one that satisfied them both, and which they hoped would also satisfy Alex. More than an hour after stepping into Rolf's mansion, by Camp Red Rock standards, Bram departed and returned to his own residence. Anyone who saw him could tell that, despite his frosty and stoic exterior, he was in a far better mood than when he had arrived. In fact, he was in such a good mood that he was finally able to focus on his postponed bedtime matters, sending the woman he had earlier left just shy of her peak straight to Cloud 9 and beyond. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Alex and his expedition party were having their own discussion. When the group reconvened in the room assigned to Alex and his wives, Alex informed Mogul that he would be representing him as his champion in the duel the next morning. However, to his surprise, an objection was raised. Well, calling it an objection was too strong, more like a plea. Please, my lord, grant me the honor of representing you tomorrow. One of the Fury Knight soldiers suddenly stepped forward and half knelt before Alex. Alex's gaze settled on the man. This particular knight was the de facto leader of the Fury Knights. Whenever Alex granted the unit autonomy during battle, command naturally fell to him. Sergeant Tom Lopota, Alex said calmly. Do you understand what you are asking to do? I will not soil your honor, my lord, Sergeant Lopota vowed. My honor? Alex shook his head. I care little for honor amongst these ruffians. What I am asking is whether you understand that you would be risking your life. His voice hardened slightly. Even if you survive, should you lose, Eleanor will not be able to heal your injuries until we depart Camp Red Rock. You would be left to recover or die on your own. Alex's ruby-red eyes bored into the man, as though trying to peer straight into his soul. You and your unit are on loan to me from the Fury Army. Your duty is simply to accompany me on this expedition. There is no need for you to take personal risks in my name. That is what my followers are for, Alex said sincerely. Sergeant Lopota hesitated. Then he glanced back at the other knights. He saw only resolve and encouragement. Turning back to Alex, he spoke firmly. In that case, my lord, I speak not only for myself, but for all those who stand with me. He bowed where he knelt. We wish to swear fealty to you, if you would have us. As if on cue, the remaining Fury Knights, including the crossbowmen, also dropped to their knees. Alex was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't respond. Are you certain? He finally asked. Once this oath is taken, there is no turning back. You will no longer be soldiers of the Fury Army. You will become my soldiers. His gaze swept across them. You would be binding yourselves to an uncertain player, with an uncertain future. "We are certain, my lord," Sergeant Lopota replied without hesitation. "Though this expedition began in chaos, you have shown us enough to make our decision." Sergeant Lopota continued, "We have not chosen blindly. We understand that our current situation is nothing more than a temporary setback. Before long, you will resolve your handicap, and when that happens, things will only improve for this expedition." He paused, then added firmly, "However, if we wait until then, we will have lost a chance to truly earn your favor. That is why we speak now." The other Fury Knights nodded in agreement. Though their actions might have appeared rash, they were anything but. Between serving under the Fury army and serving directly under a Fury scion, the choice was clear to those with ambition. While serving beneath the banner of the Fury army was safer, steadier, and far less risky, it was also limiting. By contrast, serving directly under a scion offered far greater opportunity, especially when it came to access to resources. The Fury family cherished military power, and as such, its scions typically spared no expense in maintaining their personal forces. Resources flowed far more freely to soldiers directly under a scion's banner than to those buried within the larger, less ambitious structure of the Fury army. And among the currently eligible scions an intermediate-ranked Fury Knight could hope to swear fealty to, Alex stood at the very top of the list. The mere fact that this unit of Fury Knights had dared to accompany a young scion into an unknown world spoke volumes about their ambition. The stories and rumors they had heard about Alex before the expedition laid the foundation. Now that they had traveled with him, they had personally confirmed enough of those rumors to justify taking the plunge. Their seniors who had previously served under Alex spoke of his unconventional approach to warfare, his combat doctrine, tactics, technology, and weaponry. Now, the knights could attest to it themselves. And having experienced it firsthand, none of them wished to return to the old conventions, especially the crossbowmen. So, when the opportunity finally presented itself, they seized it without hesitation. "Sir," Sergeant Lopota continued, "we understand that we are not as talented as your personal followers, nor can we fight those at higher stages or ranks than ourselves. But we still have our uses. For instance, there is no need for your strongest forces to be deployed against mere riffraff. We will suffice." Alex's eyes flashed. He regarded the knight leader with a hint of surprise, noting the man's clarity of thought and measured confidence. "Well played, Sergeant Lopota," Alex thought. "You will go far." The man possessed both the intellect and the eloquence of someone well suited to climb a hierarchical ladder, and survive doing so. Indeed, just as the man had said, most of the Fury Knights before him could not scale the way Alex, his wives, and his followers could. With the exception of Sugud, each of Alex's followers were late to peak stage intermediate rank professionals, capable of fighting above their level and pushing into the early stages of the elite rank, practically equivalent to 2-star gold ranks of this plane. Even Sugud, who was only a mid-stage intermediate, possessed a unique class with limitless potential. As for his wives, Yadara was also peak intermediate, but Alex wasn't entirely sure where her upper limit lay. He estimated it to be somewhere between early and mid-elite rank. Zora, on the other hand, was an early-stage elite. However, she was practically invincible within the elite rank. Given sufficient time and preparation, Alex believed she could even conjure a spell capable of maiming or outright killing a veteran. Eleanor was a mid-stage elite, but as a Tier 3 healer, her healing output extended far beyond her combat rank, allowing her to heal injuries up to the lower ranges of the veteran rank. As for himself, Alex was a peak intermediate, and like Zora, he was effectively invincible among elites. With adequate preparation, as demonstrated during his hunt of the Earth Drake, his power could push into Class 4 territory, rivaling a veteran warrior or a great mage. That was, of course, with his Rune-Tech. Without it, Alex believed he could still hold his own against a mid-stage elite at the very least. Faced with such monsters, Alex could understand why the Fury Knights believed themselves to be lacking in talent. But he disagreed. What they lacked was not talent, but opportunities. Unlike himself, his wives, and his followers, who utilized specialized, curated cultivation methods, the Fury Knights relied on generic techniques and methods distributed by the Fury Army. And yet, despite this, they had still become essentially invincible within their late to peak intermediate stages. If they had access to better methods, Alex believed they too could push beyond their current ascension limits and output power disproportionate to their rank. Fortunately, he possessed precisely such methods. Unfortunately, he couldn't use them at the moment, and even if he could, he lacked the time. "Allow me to prove our worth to you," Sergeant Lopota said, seeing the determination in the knight's eyes, and mirrored in those of his comrades. Alex saw no reason to refuse. "Very well," Alex said calmly. "I will give you a chance to earn my recognition. Perform well in tomorrow's duel, and I will accept your fealty." "I swear to lay victory at your feet tomorrow," Sergeant Lopota vowed. It was clear the man had overinterpreted Alex's condition. Alex only required him to perform well, not necessarily to win, but the knight believed victory itself was the standard. Rather than correct him, Alex simply nodded. And with that, the stage was set. By sunrise, the duel would begin. The next morning, a group of copper-skinned orcs waited outside the doors of Alex and his expedition party, ready to escort them to the arena. An optimist might say the orcs were there to ensure no harm befell the party before the duel. A pessimist, however, would recognize that they were there to make sure no one attempted to flee the sacred challenge. Whichever was true, Alex didn't care. Ushered forward by the orcs, Alex and his expedition party made their way toward the arena. If there was ever a way to subtly announce to the world that duels were held here in the highest regard, it would be not placing one's residence or fortress at the center of their territory, usually a territory's most prestigious district, but instead placing an arena there. Built in a Colosseum-style design, the arena was an open, oval field surrounded by tiered stands for spectators. There was little separation between the combat grounds and the audience, but that only heightened the crowd's fervor. The promise of watching fighters beat one another bloody at arm's length was a powerful draw. Contrary to Alex's expectations, the arena had not been opened solely for his proxy duel against Brieger, the Desert Razor. It appeared that scheduled fights were held here periodically, from first light until noon. Alex and Brieger's duel merely happened to coincide with one of those event days. Alex and his companions were led to a raised platform overlooking the arena floor. It functioned as a private box of sorts. Adjacent to it were roughly half a dozen similar platforms, clearly reserved for Camp Red Rock's major powers and any visiting figures of sufficient standing, such as Alex and his party. Even as battles raged below, the spectacle within the audience was no less barbaric. Scantily clad women moved between the stands, collecting bets and selling food. More often than not, spectators openly groped them as they passed. The women endured it with practiced smiles, as though such treatment were simply part of the job. It was even worse in the private boxes. In one such box, a fat, greasy old man pinned down a serving woman who had brought him a tray of food and mounted her openly, making no effort to conceal himself. Her only saving grace was his brief 2-minute-long endurance. Jeers erupted from nearby onlookers as the woman adjusted her clothes and walked away, expression blank, as if this were nothing more than another ordinary morning. The atmosphere of the arena was enough to make even Kavikin frown in disgust, much less the more refined and civilized members of the expedition party. Alex stole a glance from the corner of his eye, checking on Silver and his wives, the women of the group, to see if they were affected by the savage sights. Silver remained as expressionless as ever. As for his wives, Zora leaned closer and murmured something to his other wives that nearly caused Alex to stumble. "Don't worry, he's at least 3 times that size and lasts for far much longer." Alex let out a wry chuckle. To think I was worried about them. Shaking the brief distraction from his mind, Alex led the group to take their seats in their assigned private box. "Young Master Alex, you are here," a familiar voice called out. Alex turned and, to his mild amusement, discovered that the private box to his right was occupied by Rolf the Broker and Bram the Bloodblade. He exchanged pleasantries with them, if such thinly veiled probing could be called that, before scanning the remaining boxes. To his left, a few boxes away, sat Brieger the Desert Razor. Unlike the previous night, the burly man was dressed only in a pair of trunks, his upper body left completely bare. His bulging chest and muscular arms were on full display, like a peacock flaunting its feathers. He roared with laughter and cheered wildly as he watched the battles below, utterly engrossed in the spectacle. From his expression alone, Alex had no doubt that Brieger would have behaved even worse than the disgraced old merchant had there been a woman within reach. Alex shook his head and returned his attention to the arena. The battle below ended with the loser having his stomach ripped open, his entrails spilling onto the sand. Rather than recoiling in horror, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers. At that moment, Brieger glanced toward Alex, just in time to see him turn away with clear disinterest. A vein bulged on Brieger's forehead as he misinterpreted the gesture as contempt directed at him. Once the fight ended in such a gruesome manner, Brieger's lips curled into a cold smirk. He gestured sharply to an even larger man standing behind him. "Go crush him," Brieger ordered. "Arg!" The man roared in response. He vaulted theatrically from the private box, crashing down into the stands below. Several unfortunate spectators were crushed beneath his landing before he strode toward the arena floor as if nothing had happened. No one dared complain. This was Brutus the Ogre, Brieger's most trusted enforcer and his most brutal one. "Outsider," Brieger roared down toward Alex's box. "Send out your man to face death." Alex yawned. He barely spared the man a glance as he rested his cheek against his right fist, his elbow propped lazily on the armrest of his chair. "Have you prepared my compensation?" he asked flatly. The crowd erupted into shocked murmurs. Who was this suicidal outsider who dared treat one of Camp Red Rock's powerhouses with such blatant disrespect? "One mid-grade berserk stone," Brieger revealed, his voice ringing out. The audience gasped in awe. "Just one," Alex replied with clear disdain. "That's all the confidence you have in your man?" He snapped his fingers. Behind him, Kavakin stepped forward and opened pouch. 10 mid-grade berserk stones glittered under the arena's light. A collective breath was sucked in across the stands. "Do you dare bet?" Alex asked, turning Brieger's challenge back on him with even thicker contempt. Brieger froze. He had never imagined that Alex would be insane enough to put forward 10 mid-grade berserk stones on a proxy duel. Does money mean nothing to him? Brieger wondered. What he didn't know was that Alex wasn't gambling with his own wealth, but with money looted from others. How could a pillager feel pain spending what he had pillaged? After a moment of furious internal calculations, Brieger finally gritted his teeth and accepted. "Fine," he said coldly. "Since you insist on giving me free money, I'll play with you to the end." Alex's unabashed contempt drove Brieger to the brink of rage. He wanted nothing more than to storm down into the arena and smash Alex's skull with his own hands. But he restrained himself. He wasn't a fool. With how casually Alex flaunted such wealth, there was a strong chance the young man had terrifying backing. Perhaps that backing couldn't stir the deepest waters of the wildlands, but erasing a small fry like him would be effortless. So Brieger forced himself to remain calm. Alex turned his head slightly. His gaze fell upon Sergeant Lopoda. In a calm, effortless voice, he issued a single command. "Go on." Sergeant Tom Lopoda nodded. He didn't humor the crowd by theatrically leaping down like Brutus the Ogre had done. Instead, the Fury Knight took his time, descending via the proper path leading to the arena floor, much to the crowd's disappointment. They booed and jeered as he made his way onto the arena grounds. However, the sergeant didn't spare them a single glance. In fact, his next actions only enraged the crowd further. Already clad in light metal armor, the sergeant continued to arm himself. In addition to his short sword, he equipped a round shield, further reinforcing his defense. For a crowd that lived for bloodshed and spectacle, a combatant daring to turtle up like this was unforgivable. "Boo!" The jeers echoed around the arena. Even so, Sergeant Lopota never took his eyes off the giant standing before him. Brutus lived up to his name. He was a hulking mass of muscle and fat, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Coupled with his grotesque face, which was only missing tusks, he looked every bit like an ogre. Appropriately, his weapon of choice was a massive spiked ogre club. Under the cacophony of boos and jeers, the shaman of the copper-skinned orcs raised his staff and announced the start of the duel. The moment the signal was given, Brutus surged forward at a speed entirely unnatural for his size. He brought his club crashing down onto the sergeant's shield again and again, each strike following the last in rapid succession, giving his opponent barely any time to breathe, much less counterattack. Bang! 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 Strike after strike landed. The sergeant abandoned any thought of retaliation, instead angling his shield carefully so that the blows slid off rather than absorbing their full force. Within moments, the shield caved inward, warped and dented. Cracks spread across his armor, and he was steadily driven backwards. The spikes on Brutus's club began to connect more frequently, tearing shallow gashes into the sergeant's body with each exchange. Sergeant Lopota was like a lone ship on a raging ocean, completely at the mercy of the storm. Roar! Even so, the sergeant did not give up. He refused to let Brutus injure him without paying a price. Whenever Brutus the ogre's club scraped or tore into him, the sergeant retaliated from sharp, awkward angles, carving shallow cuts into Brutus's flesh with his short sword. Soon, wounds began to accumulate on Brutus as well. Though they hadn't yet affected his combat strength, the sight of blood streaking down his massive frame was unmistakable. The bloodied state of both combatants only fueled the crowd's savagery. Cheers and jeers rose another notch, blending into a single, frenzied roar. Even Brieger had lost himself in the brutality of the spectacle below. The promise of 11 berserk stones filling his coffers caused him to overlook the subtle signs unfolding in the arena. However, not everyone was fooled. "Looks like you were right, Rolf," Bram the Bloodblade remarked suddenly. "There's something strange about young Master Alex's champion?" Rolf asked. "Indeed," Bram nodded. "Although it looks like he's losing, his movements are short and precise. His composure is also unusual. Even with the crowd's jeers and the stench of blood in the air, he hasn't lost himself to the atmosphere." Bram's eyes narrowed. He's sticking to his game plan with remarkable discipline, completely uninfluenced by external factors. The same cannot be said for Brieger's man, who has clearly given himself over to bloodlust. He's either a veteran of a powerful army or an elite trained soldier, Bram continued. Both are things an ordinary noble house simply cannot produce. Only families with centuries of history and deep resources can field soldiers like this. Bram's evaluating gaze shifted toward Alex's private box, lingering on the Fury soldiers standing behind him, each clad in armor similar to Sergeant Lopota's. "And look closely," Bram added. "This level of quality doesn't seem unique. That soldier isn't a special case. He's just one of the ordinary troops under young Master Alex's command." Rolf exhaled slowly after taking in Bram's analysis. For such a soldier to be considered expendable, Rolf said quietly, "Brieger is about to find himself knee-deep in trouble. That works out well for us, doesn't it?" Bram smiled. "Indeed," Rolf affirmed with a nod. Bram's brows suddenly furrowed. "My only concern is that young Master Alex is being far too flashy with his wealth. That kind of display attracts all sorts of unscrupulous characters in the Wildlands. Even I'm having second thoughts just watching him flaunt that much money." Rolf's lips curled into a predatory, knowing smile. "But what if that is precisely his intention?" he said softly. "To lure people like you in with your greed?" Bram's eyes shrank in horror. A flurry of thoughts surged through his mind, most of them centered on how Brieger had ended up in his current predicament. If Rolf is right, Bram's gaze snapped outward, scanning the crowd. He saw it then, dozens of eyes burning with naked desire and avarice, all fixed on Alex. Meanwhile, The man himself sat calmly in his box, appearing utterly oblivious to the attention. But how could a gold-ranked sorcerer fail to notice such blatant, hostile intent? A chill ran down Bram's spine. The way he looked at Alex changed entirely. No longer did he seem merely a noble scion with deep pockets, but a terrifying schemer, one who understood the nature of these lands all too well. The fight dragged on for several tens of minutes. By now, Brutus the ogre was panting heavily. The accumulation of shallow cuts inflicted by Sergeant Lopota had begun to tell. His movements slowed, and the power behind his swings weakened so visibly that even a child could sense something was wrong. His roars grew hoarse. The fire in his eyes dulled, replaced by exhaustion and mounting frustration. Brieger had stopped shouting as well. At last, the sergeant's strategy became clear to everyone. Then, after deflecting a sluggish strike from Brutus, Sergeant Lopota surged forward and slammed the rim of his battered shield into the giant's shin. The impact forced Brutus to recoil violently, his massive frame crashing down into a half-kneel. Brutus tried to defend himself by sweeping his massive club in a wide arc, but Sergeant Lopota anticipated the move. He rolled smoothly behind the giant and slashed across the backs of both legs, cutting deep. Brutus collapsed heavily to his knees, brought down to the sergeant's level. With a desperate roar, the giant attempted one last counterattack. Sergeant Lopota met it head-on, parrying the sluggish blow with his shield before the club could gather any real momentum. Then, the short sword, which until now had only carved shallow wounds through Brutus's layers of fat and muscle, finally struck true. In a single, fluid motion, the blade severed Brutus's dominant arm. Blood sprayed violently as the massive limb hit the arena floor, sending the crowd into a frenzy. A baleful roar tore from Brutus's throat, but Sergeant Lopota did not hesitate. While the giant was still reeling from the agony of losing his arm, the sergeant stepped in and struck again, cleanly severing Brutus's head from his neck. The decapitated body collapsed, drenching Sergeant Lopota in blood. He stood tall amidst the gore, imposing and savage, exactly the kind of spectacle the crowd adored. Yeah, the same people who had jeered him moments earlier now roared their approval. But to Sergeant Lopota, their cheers were little more than noise. After steadying his breathing, he picked up Brutus's severed head and walked closer to Alex's private stand, each step leaving bloody footprints behind him, formed from the blood of his fallen opponent. "I lay at your feet. Victory," he roared. For a heartbeat, the arena fell silent. Then it exploded into raucous cheers and thunderous applause. Alex nodded once, acknowledging both the victory and the sergeant's oath of fealty. Behind his helmet, a smile spread across Sergeant Lopota's face. Taking him by the moment, he straightened and briefly acknowledged the crowd's acclaim. Just as he turned to leave the arena, a sudden sense of overwhelming danger crashed into him. His instincts, honed through years of battle, screamed. Defaulting to his ingrained training, he dropped low and raised his shield. Swoosh! Boom! A thick metal arrow slammed into the shield. The force behind it was terrifying. The battered shield might as well have been parchment. The arrow punched clean through the shield, through Sergeant Lopota's body, and buried itself deep into the ground behind him. The entire arena was stunned into silence. 1 second, Sergeant Lopota was standing victorious, bathed in blood and glory. The next, he was impaled clean through by a single arrow. The minds of those watching froze. But not everyone. The instant the arrow struck, Alex and his party reacted. Great heal! Ice wall! Target hex! A warm golden light descended upon Sergeant Lopota, rapidly stabilizing his shattered body. Almost simultaneously, a 3-meter-thick wall of ice erupted in front of him, sealing off the line of fire. High above, the masked assailant, already in the process of notching another arrow to finish the job, suddenly staggered. A violent wave of vertigo slammed into them. Their aim went wide. The arrow they released flew wildly into the audience instead, sending spectators scrambling in terror. The hunter forcibly shook off the lingering effects of Mordor's hex and tried to line up another shot. But the moment was already gone. Worse, they were now the hunted. Swoosh! Silver loosed an empowered arrow of her own. Sensing the incoming threat, the hunter twisted aside at the last possible instant. The arrow missed, but not by much. The sheer force of it cracked the hunter's mask as it passed, splitting it open and revealing her face beneath. A woman, at least nominally. Aside from her facial features, there was little that could be described as feminine. Thick, corded muscles wrapped her limbs, her frame hard and devoid of any feminine soft contours or natural endowments. At a glance, she could easily be mistaken for a man. Beast totem there. Mogul did not hesitate. A dense mass of violent barbarian energy exploded from his fist, surging straight toward the huntress. Still reeling from Silver's attack and off balance, she had no chance to respond in time. Bang! The force slammed her into the rock wall behind her with bone-crushing impact. Her body crumpled and fell limply to the ground. But even then, she knew she could not stay. Forcing down a mouthful of blood, the huntress dragged herself upright, staggering as she tried to flee. But it was too late. Boom! An axe came flying out of nowhere, piercing into her skull, before smashing her into the wall and pinning her in place by sheer force. Go! Alex ordered. Kavakin, having just finished the huntress, did not waste a second. He leapt from the private box straight into the stands, the Fury Knights following immediately behind him as the audience barely scrambled out of the way. They moved with practiced speed, forming a defensive formation around Sergeant Lopoda and extracting him from the arena. As the chaos unfolded, Alex slowly turned his gaze toward Rolf and Bram. "Whose?" he asked quietly. But both men shuddered. Alex's pupils had darkened to a crimson deeper than blood itself, and with it came the unconscious pressure of his bloodline, an overwhelming fusion of regality and madness that crushed down upon those around him. Both men wasted no time. "It's Brieger. She works for Brieger." They spoke almost in unison. Alex's gaze snapped instantly to the left, towards Brieger's private box. There, his eyes fell on the man's face. Brieger wore an expression of visible irritation. Whether he was annoyed that the assassination had failed, furious at the loss of a valuable subordinate, or seething over both, Alex could not immediately tell. But one thing was clear. The man knew. Brieger suddenly felt the weight of Alex's gaze and turned fully toward him. His irritation twisted into a mocking, provocative sneer, as though daring Alex to act. Alex obliged. Fireball. Without the slightest hesitation, fire elemental mana surged into submission. The spell formed instantly and shot toward Brieger's private box. Brieger's eyes widened. He had not expected Alex to break the arena's rules so openly and so decisively. Boom! A violent explosion tore through the arena. The inherently destructive nature of the fireball spell made it devastating within confined spaces, and the private box was no exception. The platform shuddered violently, cracked, and then, after a brief, terrible pause, collapsed. Bang! The structure came crashing down onto the crowd below. Screams erupted as dozens were crushed beneath falling stone and timber. Bodies were thrown aside, trampled, or pinned beneath debris as panic spread. But Brieger and his men were not among the dead. As ranked individuals, they had reacted instantly. The moment the spell detonated, they leapt from the platform, narrowly escaping before it collapsed entirely. Using the thick smoke, confusion, and stampeding crowd as cover, they fled. Fighting a sorcerer in a confined space was suicide. And more importantly, Brieger had no intention of engaging Alex in an all-out confrontation without first understanding who, or what, he truly was. Every time Brieger thought he had grasped Alex's background, the youth revealed something that forced him to reassess everything. As he retreated, fragments of the earlier battle replayed in his mind. 2 sorcerers and a priest, all at or close to gold rank. His thoughts jolted violently. Where did this monster come from? Due to the rarity, or rather absence, of healers on Verdantis, Brieger, and most of those present, had mistaken Eleanor for a priest. A young female gold-ranked priest. Such an existence almost certainly implied high standing within a deity's clergy. That someone of such status was married to Alex alone elevated his perceived identity severalfold. Then there were the sorcerers. Seeing even one sorcerer in Camp Red Rock was rare. 2. Serving under a single individual was almost unheard of. And what terrified Brieger most was not just their number, but their quality as well. The stronger of the two was unmistakably solidly within gold rank. And once again, that sorcerer was young and one of Alex's wives. Be it the priestess or the sorceress, both women were talents that would be welcomed with open arms, granted the highest recognition and honor wherever they went in the known world of Verdantis. That such women would marry a man, never mind share him with another, was itself a testament to that man's standing. And then there was the man himself, Alex Fury, a youth who had, from his appearance, barely come of age, yet could casually quick cast a spell powerful enough to threaten one of the strongest men in Camp Red Rock, and bring down an entire rocky platform that served as a private viewing box in the arena. There was no doubt. He possessed gold rank power. Gold rank at under 18 years old. The thought sent a chill down the spines of all who had witnessed it. Brieger almost regretted his rash actions. Almost. Meanwhile, Rolf and Bram felt their earlier judgment solidify even further. We were right. Only the sky above skies could produce such a monster. There is no other explanation. While those thoughts echoed silently among the camp's two power brokers, the man at the center of it all wore a deep frown. Sending Kavakin down with the knights had proven to be a foresight decision. The were-tiger's sheer presence, his terrifying axe and feral aura, was enough to force a path open as the recovery team moved through the panicked crowd with Sergeant Lopota's injured body. People would rather risk being trampled in the stampede than stand in Kavakin's way. The injured sergeant was swiftly brought back to Eleanor, who immediately focused on stabilizing his condition, pouring healing magic into him without pause. Alex watched the process briefly before lifting his gaze. The dust had cleared. Brieger was gone. Go after him. To Alex's mild surprise, it was Havel, the usually languid followers whose presence he even often forgets, who volunteered first. Alex turned his gaze toward the direction Brieger had fled. Wait, he said, his eyes unfocused slightly, as if he were watching something beyond what others could perceive. He remained like that for several moments. Then, he smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the kind of smile that made Rolf and Bram, who happened to witness it from nearby, break into a cold sweat. Let's not rush, Alex said calmly. He can't escape. His companions exchanged confused looks. They had expected an immediate pursuit before Brieger could regroup or fortify his position. But Alex remained perfectly still, waiting. And a few seconds later, someone arrived. The strange shaman of Camp Red Rock's ruling copper-skinned or clan stepped into their private box. You have broken the rules of Camp Red Rock, the shaman said in an oddly neutral, impassive voice. You not only attacked and killed a resident of Camp Red Rock, but you also destroyed arena property, killing more in... Before the shaman could finish speaking, in a manner reminiscent of a bad actor merely reciting his lines, Alex took out the pouch containing the 11 mid-grade berserk stones he had wagered against Brieger and tossed it over. The shaman's dried, weathered face suddenly came alive, blooming into something that could generously be called a smile. I believe that should be enough to cover the damages, Alex said calmly. Enough. More than enough, young Master Alex, the shaman replied smoothly. All talk of rule-breaking and consequences vanished like melting snow beneath the spring sun. Alex nodded, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he expected. After all, the shaman's eyes had flashed with a glint Alex was far too familiar with, the same glint that frequently shined in the eyes of Baldrich Pinchcoin, the gnomish chief financial officer of the Dragonhold Enclave. Thanks to that, Alex quickly deduced that, like pinch coin, the orc shaman was a lover of coin, one who used his so-called eyes of gold to keep Camp Red Rock afloat. It explained why a respectable shaman would also act as the overseer of a casino. After all, the casino was a place where money flowed endlessly, and where the house was almost guaranteed to take its share. After all, the house always wins. Alex was satisfied knowing that the shaman brought the same money-grubbing pragmatism to his official duties as both overseer and chief referee of the arena. As for why an orc shaman overseeing the arena was considered perfectly normal, that had everything to do with the nature of orc culture itself. To most orcs, save for a handful of subspecies and unique tribes like Mordor's brown-skinned Agrut orc tribe, battle, combat, and warfare were not merely ways of life. They were akin to a religion. The battlefield was hallowed ground, and a beautiful death in combat was the ultimate act of faith. And in times of peace, the arena became that sacred ground where their beliefs could still be expressed. Who else, then, but a shaman would be worthy to oversee such a place? Understanding the importance of the arena was also part of the reason Alex hadn't argued with the shaman and had simply paid for the damages. Because now that the matter of compensation was settled, he had more options. Now that we have addressed the damage to the arena, Alex said calmly, let us address the matter of my man, who was attacked within your arena. Alex's stern gaze locked onto the shaman. What is your copper-skinned orc clan going to do about the individual who dared to order a sneaky attack on the victor of a sacred duel? Alex asked. The shaman's expression shifted instantly, becoming solemn. Alex could already guess the orc's intended response, so he spoke first. Surely, you're not about to say that the stability of the camp's faux order is more important than your tribe's sacred traditions, right? He paused, then added softly, yet with heavy implication. Surely, you won't overlook someone who so clearly shows no respect for your ways and dares to trample all over them. The shaman's expression slowly hardened into a deep frown as he studied Alex carefully. It seems you're more learned than I initially expected, young Master Alex, the shaman said. Understanding one's audience is the basis of obtaining a favorable result, Alex replied with a faint smile. Clearly, both men had reached a veiled understanding. The shaman stared at Alex for a moment longer, then spoke, this time confirming it outright. Very well, he said. I will ensure that you are given a satisfactory response. Excellent. Alex nodded. He turned and began to walk away. As he did, he gave Bram and Rolf a brief nod, an unspoken acknowledgement for confirming the faction to which the huntress belonged. Then, without further fuss, Alex led his expedition party out of the arena. Most assumed they would return directly to the inn. They were wrong. Head back to the inn and let him get some rest. Alex ordered the knights, escorting Sergeant Lopoda. Then he turned to the rest of the party. As for the rest of us, I don't need to tell you what needs to be done, do I? In an instant, the disgruntled expressions on many of their faces twisted into wide smiles. Smiles filled with bloodlust. Mount up, Alex ordered. Immediately, the group mounted their horses and charged out of the arena district. They first feinted as if heading back toward their inn, only to suddenly turn at an intersection, one that led to their true destination, the Desert Razors district. Alex slowed his pace slightly, allowing Yudara and her scouting team to take the lead. With uncanny familiarity, they guided the group through the streets and narrow alleyways of Camp Red Rock toward their target. Certainly not the kind of familiarity one would expect from outsiders who had only arrived the previous day. Camp Red Rock wasn't large, and within a dozen minutes, the group reached the section controlled by Brieger the Desert Razor and his gang of thugs and ruffians. Unlike the Warhammer's district, which possessed at least a semblance of order and rudimentary planning, this part of the camp was the very definition of chaos. Structures of every imaginable sort were erected haphazardly, some even encroaching onto what should have been open roads. Tents, shacks, huts, and even crude stone buildings were crammed together like a festering shantytown. The disorder was so extreme that the area could easily become a maze for outsiders, making it nearly impossible to locate anything without a guide. However, that was no problem for Alex and his expedition party. High above the camp, the familiar silhouette of Senu circled, hovering over a specific cluster of buildings. At first glance, the structures appeared unremarkable, until one realized they were not a single building, but a carefully arranged cluster. It was a clever tactic Brieger used to conceal his residence from outsiders. Unlike the other bosses whose homes were always the largest and most ostentatious structures in their districts. However, no matter how carefully Brieger tried to hide, there was one thing he couldn't conceal: access to the distributaries he controlled. Like the other bosses, Brieger had positioned his residence along the banks of his two distributaries, ensuring direct access to water, the lifeblood of power in the wildlands. With Senu's aerial tracking and the distributary acting as an unmistakable guide, Alex began casting. Mogul surged forward and smashed through the compound's gate with a single punch, sending Splintered flying as he burst into what appeared to be a large courtyard littered with smaller buildings. Spell stacking. Triple fireball. 3 blazing fireballs formed in rapid succession, then collapsed inward, merging into a single, vastly more potent sphere of destruction. The massive fireball streaked past Mogul and slammed directly into the main building, the structure housing Brieger's quarters. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, its roar echoing across the entirety of Camp Red Rock. Unlike at the Barnsel Fortress, where he relied on a delayed detonation method to amplify the power of 3 fireballs, this time, Alex employed a different approach. Thanks to his improved familiarity with traditional spellcasting, he was able to properly stack the spells, achieving a similar destructive result, but in a far more controlled manner. That said, the results of the attack revealed something important. The delay method was not completely inferior. While traditional spell stacking concentrated energy and force into a single, devastating point, it came at the cost of a reduced attack radius. In contrast, the delayed method dispersed mana more broadly, sacrificing peak power in exchange for a wider area of effect. Still, these observations confirmed that the stacking method was technically more lethal than the delayed method. The stacking method is ideal when I need a guaranteed kill method on a powerful target, Alex mused. The delayed method is better suited for targeting large numbers of weaker enemies. He shook his head, forcibly breaking himself out of his bad habit of sinking into thought during combat. Fortunately, there was no clearer signal for his party to attack than the massive fireball that had engulfed Brieger's entire estate, if these cluster of buildings could even be called that. The moment the spell detonated, the expedition party surged forward like hyenas that had caught the scent of blood. Alex's attack sent fire racing through the chaotic sprawl of structures, igniting a cacophony of burning buildings and forcing the Desert Razor's men out of their hiding places. They were immediately hunted down by a highly motivated expedition party. It could barely be called a fight. Those gang members who managed to escape the initial blast and spreading inferno were swiftly descended upon by the expedition members. Warriors who were individually stronger than most of them, yet showed absolutely no shame in ganging up on their prey. In death, the gang members wanted to protest. "You are knights, and we are a gang. Why are you the ones ganging up on people? What happened to honor and chivalry?" They cried in their final moments. Alas, their protests were carried with them into the afterlife. After Alex's spell, there was little left for the spellcasters to do. Mordor, finding himself deprived of targets, had no choice but to draw his sword if he wanted a share of the action. Alex couldn't help but spare a glance toward the orc. He worried, quietly, that under the influence of himself and the expedition party, Mordor might eventually degrade back into the overtly militant nature common to most orcs, a trait his brown-skinned Grut orc lineage had long since evolved away from. Still, there was no denying the truth. Mordor's swordsmanship was improving with every kill. Even so, the orc fought with extreme caution. He carefully selected his opponents, never engaging anyone beyond what he could reliably handle. And even then, he stacked several quick cast grade 0 hexes on them before closing in. Alex didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Depending on who one asked, Mordor's approach to combat could be described as either cowardly or ingenious. Alex himself resisted the urge to join the battle. Instead, he chose to remain close to Zora, Eleanor, and Sugud, just in case. In any event, his expedition party was more than capable of handling the situation. Within minutes, Brieger's entire gang had been hunted down. Only the Desert Razor himself remained unaccounted for. Just as Mogul crushed the skull of another unfortunate thug with a single punch, a thunderous noise erupted from the direction where Brieger's quarters had once been, the epicenter of Alex's spell's explosion. He survived that. Alex raised an eyebrow. He was just about to signal for the party to fan out and conceal themselves when he realized the order was unnecessary. His people had already moved. Each member slipped behind rubble, broken walls, or collapsed structures, instinctively preparing for an ambush. The motion was smooth, practiced, and almost second nature. Alex's lips twitched. They had used ambush tactics so often that it had become their default response. Am I the reason they've lost their sense of honor? Alex couldn't help but wonder. Since arriving on Verdantis, he had consistently favored ungentlemanly, unconventional warfare. These methods left little, if any, room for so-called honorable combat. And after a couple of weeks of constant exposure, his party had not only accepted such tactics, they had embraced them. Boom! As expected, the source of the noise was Brieger, the Desert Razor. The man had survived Alex's spell, but only barely. He had been buried beneath the rubble and blasted free by brute force alone. Brieger staggered to his feet and scanned his surroundings. The courtyard was littered with corpses. The corpses of his subordinates. Even if he somehow resolved the immediate situation before him, his power base had been utterly shattered. Holding on to his position as one of Camp Red Rock's ruling powers would now be exceedingly difficult. Brieger turned toward the gate and saw Alex standing there boldly, a faintly arrogant and disdainful expression resting on his face. The sight ignited something feral within him. Hatred and rage surged so violently through Brieger that he didn't even bother exchanging words with the youth. "Art!" he roared. His body suddenly swelled. Muscle bulged grotesquely as his frame expanded to nearly 3 meters tall. His skin turned crimson, steam rolling off his body in thick waves. It was as though his hatred itself had become fuel, boiling the air around him. With his sword, now looking more like a knife compared to his enlarged frame, Brieger dashed forward, swinging with the intent to cleave Alex in two. But halfway across the courtyard, the air abruptly turned biting cold. Brieger's instinct screamed. Without hesitation, he hurled himself sideways. A frost blast tore through the space where he had been an instant earlier, coating shattered stone in thick ice. Brieger initially assumed the attack had come from Zora. He was wrong. Finn stood there, frost still clinging to his jaws. And that was only the beginning. Before Brieger could even regain his footing, a massive fist wrapped in savage, violent aura filled his vision. Boom! Though he barely managed to raise his arms in defense, Mogul's punch sent him skidding backward several steps, stone cracking beneath his heels. He intended to retaliate, but a sword flashed before his eyes. The blade moved too fast. There was no time to dodge. A manic spark of survival flared in Brieger's gaze. In desperation, he sacrificed his weaker left hand, grabbing the blade and forcibly twisting it off course. The sword tore through flesh and bone. His left arm was severed in a spray of blood. Brieger roared, but he used the opening to counterattack, swinging one trunk-like leg in a brutal snap kick toward Havel's torso. Havel did not panic. His form simply faded. One moment he stood before Brieger. The next, he was several paces away, as though his body had been nothing more than an illusion. Brieger lunged forward to pursue, but then his shadow moved. Yadara emerged from it like a phantom. Unlike the others, she did not strike to kill. Instead, her blades flashed twice. Both of Brieger's legs were slit cleanly. His mobility vanished in an instant. Before he could even scream, Yadara melted back into a shadow, leaving the once-feared desert razor crippled and bleeding. The pain forced Brieger to stagger and grimace. "I have to get out of here." If he hadn't realized he had fallen into an ambush before, he certainly did now. Escape became his only thought, but his legs refused to respond. That single moment of motionlessness proved fatal. 4 Fury Knights burst from their hiding places simultaneously, their movements sharp and perfectly coordinated. Blades flashed as they struck together, carving deep, lethal wounds into the once-feared powerhouse of Camp Red Rock. Even if Brieger somehow broke free of the encirclement, survival was no longer possible. He understood this immediately, and so his eyes turned cold, frosted over with resolve. "Then I'll take at least one of you with me." Abandoning all defense, Brieger gathered everything he had left and focused solely on retaliation. He fixed his gaze on one of the Fury Knights, ready to trade his life for theirs. Scree! A piercing bird cry rang out. Swoosh! Senna dive-bombed from above at terrifying speed. Her silvery wingtips gleamed like sharpened blades as she swept past Brieger. His remaining arm was severed cleanly. Before he could even scream, Senu had already retreated skyward, leaving him completely defenseless. Pucci! For swords plunged into Brieger's body at once. His frame jolted violently. "This is for our sergeant," the Fury Knights roared. Slowly, deliberately, they drove their blades deeper, right to the hilts, ensuring maximum pain before the end. Brieger coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. With what little strength he had left, he forced his head up and looked toward the gate. Alex still stood there, calm, cold, and disdainful. That expression, it enraged him even now, so much so that it was the very reason he had acted so rashly in the first place. Brieger wanted to speak, to scream, to curse, but his body had already betrayed him. The Fury Knights tore their swords free in one brutal motion, ripping more flesh than necessary. Brieger collapsed to his knees. For a fleeting instant, regret flickered in his eyes. He wished, desperately, that he had never crossed Alex. Then his body fell forward, crashing lifelessly into the blood-soaked ground. Blood pooled beneath him, and with that, one of the 4 ruling powers of Camp Red Rock was slain. Alex looked towards Brieger's dying form. He nodded, both proud and impressed by his expedition party. That had been a textbook gang-up. Every move flowed seamlessly into the next, each action either setting up or exploited by the next one after it. Even though Brieger was, on paper, individually stronger than any single member of the expedition party, the rapid, merciless sequence of attacks ensured he never once had the opportunity to properly bring that power to bear. Alex caught the brief flicker of regret that flashed through the man's eyes just before his final breath left him. He smirked coldly. He probably regrets antagonizing me. He probably thinks he could have simply ignored me. But if only he knew. Alex mused inwardly. If only he knew he was always my target from the very beginning. Alex raised an arm. A figure dove down at incredible speed, yet landed softly upon it as if carried by the wind itself. Who else but his herald, the Queen Eagle, Senu? Brieger likely believed Alex had only gone after him because of what happened at the arena, or maybe at the casino. What he didn't know was that Alex had marked him for death long before he ever set foot inside Camp Red Rock. As it turned out, Alex was vindictive, very vindictive, and incredibly petty. Everything traced back to the toll gate Brieger had ordered set up outside Camp Red Rock, and to the burly man and his group of tollmen who dared to turn their lustful gazes on the female members of the expedition party, most of whom were Alex's wives. During interrogation, the scouting team discovered that Brieger had initiated the tollgate scheme because business within his district of the camp was suffering, likely the result of poor management and rampant incompetence within his gang. The tollgate was nothing more than a crude method of fleecing travelers and outsiders, the sort of people who lacked the power or backing to do anything in the camp except swallow the insult. Unfortunately for Brieger, his men had insulted the wrong person. After Alex severed the burly man's arm, He allowed the man to return to Camp Red Rock alongside the surviving tollman. This was not an act of mercy, but a carefully calculated move. A move targeting not just the burly man, but Brieger himself and the entirety of the Desert Razor gang. For the tollman's careless words, Alex did not place the blame solely on the offender. He blamed the one who put him there. Thus, not only was the burly man marked to pay, Brieger and his entire Desert Razor gang were to be removed from Camp Red Rock as well. Alex had two reasons for releasing the burly man. The first was simple, to allow him to return to Camp Red Rock and report what happened at the toll gate, thereby placing Brieger directly on their trail without Alex needing to lift a finger. The second reason, and the more important one, was far more practical. The burly man would unknowingly lead them straight to Brieger's exact quarters. Information which, according to the intelligence gathered, was known only to the gang's upper echelon and could not be reached by ordinary members. Considering the failure at the toll gate and the financial hole it would leave behind, Alex strongly suspected that the burly man would be summoned to Brieger's residence to explain himself. So, before allowing him to leave, Alex discreetly slipped a comms earpiece into the man's clothing. Powered by the greater rune embedded in the rune phone system, the device could be tracked seamlessly by OmniRune. On top of that, Alex had Senu keeping watch from the skies. With these two tracking measures in place, Alex had known Brieger's exact location long before they even arrived at Camp Red Rock. The reason he didn't act immediately, and instead chose to play out the elaborate charade with Brieger, was because he needed proper context. A justification to erase the Desert Razor gang without provoking backlash from the rest of the camp's power structure. And perhaps, in hindsight, it was also arrogance. Alex didn't want to consider someone at Brieger's level as his main goal. Instead, the man was to be nothing more than a stepping stone. So he crafted a convoluted scheme, one that would not only allow him to punish Brieger and dismantle his gang, but also earn him reputation, credibility, infamy, and a subtle identity within the wildlands. There were a few unexpected hitches along the way, but in the end, everything worked out. Naturally, this was a plan Alex shared with no one. Not even his wives knew the truth. They likely believed he was reacting to Brieger's provocations, unaware that everything had already been set in motion after Alex analyzed the intelligence they had gathered on Brieger's personality, habits, and flaws. That was a beautifully executed plan, if I do say so myself. Alex nodded inwardly. You planned to attack Brieger since yesterday, didn't you? Zora's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Alex flinched internally. For a brief moment, he wondered if he had been found out. Why do you think that? He asked, doing his best to keep his composure. Zora raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled by his reaction. Not thinking much of it, she replied, casually, Isn't that why you had Havel and Shadow trailing back here last night? She continued, unfazed. You must have decided to make him your stepping stone in Camp Red Rock after his behavior at the casino. The attack on Sergeant Lopota just gave you a legitimate excuse to act and sped things up. Alex shook slightly. Damn, this woman really knows me well, he thought. Although she was off about when he began targeting Brieger, she was almost entirely correct about everything else. The scouting group had indeed traced Brieger back to his district the previous night. That was precisely why they were so familiar with the route through Camp Red Rock. It was a path they had already walked in the dark while shadowing him. When you put it that way, Alex said wryly, you make me sound like some nefarious schemer. You are a noble, aren't you? Zora chuckled. And which powerful noble isn't a schemer? Bark. Fun barked in wholehearted agreement. You traitor, Alex grumbled inwardly. He reached out and rubbed Senu's head. At least you won't betray me too, right, Senu? Almost immediately, Queen Senu spread her wings and took to the air, leaving his arm. She glided gracefully before perching on Yudara's arm instead, allowing Yudara to affectionately stroke her feathers. Alex pouted at the blatant betrayal of his beast companions. Boss, look who we found, Kavikin suddenly called out. Alex's eyes lit up when he saw who the war-tiger was dragging over. It was the burly tollman, the very one who had started everything. Everything really does come full circle, Alex smiled faintly. He walked over slowly. We meet again, Alex said pleasantly. He gestured to the devastation around them, the burning ruins, the corpses, the shattered courtyard. "Do you like the sights?" he asked calmly. The burly man was completely tongue-tied. He couldn't believe it. Brieger was dead. The Desert Razor Gang was gone. An entire power structure erased in less than a day. It was as if his world had collapsed. Alex stepped closer. "This," he whispered into the man's ear, so only he could hear, "is why you should be careful who you offend." He paused, letting the words sink in. "All of this happened because of you. You should have taken the money. But instead, you dare to stretch your hands towards something, people of mine." Alex pulled back and met the man's gaze. The burly man froze. Alex's eyes had turned a deep, unsettling crimson, radiating a madness and rage the man had never encountered before. It wasn't wild. It wasn't hot-blooded or impulsive. It was collected and cold. Calm madness. "And now," Alex said softly, "this is the consequence." Puchy. The wrist blade of the beta brace extended in a flash. Alex drove it cleanly up beneath the man's jaw and into his skull. An assassin's execution. He withdrew the blade smoothly and stepped back as the corpse collapsed to the ground with a thump. Everything had indeed come full circle, to a just conclusion. None of the expedition party spared the dead man another glance. Instead, Shadow stepped up beside Alex and reported calmly, "Sir, a number of Brieger's men managed to flee while we were dealing with him." She paused briefly before asking, "Should we pursue them?" Rumble. Before Alex could respond, a thunderous sound rolled toward them. Moments later, a cavalry force came into view, galloping hard through the streets. At their head rode Rolf the Broker and Bram the Bloodblade. "Young Master Alex, we have come to assist you," Rolf announced as the group reined in before the shattered gate. "Don't act rashly. Brieger's base is practically a mass." Bram's words died in his throat. Both men stared at the collapsed buildings, the scorched ground, and finally, at Brieger's corpse lying unattended in the courtyard. They slowly turned to look at Alex and his party. Stunned, Alex met their gazes calmly. A knowing smile curved his lips. "You two are smart," Alex said evenly. "Good. I like smart people." He glanced around at the ruined compound and back to the men. "It seems I'll be doing some business in this camp after all." Rolf and Bram's shock immediately transformed into barely restrained excitement. Rolf was just about to unleash a torrent of flattering words when Alex raised a hand, cutting him off. However, Alex continued, "Before that, I need to tie up some loose ends." A few of Brieger's men escaped. He looked directly at the two men. Rolf immediately thumped his chest. "Leave it to us, young master. We will round them up and present you with their heads." Alex blinked once. "What am I supposed to do with their heads?" "Eat them," he asked dryly. "Kill them, capture them, sell them. Do whatever you want. Just tie up the loose ends. That's enough for me." Rolf let out a dry chuckle. Being the thick-skinned broker that he was, he simply rubbed his palms together ingratiatingly. "We will see to it." The next moment, he exchanged a look with Bram. Without further words, the two men turned and led their forces off to sweep the district for survivors. Zora watched them go before glancing at Alex. "What just happened?" she asked. Alex shrugged lightly. "I don't know. Either they're misunderstanding something, or I guess they've been drawn in by our strength." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Either way, they'll be useful." Indeed, Zora nodded. In all honesty, Alex didn't care about the escapees from the Desert Razor Gang. After Brieger's death, most, if not all, of the people who once served under his banner would no longer dare raise their heads in front of Alex and his party. Truthfully, if Rolf and Bram hadn't arrived when they did, Alex would most likely have ordered his people not to bother chasing them at all. The arrival of the two powerhouses and his subsequent request regarding the escapees had been more about gauging their reactions than anything else. And from those reactions, Alex could clearly deduce that the two men were at least open to cooperating with him. As for why they were willing, he didn't know. Still, that wouldn't stop him from taking advantage of it. Alex rubbed between his eyebrows briefly. Being a commander and a leader isn't easy. There's a lot to consider and a lot to plan, he sighed inwardly. He turned his gaze back toward the courtyard. His party members had already moved on to the most important activity after any battle: looting. Although Alex's stacked fireball spell had caused extensive destruction, he had deliberately ensured it didn't burn for too long. As a result, his party only needed to clear away rubble to recover items of value. Yudara was overseeing the actual loot recovery operation, while Eleanor was in charge of appraising the goods obtained. Even though she knew Alex had a convenient storage method, that didn't mean she would allow any trash to be collected and sold indiscriminately. Their brand, even if it didn't truly exist yet, would be diluted by such actions. Still, many of these discarded items had their uses, at least in Alex's eyes. He walked over and picked up several weapons Eleanor had tossed aside with obvious disdain. Indeed, by Dragonhold Enclave standards, these weapons were little more than trash. Things that even an Enclave Tier 1 apprentice forgesmith could probably craft better versions of. "Don't throw them away," Alex said calmly. "We'll use them as bones to throw to certain people. One man's trash is another man's gold, especially in barren lands like these." "That's true," Zora commented knowingly. "Those underbosses would love to get their hands on equipment like this." Alex smiled and winked. "Exchanging trash for goodwill is a worthwhile investment, no?" Eleanor thus begrudgingly created a new pile for somewhat useful trash items. At that moment, another ruckus approached their location. This time, it was a squad of about a dozen copper-skinned orcs from the Kampgar militia. Each one was imposing, at least by ordinary people's standards, standing firmly at around 1-star silver rank. "What are you all doing?" "Cease all actions immediately," the squad leader shouted. The expedition party paused and turned to face them. Alex looked at the leading orc and began walking toward him. However, just as he closed the distance, he noticed another orc leaning in and whispering something into the leader's ear. "Squad leader, that's the sorcerer who set fire to the arena," the orc murmured. The leader's eyes immediately turned hostile. Alex caught this change at once and refrained from getting any closer. Instead, he turned slightly and signaled to Mordor. Mordor nodded and stepped forward to meet them. "Brothers, we are just." "Don't call me brother, you traitor." The leading orc cut him off sharply, sneering. "You, who have become a slave to a sorcerer, have no right to call yourself an orc." He then turned his gaze toward Alex. "Oh, sorcerer. Surrender immediately and await interrogation when we have time. Or else." Mordor froze. He hadn't expected such naked hostility from a fellow orc. Even Alex frowned. Some orc subspecies, more specifically certain tribes, could be xenophobic or deeply untrusting of other races. However, orcs were almost always welcoming toward other orcs. Even in the worst cases, they would at least remain neutral. It was almost unheard of for an orc to be openly antagonistic toward another orc they had just met, unless there was a clear conflict of interest. Spirit Sight LV2. Disgust, hatred, fear. Alex suddenly perceived the complex blend of emotional energy directed toward him by the orcs. "This doesn't make sense," he thought. "I only arrived in Camp Red Rock yesterday. I haven't done anything to earn this level of hostility." Even the shaman, who was present when I attacked the arena, wasn't this antagonistic. Then his eyes flashed. Wait, their reaction toward Mordor was specific. "Slave of sorcerer." Sorcerer. Realization struck him like a hammer. Yes, their reaction makes sense if it's because they view me specifically as a sorcerer. With that understanding, it wasn't difficult for Alex to piece together why the copper-skinned orcs might harbor such strong aversion towards sorcerers. Back on Pangaea, there was a time when wildkins, orcs included, were hunted for their body parts, which were used as materials in alchemy. Ogre blood was used in healing potions, troll blood in regenerative potions, orc blood in strengthening potions, and so on. Since virtually all alchemists were spellcasters, mages, or warlocks, wildkins gradually came to harbor a deep hatred for all spellcasters, alchemist or not. It was only after sapient wildkin races were officially recognized and integrated into Pangaea's cultivation and ascension society that such hunts gradually died down. Of course, they never truly disappeared. A black market for wildkin parts still existed. And since the Fury family frequently dealt with wildkins, often leaving behind large numbers of wildkin corpses, the family was, by necessity, quite active in that black market, if not in direct trade, then at least in the use of those materials. If similar practices were taking place here in Verdantis, then the orc's reaction, and the volatile cocktail of emotions Alex sensed, suddenly became understandable. Still, understanding did not equate to indulgence. Alex was not about to let pity for their plight become an excuse for someone to trample on him. Not in a land like the Wildlands, where reputation and infamy were currencies as valuable as berserk stones. "You have guts, don't you, orc?" Alex's eyes turned cold. A baleful yet commanding presence radiated from his body, pressing down like an invisible weight. "I sent one of your own as a courtesy," he continued evenly, "and you took that as permission to insult me and my people." His gaze locked onto the squad leader in particular. "Are you certain you can bear the consequences of angering a sorcerer?" Alex asked calmly. "One who has just killed one of your camp's so-called powerhouses?" He motioned casually toward Brieger's corpse. The orc's eyes shrank as they followed his gesture. Seeing the body of the man who once ruled an entire section of Camp Red Rock sent a ripple of unease through the squad. Worse still, sensing Alex's momentum, the expedition party unconsciously released their killing intent. Their auras pressed outward as they stared at the orcs in silence. In that instant, the orcs felt like prey being circled by a pack of wolves. All that was left was the Alpha's command. "Sorcerer or not," the squad leader finally said, forcing himself to stand firm. "You still have to explain yourself. You can't just kill and destroy within Camp Red Rock. This is Chief Asgrug's territory." Although the orc tried to hold his ground, his words and his tone had clearly softened. That, however, did not mean Alex was about to ease his stance. "If you had kept quiet and listened before throwing your weight around," Alex said coolly, "you would have already heard why we are here." It was a subtle jab, but a sharp one. The orc squad leader grit his teeth, yet made no rash move. "That's better," Alex nodded, acknowledging the restraint. He raised 3 fingers. "The idiot over there mistook my silence and mercy for weakness. Brieger sent thugs to block the road leading to the camp. Those thugs there demanded a toll from me and my party. That was his first offense." One finger dropped. "When I approached him and sought to settle the matter amicably using the casino, he spat on my reputation by accusing me of cheating, without evidence. That was his second offense." Another finger fell. "Then, we agreed to resolve matters at the arena. My champion won fairly, yet this idiot attempted to have him assassinated immediately after. That was his third offense." The final finger dropped, and Alex's hand balled into a strong fist. A soft, but chilling, smile tugged at his lips. "So tell me, squad leader," Alex said calmly, his crimson gaze locking onto the orc's eyes. "By the unspoken rules of the Wildlands, am I justified in seeking redress for not one, but 3 slights to my honor and reputation?" "Damn you, Brieger. You stupid, donkey-headed fool." The orc leader cursed inwardly. Alex was right. By the standards of the Wildlands, Alex had been not only justified, but restrained. Greater battles had been started over slights far smaller than any one of those offenses. This was the Wildlands, where chaos was the natural order. And yet, as a squad leader of Camp Red Rock's Guard militia, he could not simply overlook what had happened. Doing so would undermine the Guard's authority and set a dangerous precedent. Chief Asgrug worked hard to maintain this fragile peace, the orc thought grimly. If this precedent stands, the chaos we barely hold back will return. He felt trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. The dilemma weighed heavily on him. Alex noticed the squad leader's dilemma, but he said nothing. "Fight or flight," Alex thought coolly. "Which will you choose, orc?" A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "What is going on here, Hargul? What caused this ruckus?" Just as the weight of the situation threatened to crush the squad leader's spine, a voice rang out, one that made his expression brighten, as though salvation itself had arrived. Alex turned toward the source of the voice, his smile widening slightly. "Shaman," he greeted calmly. "You're here." "Oh, young Master Alex." The shaman froze in surprise. The casual familiarity in the shaman's tone caused Hargul to swallow the complaints he had been about to unleash. "Who exactly is this human?" he wondered grimly. "Young Master Alex, did you attack Brieger?" The shaman asked hurriedly. "Even if you're a sorcerer, that was far too rash. I told you we would." His words died mid-sentence as his eyes fell upon Brieger's corpse. To say he was stunned would have been an understatement. "Brieger is dead?" The shaman thawed in disbelief. Even if his estate was destroyed, Brieger is still a gold-rank warrior with troll heritage. He should have been able to retreat, even if he couldn't win. The look he gave Alex grew complex. This noble, one so familiar with Orcish customs, continued to surprise him at every turn. "This isn't what you promised me, shaman," Alex said suddenly, his tone cold and measured. "I would prefer not to believe this is how your tribe treats its guests." "Is this what you meant when you said your tribe would give me a satisfactory response?" he continued. "By having your guard militia insult me, and then attempt to arrest me?" Only then did the shaman fully take in the tense standoff between the guard militia squad and Alex's expedition party. "What is going on here?" he demanded. Hargul hesitated, unsure how to respond. Alex did not give him the chance. "When the guard militia arrived, I attempted to explain that my party and I were the victims here, that we were merely seeking proper recompense," Alex said calmly. "Yet your squad leader, Hargul was it, insisted on arresting us instead." He looked directly at the shaman, crimson eyes unwavering. "So I will ask again," Alex said gravely. "Is this how your tribe treats its guests and delivers a satisfactory response?" The shaman frowned. He turned sharply toward the guard squad and fired off. "What arrest do you think you're making? Did you investigate properly? Is this how you were taught to act? Are you trying to disgrace the tribe?" His voice grew harsher with every word. "Do you not know that young Master Alex is a guest of our tribe? You didn't, did you? Did you listen? Did you try to confirm anything?" The shaman's gaze turned cold. "If you had, you would have known that young Master Alex received permission from me to deal with Brieger for his repugnant behavior." The guard militia froze. Even Alex and his expedition party were momentarily stunned. "Why didn't you tell us that?" The guards wanted to glare at Alex, but wisely restrained themselves. Meanwhile, when did Alex/the commander/the boss get permission from the shaman? The expedition party members exchanged confused looks. Alex, however, simply gazed deeply at the shaman. "Well played," he mused inwardly. "What a wily orc you are." A chuckle almost escaped his lips. By now, the commotion had drawn attention. A small group of onlookers had returned, hiding at a distance as they observed the unfolding scene. With just a few words, the shaman had not only absolved Alex, but also preserved the copper-skinned orc tribe's reputation. After all, if the shaman himself had granted prior permission, then this was neither a breakdown of order, nor a case of a sorcerer throwing his weight around. One stone, multiple birds. The shaman stepped closer to the guard squad and whispered something to them before dismissing them with a wave. The guards did not linger. They scurried away at once. Turning back to Alex, the shaman bowed deeply. "I apologize, young Master Alex. I hope you can understand why the guard militia acted so forcefully," he said. "These are the wildlands, after all. The little order we maintain is precious." He paused, then added smoothly, "Rest assured, I will ensure they are punished severely for their mistake. This will not happen again." "Punish them my ass," Alex thought dryly. "I'd be a fool to believe that." Outwardly, however, he smiled. "As expected of an honorable orc tribe," Alex replied warmly. "I'm already satisfied with the response you've given me. As you said, these are the wildlands. I understand the Gar militia was simply doing their duty, albeit a little zealously. There is no need for punishment. They're doing divine work in these cursed lands." "Oh, how magnanimous you are, young Master Alex," the shaman said, flattering him shamelessly. "I will ensure the squad is made aware of your mercy, and that they learn from it." Alex and the shaman continued exchanging shameless pleasantries. If one didn't know better, They might have thought the two had been friends for years. Is it just me? Kavakin muttered. Or do both of them have foxtails sticking out of their backs? It's not just you. Zora rolled her eyes. Those two are an old fox and a young fox. The nearby party members chuckled quietly. Eventually, the contest of shameless flattery finally came to an end. Beads of sweat trickled down both the humans' and the orcs' temples. It turned out that taking turns piling praise upon each other, while trying to outdo the other, was far more exhausting than it looked. I won't keep you any longer, the shaman said at last, retreating with dignity. I shall take my leave. Ah, yes. I should also return to my party, Alex replied, more than happy to step away himself. Before leaving, the shaman paused and added, Our tribe chief will be returning later tonight. If you're planning on doing business in the camp, you won't find a better partner than our chief. Alex let out a quiet sigh of relief. All that sophistry, words he didn't even know he knew nor could say with a straight face, had not gone to waste. Thank you for your kind offer. I will gladly oblige, Alex said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Excellent. I will send for you once the chief has returned and rested. The shaman reciprocated with a bow of his own. With that, the shaman took his leave, leaving Alex and his expedition party behind. Zora stepped closer and handed Alex a handkerchief. He took it gratefully and wiped the sweat from his face. Facing off against the shaman had turned out to be far more draining than attacking Brieger's base. As Alex wiped his brow, Zora looked at him teasingly. You know, she said, I'm starting to think your title should be changed. Alex glanced at her. Instead of Silver Fong, it might be more fitting to call you Silver Tongue. For a brief moment, Alex's mind went completely blank. Then, thwack, Alex spanked her decidedly meaty backside. That's what you get for insulting your husband. He fumed theatrically while making sure to fully enjoy the meaty ripple on his hand. Zora didn't mind in the slightest. Instead, she burst into peals of laughter as she ran away.